I'm so heavy here. Well, because of the small size of my planet, the gravity here is much more intense than that on Earth. That doesn't make any sense. Shut up, Gregory.
They're totally making fun of it. Yeah, definitely. I like it.
Okay, so then he comes back with a second one.
All right, fine. How's this for a reason? I have an unbelievably powerful space pirate locked within the depths of my planet. That's why the gravity is so heavy here. Get me out of here! Shut up, Bojack! Anyway, what are you here for?
So, dude, yeah. So to me, it sounds like they're just making fun of the idea of like gravity and planets and outer space and stuff. That's what I hear, but I think it's freaking hilarious. I love it.
That's just your bias.
Perhaps. Here's a couple more. I'll make my case with just a few more, okay? I think this one's really funny.
No, my space bomb! My space armor! We get it, you're from space!
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos. So, it's like Australia. In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice, baby. I'm sorry, but if this shit goes any further south, we're going to hit Space Mexico.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
It's like, dude, they're just always making fun of it. They call people like space pirates and stuff. Yeah, I think there's more people that aren't openly flat earthers that agree or just acknowledge the fact that it's not a globe. You know, that's a ridiculous idea. I'm sure there's a quiet majority out there, a silent, majority.
I always go to like the Beatles, man. Beatles was definitely making fun of, like with the Fool on the Hill.
What was it? What was this name?
The Fool on the Hill. The Beatles.
The Beatles. Oh, the Beatles. Okay. Nice. Yeah, man. It's like you can't really. I mean, us here. We don't care. I'll come out and say I'm a flat earther. It doesn't matter to me. But there's a lot of people that they don't want to. Like, there was a dude that joined here, and he was like, "Well, I have 50 Twitch followers, and I don't want them to know." You know what I mean? But he was agreeing with what we had to say here. So I'm sure there's a lot of people like that, and on a larger scale, people who CEOs or whatever. I'm not going to come out and be a flat earther in front of. I'll just keep quiet to myself and carry on in life. So I'm sure that happens quite a lot out there. We're just the ones that are like, yeah, I'll say it. Who cares? I mean, Orion, he'll just go and tell people in the streets. That's something I could do more often. But yeah, I mean, there's people around me that know that, I'm definitely a flat earther, so whether they like it or not.
I had a friend get mad at me yesterday. Well, it's a friend. It's a person that I know that I play a video game with, and the flat Earth, conversation has come. He's studied physics, so does electronics or whatever, electronics engineering. So, but he's really into the whole globe thing, right? Like he's completely into, and one of my other friends that actually been in the server talked about flat Earth, and the guy asked me, my friend, the one I'm playing with, asked me, "Hey, why does he believe that the Earth is flat?" He's like, he doesn't believe the Earth is flat, right? The other guy doesn't. But he doesn't believe the current narrative that they have. I mean, he doesn't believe there's a sphere. He doesn't believe NASA or whatever. but I know the Earth is flat. So, wait, you know the Earth is flat?
He didn't like that, huh?
Oh, he did it. He started going off. We stopped playing video games and he started asking me questions and and then he's talking about the gas gradient, right? Why is it more gas on the surface than there is and that's because of gravity because all the it's like I was like, dude, I mean I kept telling you haven't proven gravity first of all. But you keep going with it and yada yada yada. There's like, but he kept involved. Like, dude, I could just invoke fairy dust, bro. Because he's like, well, you can't disprove me. Like, I don't have to disprove. It's your claim. Now, if I say fairy dust, then I have to prove fairy dust. Or I can say the same thing you're saying. You can't disprove fairy dust. Oh, that was his loss. I mean, I'm getting him off, man. I'm off.
Wow. Yeah. It's funny that people have such an emotional response to it.
I brought that up to him too. Like, dude, if I were to say I believe in aliens or Sasquatch, you wouldn't get mad.
Exactly.
He's like, yeah, but if I say flat Earth, yeah, because that's stupid. I'm like,
no, see, that's exactly right. I love that point, Elbow. It's like if I could say any crazy thing and people would just brush it off, it's no big deal. You just said something silly, no big deal. But if I start challenging your reality a little bit, it's a big problem now, huh? If I just said the grass was purple, you'd be like, dude, what are you talking about?
Technically, you're pointing out the obvious. We're getting angry for you pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, people don't like the truth, man. Right? They want comforting lies.
Well, I mean, actually, they're getting angry because you're challenging their belief system.
Yeah, I mean, but the sad thing, Orion, is like most of them, they don't even know what they believe. Really, they just have some overarching, extremely vague belief in this globe. 9 out of 10 people don't know what size it is. They don't know. I mean, you could just name half of our arguments. They don't really know. They don't know what gravity means. You know what I mean? So, like, it's crazy. People have to. I call them a Google as you go earthers, because you see people have to like Google what they're supposed to believe. What size is it? Hold on. Oh, it says it's this size. It's like, so what do you even believe in, dude? Just you don't even know what you believe in, man. Yeah. If I could make a role, that'd be one of them. Google as you go earther. Yeah.
It's called Google Earther. There's a role, and that's what it means.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. KG? Oh, I didn't realize that. Wow. Yeah, Google Earther, yeah. But the last guy, he wasn't a Google Earther. He was more of a, what I would call a wizard Earther. It's like they start to sort of put the spell. They want to try and put a spell on you a little.
Well, he's been listening to us for a week. He said it so far, right? So he has been Googling while we were any conversation that has come up.
Huh.
And then, so now he knows what to come up with. Like, hey, this refraction, this. But you think he has an argument now since he's listening enough and actually Google the stuff?
That's such. I mean, what would you call that? Ignorance? I mean, we've spent years looking at this topic, myself alone, digesting before even speaking on this thing, like a year, 2 years, maybe 3 before opening a mic and start trying to talk about it. I had to study a little bit. So these guys think they can just figure it out like over a 5-minute Google search.
They do this all the time. I mean, you tell them it's a linear eclipse. That's what I told my friend as well. Because he was talking about eclipses again. They always bring the eclipse. The Earth shadow. I was like, there's never been an observation of that Earth shadow being cast on the moon. It's always been, this is an assumption. And he's like, "No, no, no, they're astronauts. No, they've never seen all three bodies." Yada yada yada. So, but then I also brought up the solar eclipse. You know, he's like, pretty much he didn't know what a solar eclipse was. He looked it up 2 minutes. He knew everything about it. Yeah, boy, because you know the refraction. I was like, oh, so the shadows are refracting. But you know that when the sun is, you know, actually going down, it's not really there. Like, yeah, so that's what they say. So it's that, you know, that like they don't know anything about solar eclipse, but they researched 2 minutes and now they know everything about how it works and just the way it does. And
Yeah, the articles that this like the top searches on YouTube are gassing them up. Debunk flat earther 10 questions, no science. They're getting super gassed up to think that they can just come in here unprepared. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. It's not an overnight. It's not a microwave process. It takes time, you know.
and longer now since you know their all this info has been hidden around.
Yeah, it's a good slow cooked meal. What I like to call
it. Back in my days, you know, all of the information was out there. Now you really have to search.
What year did you pop into the? What say would you? What was your class of, entry into flat Earth?
Let's see. My daughter was about 4 before she went to kindergarten. She is 5 years ago. She's about to be
17.
No, 5 years ago. Yeah, 2017. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I was 2017 here as well, class of 2017. But I didn't open my microphone on. I didn't get Discord until I think I was on Nathan's server, Science versus Pseudoscience, for maybe a year, maybe 2019, 2020. And then I came here 2021. So
yeah, like I remember when I really started getting into it and I was researching and I told my wife, I don't know, it looks like this is crazy, but I think my wife thought I was crazy, right? But it's like I think the earth is definitely not, it's not a globe, it's supposed to be flat. My daughter being 4, not in school yet, the earth is not flat. I'm like, what on? Who told you that?
right.
This is like a ball. I'm like, you ain't even in school yet. Then I knew like, oh, the indoctrination starts way before school. You know,
Super early. Yeah.
and it starts because I've never talked to her about the earth. So in school, and I mean not school, but TV shows and the Sesame Street and all that other stuff. Pepe Pig and all the other stuff definitely comes up. It was pretty interesting to me. That totally like that's what shook me when I was like, holy shit, this is definitely indoctrination starting even before school.
I can imagine being presented with a flat Earth as a young child. I never even heard about it until 2017. You know what I mean? I was like in my 20s. I'm still in my 20s, but I can't imagine being a kid and being presented with that. You know, you'd have to that's a young age to start to sort of unravel the truth. It's got to be. I think the kids have a tough time though because there's a lot of propaganda out there.
Oh well, not in my case, not.
That's
I was
good.
still a minor. I was still a minor when I figured out.
Nice. Yeah, I just think that there's a tough hill to climb. Just with the amount of you can just Google anything and the answer will be right there. Is it a globe? Yes. Is it flat? No. anything you want is going to be right there on Google. So I think it's a steep hill for a lot of people, but it's good to see that there's plenty of people that are getting it. I look at we have a channel where you can see it. People who have joined the server. People pop in like constantly. So yeah, so.
You guys see what I just posted in the stream voice text?
Yeah,
Well,
the
there's
Google
a
Earth.
role in this server called Google Earther, right? And I use Chrome browser and I use Google all the time. And when people are talking and I'm trying to find information, I use Google first, and then if I need to get without the sometimes I use the first page. It depends on what everyone's talking about, right? And I post pertinent information, or maybe I'll hyperlink, or I'll just copy and paste a text, whether it has to do with the conversation, what it has to do with the conversation. If someone's like talking about something, I'll find an article and or a discussion or a page or whatever that has something to do with everyone's. So we do have a role called Google Earther, and I'm not embarrassed to have that role because that's what we do. That's how. Oh, now, I mean, you might use a different search engine, which is cool. We'd call you DuckDuckGo Earther.
Oh yeah, I have that one.
You want me to create a DuckDuckGo Earther? Anyway, no. Yeah, I think I used to have that role. I don't know if I took it off of myself or someone else took it off, but it's been a part of the server for a while. This Google Earther deal, and that's the only reason I jumped in and said anything about it is because somebody else brought it up. Oh, they're just going on Google and then whatever they say, top link. Oh, well, here we go.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's not the way you research, but sometimes if you put in the right information, you can find something that's pertinent to the conversation. That's all I'm saying with all that. And I was just typing that, and I'm just like, I'd rather say it than just type it. See, I was just typing it out. See, I just posted it in the live stream voice. So anyway, so if anybody wants the Google Earther role, it's not negative. I don't think it's negative because you can find a lot of shit on Google that it is everything's pertinent. But you just have to know how to look for it.
I want that role.
Who's that? Matthew?
Matthew.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm going to give it to you. I think we've had this role active for quite a while. Like at least a year. And I wouldn't doubt that you would want that
Yeah,
one.
I use it all the time.
Yeah, who doesn't use Google to while we're talking to each other and researching these topics? Who doesn't use Google in here?
Yeah, that's why I dubbed that Google as you go Earther. When you get someone that's new that doesn't even understand their worldview and they just start Googling what they're supposed to believe as they go.
Sure, but sometimes even if they're new, they can't share links. A lot of times. So, like, is this what you're talking about? And then we can go over that. So it's just like, Google Earther is not a bad role. I think.
Yeah, but a Google as you go is bad.
Google as you go. I don't know. I Google as I go sometimes if somebody brings up a topic that I'm not familiar with. I'll look it up.
But you understand things, India. A lot of time, or not India, Helio. Here's the thing: when we're in here, a lot of time I don't have to Google stuff. That's the thing. When we're having a conversation, I don't need to like figure out what I'm supposed to say from Google and then say it. I know what I know, and I just say it.
Yeah,
I don't
but you
have to
can't know
Google it
everything all
first.
together all the
That's
time.
the thing.
You're always hoping that someone comes in here and challenges your point of view. We're teachers and learners together, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's things we Google sometimes. Hey, let's get the definition on this. So obviously, that's not bad. But what I'm pointing out is the people specifically that they don't know what they believe. So when they come here and you go, so what's the radius? What's a radius? I don't know. And they have to like, well, hold on, let me just. Oh, it says
Google it.
3959.
Google it, right?
So it's
So
like
it's 24,901. Boom, that's the
they're like
first thing that pops up.
Googling what they're supposed to believe as they like have their conversation with you. They didn't enter the conversation with this understanding, like figuring it out as they go.
Yeah, YouTube and Google is where we came across this information. So it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you guys think about the Google Earth role, but I put it on me, put it on Matthew. If you don't want it, do what it do. It's just like,
hey, I think it's great.
Who's that? Who else wants it?
Here, I'll take it. Jay Barrington.
Yeah, I thought.
Wait, so what color is it? I'm looking for it.
But I mean, it's just a way. It's like I think it's more like, hey, I'm actually interested in the information. Now, Google is not. It's the most. It's what we're all going to do when we're starting, while we're listening to the conversation and following it. Then we're going to Google it. I mean, you might use another search engine, but that one is not popular. And it depends on how you feel. If you utilize Google right, or you can even like go in incognito mode and go on Google without an account and do the same search. And so, yeah, so I do that sometimes too. It's just like, am I going to find the same thing if I Google the same term in incognito? So, yeah, it's a good way to kind of get a general idea of what you're going to find when about a topic when it comes up. So that's and it's not that, I don't think it's a detriment. Google Earther, yeah, I'm a Google Earther.
Yeah, that's why I think there's a distinction. Is that what I would say? Between the two.
And we should teach people. I mean, if you use Google or Google to search up what we're talking about.
But you understand what creation bear means, right?
I don't think he understands. I don't think.
Okay. Well, tell me what I'm missing. Tell me what I'm missing.
What his creation bear is saying is that they come here to argue about information they're not aware of. In other words, you ask them, what's the radius? And he's like, well, they're fighting about a radius that they don't know about. So they have to Google it to actually know what they believe. It
doesn't matter what search engine you use to find it.
Helio, it's just a meme, bro.
It's the meme of it. Google
it's catchy. It's just catchy.
Google as your
radius. I was arguing about the radius in the YouTube chat earlier. Go ahead. Go ahead. What am I wrong about?
It's just that they don't know their own model, meaning they're here to fight about what the globe is. They don't know what is the diameter. They don't know anything of it. So they Google as they go.
You might even be able to utilize this and say, "Hey,
no doubt,
Google it." Right?
No doubt.
Say, all right, that's a challenge. I mean, is this correct? It really doesn't make a difference. I just like the roll just for.
It's pretty much just like this.
I utilize
let's say somebody brings out eclipses and I tell them, okay, well, look at a selenium eclipse. They don't know what a selenium eclipse is. Then they say they Google for 2 minutes, like, oh yeah, it's because of the refraction and yada yada.
Exactly.
No, but they're not going to find it. If they look up
that's exactly the point. Elbow. That's exactly the point. They go from not knowing. They Google it and then become the expert immediately after having Googled it. They have to figure out
that gives you an opportunity.
And then they know that's what they believe.
If they want to have the argument, that gives you the opportunity. They look up selenium on YouTube or Google, which is the same company. Then they can say, well, this is the standard idea. And then you can just show them my video.
Helio, you're on a different planet right now, bro.
Yeah,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Completely missed, bro.
Should we just redo this, or do you just want to go on the air and look like a fool? What is it you're even?
I already gave you the Google Earth rule, Matthew. Pretty sure I did. I mean, you guys think I'm ridiculous, but whatever.
I don't.
You're just missing the point, is all. That's all.
No, you're missing my point.
No, I'm not.
Helio, you see it on my name?
Damn! I thought I just gave it to you.
Whole reason.
Let me try again.
Helio, the whole reason why I even came up with the whole idea is because there was already a Google Earth role I'm familiar with, bro. So I know what you're talking about. Goofy boy.
You see it now, Matthew?
Yep, it's there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cool. So,
Is there a GoDaddy Earther role?
There we go. See?
GoDaddy is not a fucking search engine, you dumbass.
It's not about the name. It's not about the. It's. All right. But Old Haas, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I forgot that GoDaddy wasn't a search engine.
Yeah, it's a website hosting site.
It is a search engine for domain names.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you search for domain names. See if you can make something up. And whatever. We're not going to talk about how you can find a domain name or whatever. Find out. But okay, maybe you guys missed the whole point of my thing.
No one missed your point.
I'm dumb for making it, or
yeah, we didn't miss your point, but it looked like you definitely missed ours.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm certain I did. And it's because you're scared of having the Globe Earth roll. I mean, the Google Earth roll. That's Google Earth roll. Because I use Google all the time to look up information about Earth.
Yeah, well, I use DuckDuckGo, so.
Okay. Do you want the DuckDuckGo roll?
No.
I'm pretty sure I've used DuckDuckGo too, and I find the same shit. So I don't know what you're getting at.
Remember, Helio, when people said, "Would you get your degree in a Cracker Jack box, or something?" I'll be honest. I'm a little confused at this point too, but I think it's the same thing, isn't it? I think it's the people who jump from, like CB said, who jump from unbridled ignorance to then giving a lecture on it. That's the issue.
That is it.
Yeah,
that's exactly
bro, you're going to find the same shit on DuckDuckGo that you're going to find on Google.
They immediately become an expert when 2 seconds ago they had no idea what they were even going to say.
All right, well,
that's what I find so funny, bro.
Yeah, the Google Earther role itself is really just kind of
Helio.
Like a joke.
No, bro, you're just
okay. Maybe I'm being too mysterious, or not mysterious.
But did you hear what they said?
Obvious.
The point was the Google as you go Earther is it's practically saying that You don't know nothing about the topic, but 2 minutes in, when we brought it up, all of a sudden you're an expert on the topic because you Googled it. 2 minutes. And you know everything about it.
All right, well, just type in DuckDuckGo and search the same shit.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Helio,
oh my gosh!
just
Helio. It
stop,
doesn't
dude.
matter where it came from. The point is, you don't know shit about it, but 2 seconds later, after we bring it up, you know everything about the topic.
Yeah,
because you just read one headline.
My guy's on a different planet right now.
Yo, why don't we just put headline Earther?
Headline Earther. Yeah.
Dude, I get exactly what you're saying, but yeah, it's all good. And it's like we all use these search engines and come across information while we're talking.
Oh, but that's not even the point, though.
Well, what's the point in your opinion?
You just said you got it, and you're asking me.
No, I got.
Helio, just fade back. Take a smoke break, dude. Holy smoke.
Well, roll on. Think the Google Earth.
I need a smoke break now. Damn.
I think the Google Earth roll is kind of it's funny, man. I mean, I thought I had it, and then
Hey, what do you guys think about this meme I just posted?
Pretty strange.
I don't even know what to say, dude. We will creep up on you and your family while you're having a picnic. NASA's drones. Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty noisy. It'd be hard to creep up on anybody.
What are they doing? What's the part? Are they just collecting solar energy? What are they doing?
Like a pod.
Well, I mean, they just, they put on a show every once in a while saying, oh, we got this rover doing this or this piece of equipment and do this. And we're just preparing for when we travel to other worlds and we're testing this and spending millions and billions of dollars on this.
That looks like something that somebody from Mars would send here.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Really? Because it looks like garbage. It looks like I don't know.
I don't even know what that is.
High school kids made it.
You can almost see through it. It's weird. Where did you get that meme from?
Why does it need
it's
one,
a dumb
2, 3,
meme
4? Why does it need 6 legs?
I made one very similar but funnier. I'll post that one.
You guys ever watched that show on? It's an Amazon show where they have like this, like the Mars people are. Well, it's just like it's set in the future where the people lived on Mars, grew up on Mars, and in these domes and shit, and they have this like space battle between, I mean, it's the same thing that goes on Earth, where it's like I don't know, it's called God, I can't remember the name of it. Oh, The Expanse. The Expanse. That's what it's called. Are you telling me?
I watched that.
Did you watch The Expanse?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah,
they were talking about the difference in gravity. It's like people are stronger when they were born on Mars, and they're in spaceships, and it's like, I love those space shows and stuff, but it's all fiction.
That's awesome entertainment, man.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that shit. But anyway, do what it do. Nobody's ever done it, and it's just all fictional. Oh, I got one Creation Berry. You might like this one. I think I got it somewhere. Fine. I haven't even shared this one in a while. This one's really good.
Yeah, that second one looks trippy, man.
Somebody's in the VC check-in.
Orion, that second one looks pretty trippy.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like an all-terrain vehicle of another sort, I suppose.
Yeah. All it needs is a laser.
Or something that shoots fireballs from the front, like in that movie, The Wild Wild West.
You mean photon torpedoes in space? Oh no, you said lasers. We're gonna find this meme. I have so many. So you all would rather say "shut the fuck up, Helio" than continue with the conversation?
No, you got stuck on a word, man.
Hey, which word? Google?
The Expanse.
No, The Expanse is a television show. I was
yeah, but you were like, what's that? For like a
Helio,
minute.
you're in my top 10 flat earthers of all time. Please don't stop. Favorite flat.
Somebody's getting
Top 10.
Somebody's smelling what I'm stepping in. Hey, it's Friday night, almost New Year's Eve, and tomorrow I'm going to do a New Year's Eve show on my private invitation channel, and it's going to be badass. I mean, hey, I don't really give a shit what you guys think about me altogether, but I kind of do. I mean, I want you to like me, but I don't care if you do. Trying to find this fucking meme. Has something to do with what CB just posted. Let's just wrap it up. It's like it's another wrap it up kind of like radio kind of meme. Whatever. I have freaking thousands of memes. I'm never going to find it. So what's going on tonight, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, the ladies kicked ass tonight on the ladies' night rant. That was freaking awesome. I didn't listen to it the whole time, but I was in and out. Who's Extreme Ivan? Has VC verified. Can you talk to us, Extreme Ivan? You have the VC verified role.
Yes.
Access to your microphone. This is awesome. Did you say yes?
Yes.
All right, cool. How did you find? Yeah, it's cool. You have the VC verified role, so you've talked to someone in here. Would you like to talk more about the flat Earth?
I just curious about can we train an AI chatbot or everything about flat Earth?
I heard I couldn't actually understand. I heard you say flat Earth, but I didn't understand anything else.
If you search on Google, search about Chat GPT. Chat
Did you say
GPT.
gravity or
GPT. Chat 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 GPT.
He's talking about chat, the GP chat, the AI that you can talk to.
OpenAI.
Yes. I think you want to talk about the OpenAI.
If you guys know, I have no idea what he said. So,
Well, all I know is a lot of people have been recently busted trying to write their term papers using these AI programs. So, whoops.
How have they been caught if it's always new generated words?
I don't know. It was. I don't know. I guess the professor who taught him was privy to the program and started typing in the topics of the term paper he assigned and was finding out that all these papers were pretty much written by the same hand.
Yeah, I think I know what probably happened. A couple of people in his class did the same thing, and then many people have similar things. And I mean, the AI was all over the internet, so yeah, I guess. And there's a similar pattern of how the AI is actually answering certain things. So yeah, bad for them, I guess.
so there's a computer program that is using a general thing, but the a person that made the program can manipulate it to where it seems like it's you wrote it naturally and you just spend money
No, the
as if it's your
program.
own paper where the AI can manipulate it, whereas you're not doing the same text.
No, the AI is generating everything you ask it to do. For example, let's say I'm gonna write me a poem in old English about
Yeah, you're about to
helio
say the same thing that I was just saying. So.
skeptic uh wanting to know more about open AI.
Well, I'm not sure if that's actually happening. It hasn't come out in anything that I know, but if you're saying that someone has created a general AI that can manipulate,
Here you
for
go.
students, they can pay a certain amount of money and then
Joffrey.
Go ahead. Maybe I'm missing, the point.
Yeah, you've done.
What was the question again?
The question: can we train the AI about flat Earth?
All right. Well,
Yeah, you can.
Clay Under Seal just posted something.
Yes, that's what the AI made in like 3 seconds. I asked the AI write me a poem in Old English about helio skeptic wanting to know more about OpenAI. So I can ask OpenAI write me a rap song about global.
Yeah, I could probably make some money off of this just using my badass voice and just read off this AI poem.
OpenAI write me a rap song about Globers constantly having cognitive dissonance and not understanding anything about the.
Well, well, this is what I'm curious about. Clay Under Seal posted this. Did you write that, Clay Under Seal, or did you have an AI write that?
Clay.
Yes.
Try to ask the AI who funded the OpenAI.
But I want to question Clay Under Seal, that poem or phrases that you just posted. Did you write that? Or
No, it's Helio, what is wrong, man? I explained to you. The AI I asked the AI wrote me a poem in Old English about you.
So what information were there keywords that you?
No, I just told the AI what to do straight up.
Tell them what you typed in the search bar, Clay. Or, the prompt bar.
I typed this into the AI.
Write me a poem in Old English.
So now I write me a rap song about Globers constantly having cognitive dissonance and how they don't understand that gravity is a lie and NASA always lies. So it wrote, I'm a Glober, I don't know what to believe. Cognitive dissonance, it's all I see. I've been told the earth is round, but something deep inside just can't be found. They say gravity holds us down, but I see planes fly up and never hit the ground. And NASA, they always seem to lie. I can't trust him, I just don't know why, but I won't give up. I seek the truth, I find the answers, I won't be aloof. I dig and I search, I will never stop. Until I find the truth, I never flop. They say the earth is round, it's plain to see, but I see the evidence, it's not for me.
Hold on, did it mention NASA?
That's not what actually happened there. I'm just wondering, that phrase that you posted, what did you post to? If Helioskeptic sought knowledge of OpenAI and its might, and he craved to know secrets, to explore it and see light. He gazed up at the sun as it rose up in the sky, which, I mean, you wouldn't do that as a poet. No, he wondered at its power and secrets it did hold high. But anyway,
what part wouldn't you do as a poet?
Nah, you wouldn't repeat up, I think. He gazed up at the sun as it rose up in the sky. I would eliminate up if I was, writing it. It'd be, he gazed up at the sun as it rose in the sky. That's the way I would say it.
Night divides the day, day destroys the night, or was it the other way around?
Well, either way, I'm just wondering. So you put this into, certain. I want to know where you got this from, and is it about me or is it just about the question?
It's a robot.
The only way
It's just
that
AI,
my name was right at the beginning, so you could say anybody in here and just add it.
My guy.
He's kind of like Parappa the Rappa, but you tell him what to rap.
Helio, it's artificial intelligence writing me these things in 3 seconds. It's not a human that wrote this poem about you.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with that. Anderson, come on, bro.
But you just
I'm just wondering where the source comes from, because
give him the link. I'll tell you what, Helio, if you started a channel where you read AI produced poetry 24/7, I'd subscribe.
Dude, I'd probably be rocking that shit, man. I'd be like, that's like Helioskeptic, or whatever name, whatever channel. I can just like
robotic poem.
Just like I did, especially if even if I had to subscribe, for $25 a month.
Clay Under Seal post.
Read that shit out, and I don't even say, hey, man, subscribe to this, and you guys can do the same shit that I do all night long. All night long. All night. I just happen to be blessed with this voice.
Happy New Year's, Helio.
Yeah, you too. Hey, I'm gonna have a New Year's Eve party tomorrow night. Not from this server. This one's gonna continue as it does, but I'm gonna have one for the people that are already subscribed, and you'll know where it'll be, and I'll message everybody.
Will you be reading the robot's poems?
I don't know if Play Under Seal like releases where I can access it. It might be fun to check out on a New Year's Eve party night.
What? I'll be alone on
Hey,
New
Play
Year's
Under
Eve.
Seal, where can I just type in a few keywords and then get a poem like this?
Oh, I sent you the site.
Yeah,
You
definitely
post
do
a
that.
link in the,
I've been asking for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, even though I was invited in several parties, I don't want to engage in any parties. I don't even think that the new year
the only
begins
thing I
in
ask
winter.
of you, Play Under Seal,
I always send it, Helio. I'm talking to the mass audience.
Bro, Helio, just go on mute for a bit, please. My guy.
We may if Helio gets this link to this AI poetry, we may never see him again.
over. It's gonna be over. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. All right. Thank you for the link, brother. Hey,
No problem.
What were we talking about? I'll just type in all kinds of keywords and just talk shit all night to myself, and I'll record that shit. I'll be like, oh, this is cool. And sometimes I'll be singing. It's like, hey, the AI just made all these lyrics up. It's like, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Helio, if we find out that AI was writing lollygaggle lyrics, we're going to have some real issues.
Yeah, that shit wouldn't happen back in 91, so I mean, but maybe that would be a new name for what I'm going to do with the AI, and I'll just call it lollygaggle, and then I'll freaking copyright that shit because it's a free platform, and I'll just be like lollygaggle, and
Yeah,
and it's all me.
put the titles of lollygaggle songs into the AI and see
Not the original name of the band I'm talking about, but lollygaggle is another good name. I'm not gonna since you brought attention to it, and people are probably going to be thinking something else. But you can find my shit on my channel. That's not the original name of the band. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm really interested in this because I mean it's difficult to write curious lyrics.
Well, I mean, random word generators have been around for a long time.
I get that. And that's
but yeah,
I've always struggled with like writing lyrics for a song because I want it to be badass, you know. But it's always I don't know. If you're an artist, you're an artist. But it's just like you definitely necessarily don't want a computer to create it for you, but.
Well, that's Rick Rubin's secret. Anytime they're stumped, he tells someone to go up and pick a book off the shelf, and that's how System of a Down got certain lyrics. They were just stumped, and he told them just go get a book, and there's your lyric.
Well, it's like some of those parodies that I've done. There was a guy, he sent me a lot of lyrics, and I was like, man, because of the phrasing, you know, with the song, I had to change some of the lyrics, you know, for it to fit. But it's just like everybody needs help in some areas, especially if you're in a band or you're doing something like that. Yeah. You can't just like, not everybody.
No, you don't.
Whether you believe it or not, every artist needs a little nudge.
You don't create art in a vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. Clay Under Seal, man. That's freaking pretty cool.
My guess is though the AI poetry has no soul.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna change that shit up. It's just gonna give me a few ideas, and like, oh my god. I'm afraid to click on it. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't even clicked on it yet, and I'm afraid to click on it. Because I've been
You need to
I've
first.
been in a fudge as far as like writing lyrics and shit lately and writing songs.
You need to first log in with your Google account or whatever, then type in your telephone number, I think, to be verified. That's all. I mean, you can also use a generated telephone number, but
I've seen that one more of this. Yeah, it's trippy, but as far as just writing lyrics, based on just ideas, and you just throw a few keywords in there, and they make a freaking whole song.
It was funny. I typed in explain flat Earth. It gave me a whole list of stuff, and ships are on the horizon, sun, moon, shadow, and then it titled it "Flat Earth Debunked."
Well, I'm gonna
soul
type some
confirmed.
crazy shit in there, bro.
I told it to explain the globe Earth theory, and it says the theory of the globe Earth, also known as the geocentric model, is the belief that the Earth is a sphere that is the center of the universe, and it keeps on going. Then it says it got, despite its widespread acceptance, the geocentric model was eventually challenged by the scientific theories of Galileo. Interesting. Somebody needs to teach this AI, open AI, some science. But type in something else.
What the hell? I'm about to do it, man. You guys probably won't hear from me for several hours. Stop this shit. Let me up. Freaking verify through my phone. So can you just create as many AI like poetry or whatever with that once you start? You just put in a few words and then it'll just make a whole freaking poem or a song out of. Give me some ideas, man. It's definitely not AI, though. I mean, AI doesn't exist.
I just asked the AI, write me a scientific text about globers always falling into a state of cognitive dissonance.
Huh.
So it wrote me a scientific text. Cognitive dissonance refers to the psychological discomfort that individual experience when they hold conflicting beliefs, attitudes, or values. When faced with information or situations that challenge their preconceived notions, individuals may resort to a state of cognitive dissonance in order to reconcile these discrepancies. One example of this phenomenon is the tendency of globers or individuals who hold extreme ideological views to fall into a state of cognitive dissonance. This can occur when globers encounter information that challenge their deeply held beliefs, causing them to experience psychological discomfort. In order to resolve this dissonance, globers may engage in a variety of copying mechanisms, such as denying the validity of conflicting information, rationalizing their beliefs, or even becoming more entrenched in their original views. This can result in a vicious cycle as the individual becomes increasingly resistant to alternative perspectives, further exacerbating the cognitive dissonance. It is important to know that cognitive dissonance is a normal and inherent part of human experience and can serve a catalytic can serve as a catalyst for personal growth and change. However, in this case of globers, the excessive rigidity of their beliefs may prevent them from efficiently resolving their cognitive dissonance, leading to persistent psychological discomfort and potential negative outcomes.
How do you just get started with an account and then, create that thing? Do you have to join their Discord?
No.
Okay, well then, I already joined with my account, and do you have to go to top left and hit new chat?
No, you see the center bottom? You see the bottom in the center that has like a little text bar in the bottom, and you have
Yeah.
type in there.
Type what?
Whatever the hell you want.
Oh, okay. All right.
Whatever.
All right, I'm gonna try this.
This AI is learning.
But it's very awesome. It can help with a lot of things, really. Like when you need to do your taxes, and there's maybe something your government wants from you, and you not specifically know what to do or whatnot. There's so much use behind it to help you, solving certain things easily and quick. It can, because it has a very good way of seeing the world completely objective. You can actually type in, write me a scientific text about flat Earth without using any bias, and then it will not use the globe bias.
And so when you posted that poem or lyrics or whatever, what did you put? Do you have to put a comma between topics, or? I mean, you had my name in there.
Huh?
I mean, I haven't even tried my name, but I've been wondering how you found it in there, because I was putting some names on YouTube that I use that aren't like Helioskeptic. I didn't use Helioskeptic. I used another name. But what is that? What you
don't know what you mean, Helio?
I'm just wondering, that post you said Helioskeptics acknowledge of OpenAI, and its might, and he craved to know its secrets, to explore the light, to see the light. I mean, do you have to put keywords to get them to actually create this, or you just put?
No, you just type what you want. Like you can type, I want to have a poem about dicks and shadows. I don't know. Just type in whatever you want to type in.
No, but what did you type to make that happen?
Huh?
Was it just a few words?
Just type in a sentence, man. Don't be scared of it, man. Just type in a sentence.
Yeah,
Human asking.
Ask them about globe Earth or some shit. Just whatever.
I don't give a shit about the globe when it comes.
Or ask them about whatever. Ask them about music.
You can ask everything.
Tell them to write you a song, but just use like music notes
and respond.
Let me try to type some old lyrics, some of my old songs.
May you respond? Do you see what you started here? Helio's he's like on the brink of robotic poetry. Hold on a second. I was kind of joking, but yeah. What was your next question? While Helio talks to this robot for a second.
Well, I'd just like to say thousands of years of Western civilization, all of those people and poets of the past are currently rolling around in their graves. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling
Robotic
you.
poetry is an oxymoron.
Look, Helio, I'm posting what he wrote down.
I'm just trying to type in. Do I type in 2 words, 1 word, or type in a phrase?
I just put make a song using music notes. He says, "Sure, here's a simple song that can be played on a piano or on other instruments. The song is
This is crazy.
E major, so you can
Well, I
use."
guess I'm
with
using
like-
it wrong then.
I bet you could put a semicolon in there and it would respond.
Let's try that.
It's like every time I try to type in there, they're saying, "Could you provide more context or explain
Yeah.
the question in more detail?"
What are you typing in though?
Yeah, what are you typing in, can you?
I was just, I'm wondering. That's why I was asking him how.
What are you typing?
Do you even know how to type, Helio?
Motherfucker, you know how to type.
What can you just tell me? What are you typing?
I mean, do I have to type the entire thing, or
Just type a sentence?
the rest? I mean, what? I was just wondering, do I need to put in context and the AI creates the rest, or I was just wondering. I thought that's what it was like.
Let's say I wanted to write a song. I said, "Can you write a song and to say about the sun?" And it will write you a song about the sun.
Yeah,
and then you can actually send your note. You can actually write back and say, "No, can you write the song?"
Let me ask you, Clay under Seal. No, Clay under Seal. I mean, you posted that thing earlier. Heel skeptic sought knowledge of open AI and its might. He craved to know its secrets, to explore and see light. He gazed up at the sun, and as it rose up in the sky, he wondered at its power and the secrets it did hold high. Did you write all of that, or did the AI write that?
That's what the AI write. I write this. See, I asked the AI to do this. This is what I just typed. The last thing that is in the chat. I wrote, "Write me a poem in Old English about helioskeptic wanting to know more about OpenAI." That's what I wrote.
That's what you wrote, and then that app wrote the song.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm typing the wrong shit in then.
Just ask a question. It's a full body question.
Fucking Helio.
Well, I totally misunderstand it. I mean, you can laugh at me all fucking day if it's your first time.
Oh, you're not laughing at you.
It's
funny, that's all, bro.
Yeah, it is funny. I didn't know you could just type a question in and it'll read you a whole fucking poem about it or something.
The AI is definitely a glober.
Of course, Glover.
They've even got AI art programs. You can tell them to paint a picture. You can just put in a sentence and say, "Draw me a picture," or falling stars and angels, or something like that. And then the AI will draw you a really nice picture. You can pick different types of artists, like to follow their style. You can.
Let me try this again.
There's some pretty cool AI stuff out there.
Oh, I'm gonna try to see if it can write me an image in Base 64.
Shit, I just typed in, "Tell me about Donald Trump," and it's giving me all this. How do you just like?
Holy shit! It's writing me an image in Base 64 of the sun and moon.
Lol, it does really write an image. I don't know what it's.
No image.
Oh,
Just text.
write me a poem.
Write me an.
Here we go.
No, you need to ask. Write me an image in letters. Write me an image in letters.
Yeah. So no. If you create an image in Base 64 of the sun and moon or whatever, in Base 64 of whatever, is actually creating an image in Base 64.
What is Base 64?
Oh, Base 64. Nice.
So Base 64 is just like.
Can you type that? Can you type that in chat? Base. Okay, so I was understanding bay. Of a cat. Okay. Here's an image. Lol. I don't get it. So I asked if he can write me a Oh, wait a second. Here's an image of a kid base 6. How can I then get the picture out of it?
Go to codebeautify.org and you can actually get
Code beautify.
codebeautify.org. You can usually put that in a HTML, but
Can you send me a link to that?
sure. Give me a second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Didn't like it.
For me, it's just a blank image. Weird. Didn't work.
It didn't work.
What did you type in to get an image?
At the when I tried to download it, didn't like it. So I'm trying to see if I could probably write a little small HTML to actually translate it.
I'm becoming familiar with this now.
I'm glad, Halo.
I asked the question. I'm not going to read it out on here. Right.
So if you type,
I said, write me a poem about World War II.
if you type that in to HTML, like an index, and then convert it to HTML, right there where it starts after base 64, you put that code in. In other words, I'll edit it so you can see.
Hmm.
You see that? If you copy that, make an index, make a new text message or not a new notepad, and then change the extension to an HTML tag, you should be able to see it.
Okay.
Do that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because I just searched my name in that same format, right? It didn't come up.
Or you could go here in W3 Docs and try it.
Boring.
Yeah, it can't write base 64.
How did this turn into this? This is weird.
The guy asked a question, and I don't even know what he was talking about, really.
I think Helio is diving deep into the depths of an AI conversation.
No, I'm actually talking to you live, motherfuckers, and you're posting shit about you're posting HTML shit in the chat. That's, nobody's actually gives a shit about.
Well, we're trying to make the AI create an image, right? So I made it
following it.
I made it a simple. Yeah,
I can barely follow what Claire Under Seal was posting earlier from the other thing, and now you're posting
that's just you.
HTML and shit. This isn't a freaking geek forum.
Elmo, do you actually know that there's also on that side an image generator?
Yeah, but I'm trying to make it where it just does it on just base 64 and not
right. Gotcha.
I refined it to make it PNG to see if it actually works. That gave me a more cleaner. Let's.
I just found an AI text generator, and I put in there end times and angels, and this is what it wrote.
Oh, here we go.
It just gave me a white box.
I just put end times and angels, and that's all it said, right? It wrote that paragraph.
Forces of evil.
There's all kinds of them out there.
However, there will be also a time of great hope and salvation. The righteous will be saved from the destruction, and the forces of good will triumph over evil. The end times will be a time of great upheaval and turmoil. The world will be plunged into darkness and destruction, and the forces of evil will be unleashed. However, there will also be a time of great hope and salvation. The righteous will be saved from the destruction, and the forces of good will triumph over evil. How many repeats? This is what AI understands. Is just repeating good and bad, good and bad. Oh,
yeah, I guess I just put end times and angels. That's all I put. I didn't put. That was a very brief, thing for it to write about. But I just figured I'd throw something out there. There's tons of these online. You can get AI art generators. You can write, and I could have put end times and angels in an art generator, and that would have drew this picture of end times and angels, whatever the art generator would decide what that would be. But they're pretty cool. You can have some really nice, very interesting pictures show up. Let me tell you that.
No, you're good. You're good. I get you.
I mean, there's all kinds of this AI shit out there now.
No, that's cool. Got around it. Yeah, it's just like seems like the one that he was talking about is not working for me. Let me type poem. Let me try this. Poem about End times. Probably get something. As the darkness closes in and the end of days begins, the world is filled with fear as the final curtain nears. The skies are rent with fire as the final hour draws nigh. The ground shakes and quakes as the end of all things takes. The shadows lengthen and grow as the light begins to fade. The world falls into despair. The final moments are bared. But even in the darkest hour, there is a glimmer of hope. For in the end, we are all one, and our journey is never done.
I wonder if you could take one of these generators like you just did and have it write a song and then have some artist sing it and it becomes a big hit. Does the art generator owner at that point sue you in court and take all the money away from you?
I guess, if you're doing, if you sign up with an account on the AI generator, if the AI comes up with lyrics, but if you alter them and adjust them a little bit, no. You can just take ideas from it and make it your own. Legally, that's kind of the way it should work. If it doesn't, I don't see how they would have recourse. Like if they make up that little paragraph that I just read, and I just changed a few words, and I would change a lot in that, but if it would just gave me an idea and then I changed it up and made it my own and set a copyright on it, they wouldn't have no recourse against that. I mean, you can't use it. Well, I don't even, like I said, I haven't read their guidelines or anything, but I'm pretty sure they would have recourse if you just used it literally, the same way that it was described. But you might even be able to partner with them and it's like, oh, I'm going to make a whole shitload of songs or poems and just read them off. And every time I read one, you give me $50,000 and be like, we're partners in this. You know what I mean? As the darkness closes in and the end of days begin, the world is filled with fear as the final curtain nears. The skies are rent with fire as the final hour draws nigh. The ground shakes and quakes. Whatever. I'd probably have to go through it like 50 times to really get the whole thing. But anyway, I just typed in, let's see, I said poem about end times. That's what I typed in, and that's what it gave me. The skies are rent with fire as the final hour draws nigh. So yeah, if I was like to put that shit out there, without their permission, that's probably when I signed up for this site. It's probably in their contract. Anything the AI comes up with based on my results.
There's also these that you can sign up on a list where they haven't released the new next generation art generator or lyrics generator, and you can get on a list and you can be one of the first few people that have access to it. And there's a limited people that have access to it. And I think it costs a little bit of money, but you can get involved in some really good ones, really badass art generators and lyrics generators. But you need to get on a list, and I think you pay a little bit of money, and then, like I said, you have access to the next generation of generator that's above all the free ones anyway. The free ones, aren't near as good as the ones that you get on the list for.
Freedom isn't free. It's the same for you. And that's from
Team America.
Team America World Police.
It was like Freedom cost $1.09.
Team America.
America! Oh, yeah. Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah. Terrorist, your game is through. Now you have to answer to America. It's the last verse of the AI generated poem that started with poems about end time, or poem about end times. So let us hold on to each other as the end times come to pass. For together we will weather the storm of the final hour at last. Bro! What? How did the AI know? Or not, why the final hour is not the like in human spirituality, not the final hour for any of us. Wow, man. It seems like a negative thing. For together we will weather the storm of the final hour at last. Maybe.
Well, I can say that not everything that the AI says is right?
No, sure. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious now what poem about apocalypse would sound like. Poem about apocalypse. What's going on here? I'm typing in the wrong box.
The AIs are quicker than the human mind at writing these things, aren't they?
Quicker, but not necessarily as creative.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe not necessarily, but like I said, there's better ones out there, but you got to pay and get on a list and be one of only a few people that have access to it. And they're a lot better from what I've heard. I know a guy that signed up, and I have to ask him if he's got access to an art generator yet that he signed up for.
I mean,
he said
you can pull up AI music, and it's not. It's total shit. So I mean, these type of things aren't. They're not from spirit, as far as creation goes. I mean, can you imagine an AI? It's like, I'm a singer. I was born a singer. I can't imagine a vocalist unless they had some super high technology to sing, like some of the best singers in the world. That's just it's not going to be possible. I mean, you can recreate some of them, but spell that right. APOP. Shit, I think I spelled it wrong. No, it's Apoc.
You probably saw the documentary or whatever it was, Helio, where they said, well, they were talking to a producer. No, it was an interview with the producer of Alice in Chains, and they said when they took him into Lane Staley into that recording studio booth, like people were running out of their offices. They'd never heard anything just to see what was going on, how that sound was being made, and it was just him in there talking about AI not being able to produce certain things.
No, nobody can do what Lane Staley did. Nobody can. And just like no robot voice, and it's just going to be electronic. Yeah, it's just crazy. I typed in, and I think I spelled it wrong, but it still gave me. Here's a poem about the apocalypse of that. It was a typo because it's supposed to be APACOLI, or maybe I did spell it right. Who knows? But anyway, they said the end is near, the end is nigh. World as we know it is about to. The world as we know it about to die. The sky is dark, the air is still. As the final curtain falls, our time to fill. The ground shakes and quakes as the end of all things takes. The skies are rent with fire as the final hour grows dire. Holy shit. Damn, this sounds like some freaking Slayer shit. The world is filled with fear as the end of days draws near. See, but this might be a good idea, to have for writing some lyrics if you just type in the right little function. So let us hold on to each other as the apocalypse comes to pass. Maybe I did spell it right. For together we will weather the storm of the final hour at last. I could freaking do some metal vocals over that, but then do some like singing and harmony shit too. The
Makes it
end
sound
is
like well.
near, the end is nigh, the world as we know it about to die. The sky is dark, the air is still. The final curtains are time to fill. I ain't gonna say this AI robot ain't so bad at doing this shit. Anyway. But it's all 4/4, just the way I hear it. But I can fix that too.
Yeah, maybe Ronnie James Dio didn't die. He just has a new job.
He has a new job. He's in that fucking AI system.
Yeah, maybe Ronnie James Dio exists within the AI.
He never died in my mind. So anyway, he's my fucking hero.
I told you about the day I met him, didn't I? In the elevator.
You probably did, but it might have been a while ago and I forgot. But yeah.
No, I have never heard this story.
Well, I was staying at the Hilton Hotel in Ogden, Utah, and they had just played a concert in what's called the D Event Center. And I had a room on the top floor. It was like the presidential suite. And I was up there weighing up some white powder, you want to say. And I had one of those aluminum briefcases full, like about 8 kilos or something. Anyway, I got in the elevator coming down the next morning, and it went down one floor and stopped. And James Dio walked in the door. And I'm talking to my wife, bitching about them guys keeping us up all night. And he pipes up and he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He said, "That was my road crew." He held out his hand and said, "My name's James Dio. Nice to meet you." And he says, I'm sorry for, those guys keeping you up all night and stuff. And I'm standing there with a briefcase full of fucking cocaine. Anyway, it was kind of a weird deal. He's about 5'2" tall. He's just a little tiny guy. Of course, you probably knew that, huh, Dio? James Dio. Hi, I'm James Dio. I'm sorry my crew kept you up all night.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
It wasn't your crew, but yeah, okay.
No, I didn't use it those days. I was into.
Sorry, I was going to go smoke. I thought your story was going to be longer, but yes, I know Ronnie James Dio. In person is the size, like the height of my mother. She's like 5'3". But bro, on stage, fucking beast. Nobody can do what he does.
I've never seen him in concert.
Well, I mean, you've seen him on videos, right? I mean, in live?
He used to sing for Sabbath, didn't he? Black Sabbath at one time, or did he not?
Yeah, he did, but like his original stuff.
Yeah, I know he has his own stuff.
Rainbow in the dark.
Yep.
Okay, anyway, so you met him, but you weren't a big fan or anything? You didn't know?
I didn't even know who the
he
fuck
was?
James Dio was when he introduced himself.
Dude, he's my favorite.
He didn't introduce himself as Ronnie James Dio. He just had
my favorite is Ronnie James Dio, and Sebastian Bach, and Ozzy Osbourne. But Ozzy, not because he's the greatest vocalist, is just so unique. And
I think Ozzy is a pretty good vocalist in life.
Yeah, he's pretty, but it's just he's so unique. It's just like he's a performer, and it's just like he owns everything. Everywhere.
I've seen Black Sabbath in the Salt Palace in 1972, right after they came out with Iron Man. It was the Iron Man tour.
Holy shit!
I am Iron Man.
Imagine. You know, it's funny. Like for Christmas, my favorite present, which I didn't get a lot of presents this year, my brother bought me a Black Sabbath t-shirt. I was like, yep, thank you.
Nice.
And you know what? Me and my brother went in together on buying tickets to the Walmart Amphitheater here in Fayetteville. We're taking our mom to see Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top in July. I'm gonna wear my Black Sabbath t-shirt.
Didn't Ozzy just record something again just recently?
I don't think so. I think he's not doing well.
Oh, I thought he did something kind of. I don't know. I seen something. I thought it was kind of recent. Maybe.
No, I think from what I heard, he went back to England and he's just like
getting ready to croak.
Yeah, he's on his last legs.
His wife Sharon was sure a badass. Yeah. Have you ever heard that story that she tells about when Ozzy was staying in a little shack of an apartment, and she was bringing him food every day, trying to keep him alive, and blah blah blah.
Dude.
And somehow he met with Randy Rhoads, and he started recording music with him. And then Sharon went to her dad. He's a big producer, I guess. Sharon's dad.
Yeah.
And she talked him into, listening to this music. And so he did. And first he says, nope, I'm not doing it. Ozzy's a waste of flesh. He says, I'm not doing it. She finally talked him into it. And then so they had a board meeting where they had this big round table and all these people come in to have this talk with Ozzy about cutting this album. Or they just got done with it. I can't remember which. I think they just got done with it, but I'm not real sure. Anyway, some lady had a bird with her. And it was like her pet bird. And as soon as Ozzy sat down at the table, this bird flew over and landed on his head. He picked it off of his head and bit its head off and spit it on the table.
Somebody threw it up on stage and he thought it was just like a joke, but it was a real bat. That's the story.
No, I'm telling you, this happened in.
We're mixing up stories.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking about something.
The way I heard Ozzy tell it to David Letterman after it happened is it was a big. They were releasing doves or pigeons or doves as this promo thing for the release of it. Blah blah blah.
Well, I watched this documentary and it was told that he was at a meeting with when he first time he bit the bird's head off. First time he did it on stage after a bunch of times, I guess. But they were getting ready to cut this album, and this one of the board directors was there, and her bird flew over and landed on his head. He yanked it off his head and bit its head off. And Sharon's dad kicked him out, told him to get the fuck out of here. We're never doing another thing with you. And it finally calmed him down because he realized how good the music was. That was the first album that he did with Randy Rhoads. And the guy ended up producing the album for him, and it ended up being one of his biggest fucking sellers ever of all time, wasn't it?
Well, it's just like, people give a lot of shit to Ozzy because nobody can understand what he's saying unless he's singing, right?
Right.
And so, but he had a lot of really people around him that respected his talent. that could speak for him. So that's the way I see it.
I'll see if I can find that documentary.
What's up with all the? You might know, and maybe I'm all. What's up with all the British rock star singers like Mick Jagger, Ozzy? When they sing, they don't even sound. I hate to say it, but they sound like American rock stars. I know it's the other way around, but
no, it is. That's
it's weird. Maybe it's because they were listening to the American rock stars on the records. Or...
but only in punk do they sound like British.
The guys from California sound like they're from. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean,
Beatles are talking
because I'm not sure, but I think because the style it happened at the same time. I think it came from like the 50s, Beatles, and maybe like early 60s, and Jimi Hendrix and everything, and I don't know. Like Eric Clapton, he was British, but he just sounded American when he sang.
That
just like weird.
Yeah, it's strange.
But it's just like, if you want to sound British, that's cool too. I mean, that worked for the punk rock scene. It's just like, like the Sex Pistols and shit. They were fucking total British, man.
God save the Queen.
But the Rolling Stones, it's like they were British, but they weren't. You could tell they were British, but it was still. I mean, it's just like it depends. I think as far as all of that goes, we're still speaking English, in the songs, but it just depends on who you're a fan of, right?
Yeah, they're not singing under my thumb. That's
like Led Zeppelin too.
Under my thumb.
That's just like Led Zeppelin. They were British. This shit didn't sound. They didn't sound like Brits for the most part, right?
Don't be alarmed now.
We have some tea and some biscuits. Da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun.
Oh, they sound like they're from Seattle.
Sunshine on my face. It's like that motherfucker didn't sound British on that shit.
Okay, I'm a little bit wrong about the story. It's been too long ago since I seen it. But here it is if you want to watch it. It's about when he ended up cutting the album. Was at a meeting, whatever. He pulled the bird, landed on his knee. Some girl's bird. He bit the head off. And then he did it again on the way out because he had another bird in his pocket.
Oh, you're looking at? Did you look at? Are you a Google Earther?
It's the best part. I forgot.
No, it's I found on YouTube, my friend.
No. Yeah, I already know. I looked it up. Yeah, I already know about the bat thing. I already know about the bat deception thing. What was it?
This was at a meeting about making that album I was telling you about. The first album he made with Randy Rhoads.
And then the bat was someone threw it on stage. He thought it was a rubber bat because he said, "I was out of my mind." And he picked it up, ripped its head off, and it was a real bat and had to go get rabies shots.
No, that's what I heard, but who knows?
Yeah, there's two different things,
Yeah, two different incidents. The one I just posted, he definitely bit the bird's head off. It was the girls that were standing next to him. It was her bird or something. And they were at a.
He was probably on like 2 ounces of cocaine at that point. Probably,
Yeah, probably.
Did you guys watch that Netflix series about Molly Crew when they were playing with Ozzy? Did you see that freaking documentary? It was not a documentary. It's just like it was a show. What's it called? It was a Molly Crew documentary, but they had a character that played Ozzy on there, and they were doing a scene where Ozzy was just like totally freaking out of his mind on cocaine, which he's not he's not. He admits that he was all fucked up the entire time. So whatever, do what it do. It's like I may have inadvertently bitten the head off of a bird or maybe a bat, and I don't fucking remember that shit. But damn, that was a good show.
I did not watch the Motley Crue one, but I did finally bring myself to watching Beware of Mr. Baker, and that was pretty good. The Ginger Baker part documentary, part interview.
This friend of mine named Pat McNamara was at a concert in Salt Lake and seen Eddie Money one night. Somehow, Pat ended up meeting him after the show, took him to his house and partied all night with him. Eddie Money talked him into giving him an ounce of cocaine. He said he'd pay him for it later. He never seen him again. He just blew him off. Got my buddy's ounce of cocaine.
I've seen Ozzy Osbourne live, like, I think it 5 times, and every single time, fucking amazing. Every time. So no matter what happened, when he's on stage, fucking amazing, man. And it's like I love performing live. You know, you've heard some of my live stuff or whatever, but it's just like no, whether I'm sober, drunk, or whatever, I'm in another zone when I'm doing the song. You know, I'm the vocalist, like Ozzy.
I've never seen him live. I've had friends who saw him live, and after the concert, they kept saying, "Show me your cigarette lighters."
Dude, Ozzy, he's a performer, man. Well, not anymore, man. I don't think he'll ever do a live show again. I think he's done with that. But dude, I saw him back in the day, and I've seen him throughout the years. I mean, he did Ozfest, and he was the headliner on his Ozfest tours, and it was so awesome.
You know, if MTV, I know that recently they've written off all these Black Sabbath reunions, Ozzy. But if MTV still exists, they could do an unplugged, and Ozzy could sit there and sing some. He could still do those songs.
I'm telling you, man, his vocals were always perfect. It wasn't like he didn't like. I'm a singer, so I know when you break, when your voice isn't right. And every time I saw Ozzy, his voice was, it was right.
And to hear Ozzy tell it, he has no training. He doesn't know what he's doing. He just does it. Yeah, it sounds like what it sounds like.
He was born for it. He was born for it.
Let me tell you what, I seen it when he made one of his last albums. I can't remember when he was on his own. He wasn't with Sabbath. They had this documentary they did when he was in the studio. And let me tell you what, in that studio, he was on top of it. He didn't stutter and stammer, act like he did on that stupid show.
Just like you can be just like I am on here, but you put me in a studio.
Yeah, Ozzy was.
It's just like when you're in the zone, it's just like don't fuck with me.
He was like the boss of everything. He didn't. People. Yeah. He talked and people listened.
I'm not saying I'm Ozzy or anything. I'm just saying I'm a vocalist and have been my entire life. I realized I could sing when I was 7 years old. I was like, why can't I sing, you know?
He ain't nothing like that reality show in real life.
No.
He's fucking, he was on top of shit.
Dude, as far as a rock and roll singer, he's one of the gods of rock and roll, if you want to put it that way. You know, as far as in a picture of it. I mean, I've seen him, like I said, like 5 or 6 times I've seen him perform, and live, his voice never faltered. Now, whatever you saw beyond that, that's the character on the TV shows. But when I saw him perform live, he always held it together. He was a master of the universe on stage. and he made other masters of the universe by partnering with them, like Zach Wilde and so many more. Everybody that participated with the Black Sabbath team and all that kind of stuff, they only existed because of his creativity and brilliance. And so, like, a lot of people give me shit. Whatever. I'm not comparing myself to Ozzy or anything, but I love to sing, man. I wish I could do what he did. My fault, maybe. Or maybe it was just, it's timing. I think I'm his biggest fan. Him and Ronnie James Dio. That's 1 and 2. My son, by the way, he's a drummer. He's out on tour. He played, I think he played Albuquerque Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I seen that video you sent me of your son playing.
Yeah.
They were outside at some park or something. I don't know where it was.
Yeah, well, he's touring with another band besides that band. He filling in for the drummer that couldn't tour, and so they practice a lot. And so he's on a tour. They've played in Kansas, and played in Albuquerque. I don't know what the entire tour is, but they.
Yeah, I seen one of your things you posted about him playing.
But they were playing. They were play in L.A. and shit. I don't know. He's out there playing his heart out. The name of the band is Revenge Bodies, and he's playing for now. He's supposed to be a substitute drummer, but it's like if you have to substitute a drummer to go on tour, then don't you want a real an original drummer to go on tour with you? Oh, right, yeah. We're just like, all right, well, you substituted a tour with this drummer. Well, wouldn't you be the actual drummer for the band now? Well, the other guy's just sitting at home. Like, thanks for filling in for me.
Yeah, I think
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the blueprint of all of this is seen in the Ramones. That's how you establish who the drummer is. Whoever's drumming in the band.
This is like that, but he's on tour right now. He's substituting for the original drummer. Like, bitch, you. Anyway, so I mean, this guy, anyway. Anyway. So, yeah, I mean, he's doing some Facebook posts that, we're in Albuquerque. And we're, because they left, they played in Kansas, they played in Oklahoma, and then they went to Albuquerque, and they're heading toward California. You're the drummer for that band now. Right? If this guy couldn't do that, then you're the drummer now.
Well, let's hope he doesn't get Def Leppard and lose an arm, eh? That'd be terrible. Hope that doesn't.
Yeah, or maybe not. Well,
I seen Def Leppard play after he had gotten in that wreck, he was playing with one arm and using a bunch of his feet for a different shit. Pretty good.
Hey, yeah, even Def Leppard, but he lost an arm and still fucking. That's the first my first concert was Def Leppard, and he was a one-armed drummer.
That's right.
I mean, it's a pretty cool look. I mean,
he played really well, I thought.
He does. He figured it all out, man. It was a pretty awesome concert.
Yes, he did.
And I was thinking of the original Metallica. They lost a bass player, right? Mm-hmm. So I kind of worry him about him being out there. But you know what? I messaged him. I was just like, all right, get rid. The worst part about being on tour like that is not the worst part, but the best part. It's like, you're the new guy in the band. They're going to prank the shit out of you all the time. It's like, get ready.
And they got to see if you can handle it without losing your shit like a 2-year-old.
Yeah. They've already been on tour a few times, and they're going to prank the fuck out of you, right? Is that you, Larry?
Yeah, I actually came in because I was working on that new argument, and I wanted to share it. You were talking about music, and I couldn't help but chime in.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you play bass, and
I used to quite a bit.
Yeah, but bass is a rhythm instrument, and yeah, my son's a pretty badass drummer. You've seen him before, videos of.
Yeah, once the drummer and the bass guitar get that groove, it makes the people move.
It do what it do. So, what are you gonna say?
So, my new argument that I've been working on, if there's this refraction to where we can see mountains 273 miles away, then the sunlight would be refracting, and you wouldn't have standard sunset and sunrise times that's predictable throughout the year, right? Because if we're talking 250 plus miles, that's a huge difference in sunset time if the sun can refract that far. And if the light can refract that far, then you wouldn't have the image that you see with the Terminator line. You would have a Terminator zigzag line.
Is there any even with flat earthers, is there any room for devil's argument, in that area? What is it called? Not devil's
Yeah, if you want to argue against me and play devil's advocate, please do.
Devil's advocate, that's what I meant. I'm not going to. I'm just wondering if there's any. There's not. I mean, 275 miles, even if from the original observation, which is established. Well, what's the name of that website where they viewed that? Come on, Hank, you brought it up. Or Larry. It's where they do the longest distance observations. There's a website that is dedicated to that. And it's from a certain point where they can only view from that far away because the sun is setting behind these.
So listen to what I'm saying. So the different refractive indexes of the different cities that are, on the same parallel line would have different sunset times and sunrise times. Because if one area, it was refracting to where it was bending the light down into the ground, right, you wouldn't be able to see the mountains. If it's bending it up out into space, quote unquote space, then you wouldn't see the mountains. But because it's bending at 8 inches per mile squared, the distance, enough to where we could see the image, then that means that happens sometimes. And if that happens, then the sunset time would change and would not be predictable. So you wouldn't have, a Terminator line. You would have a Terminator zigzag line.
What? So that's why I was asking you from the if you're going to bring up the long distance observation from 275 miles away. I can't remember the name of the website where it wasn't a flat earther that did that, but we bring it up off. I can't remember the name of the website. It's
Explore the Horizon or something like that. It was something like that. And
yeah, Beyond. Is it
Beyond the Horizon?
Horizons? Beyond Horizons. I think that's it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to take the piss out of it because people will say, "Hey,
hello guys."
They were at 9,000 feet when they saw this observation from 275 miles away." I mean, so you have to be. I mean, you probably already know that, but let me.
Hey guys, I need a help in VC check-in one. I have a friend. I need him to be verified, please.
Sure, Gomer. Is he in?
In VC check-in one. I will be waiting for you there. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys.
I'll jump in, and I'll explain how to get involved.
Go ahead.
Cool.
So, does anybody have anything to add to what I said about the refraction causing the sunset time to vary?
Would it be refraction or distortion that you're talking about?
So they claim refraction is causing the light to bend around the curved Earth, right? Towards a denser medium, right? Down around the curve. And if it looks flat, then it would have to be bending at the same curvature rate at the curve, especially at a distance like 250 plus miles away, right? It would have to be bending at the same curvature rate as the curve of the Earth, so the light's bending down around the Earth. If that's happening, then the sunlight should enter the exosphere, bend down into the thermosphere, and down around the Earth past the Terminator line. So, how do you have a sunset on a globe Earth with all that refraction?
Well, if you apply a specific type of different definition and a specific type of scientific formula, you can actually apply by a different type of definition that it works on the globe, especially when you use a specific type of mathematical equations, and basically by that logic you can be sure that it's a globe.
So, didn't I just debunk the moon landing because they show us a straight Terminator line? And if that's true, then refraction is not happening.
Yeah, but there will be a globe having
the moon landing is fake. So it's a catch-22. It's an auto got him. Automatically got him from the start of the argument.
You know, same as with gravity, we just know that it picks and chooses, okay? So it's a matter of picking and choosing.
All you got to do is get the argument out before they scream over you. Because once you get it out, it's over.
Literally, the globers that scream over you are unsavable regarding changing their mind. Like, some of these globers are literally lost. They're so in love with the idea of their science fiction, of their fairy tale, that you can't help them. I'm very sure of that. There's some people who will never get out of it, no matter what they're presented with.
So I'm not saying that refraction doesn't exist anymore. What I'm saying is their standard refraction, super refraction thing that they were talking about, that little model, it's done. Or the moon landings are fake, and that still happens somehow, and we just can't see it because the cities do have slightly varying sunset and sunrise times. But it would be 250 miles plus. Is that like close to 15 degrees or an hour?
I don't know. Anyways, I wish you guys a good night. See you later.
You, bro.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. So, so happy birthday. Yeah, and this is me sober. Believe we're sober? We are.
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
All right. Click.
Sorry. We're just having a little time. KJ was with me today while I was working, and our brains are fried, and she's eating an entire pizza right next to me, which is great, making me hungry. And therefore, when I get home, I'm going to gorge to the point where I might throw up once or twice. Then I will go right to bed.
Hey, well, now I'm hungry.
Really? After pizza, I'm going to throw up twice? You're like, yeah, let's go.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Radix menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
Yeah, that's where we got the pizza from. Yeah, that's where we got pizza from Spacies. It's good. It's really good.
It's easier to throw up in space.
Oh man, can you imagine throwing up like outside in outer space? It would just turn to like ice crystals, right? Something. What would it do?
Dude, you could spread life to another planet with that.
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, so we need to talk about that. The 96 bags of trash and poop and stuff that they left on the moon, right? Once again, audience, if you believe they landed on the moon, you also believe trash on the moon. So, that's nice.
Would you call that?
Anyway, yeah. I wonder what kind of other life is now teeming on other planets.
Would you call it pollution? Not pollution, but pollution. Ah, hell, it doesn't work.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Moon. I mean, it's moon pollution. Let's be honest. Moonlution.
It's lunar.
But anyway, yeah. So it's got to be that our DNA is spread all over now because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere containing it. Am I wrong? But does it have one now?
It's part of ours now. We're friends.
Oh shit, that's right. Wait, so we're just going to be at some point it's going to be raining poop and pee from the 1960s all over everybody. At some point, right?
Well, how do you think the invention of dehydrated ice cream was stumbled upon?
Oh dear.
Anyway, don't worry about it. That golf ball, that thing landed just 60 yards downrange of Alan Shepard, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. They thought it was going to go forever, but nope.
Yeah, it actually traveled. It traveled a couple football fields, and then they said, "Oh no, you know what? It didn't go off into space. We can leave 96 bags of shit here."
They shanked it.
96 bags of shit on the moon. 96 bags of shit. Take one down, pass it around.
Maybe they took it with them. Maybe that's why they were so angry, because they didn't have a smell lab back in 1969.
Well, I mean, maybe they just wanted to recycle it.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
It's really, really, really good engineering.
It is shit, Austin. It's a bit nutty.
Just a heads up, that coffee we gave you earlier had fluorescent calcium in it, so we can track the neuronal activity in your brain.
Sorry, I'm just having a good time over here. But hey, maybe that's their policy, right? You're supposed to carry your bags of dookie with you if you go to Antarctica, so maybe that's just kind of the policy. You got to carry it around with you.
Because what if extremophiles living in your poop would have landed on the moon in '69 and been growing all these decades with nothing to cease them from stopping growing?
Sounds like a Matt Damon film yet to be produced. Sandra Bullock and Matt Damon.
Planet
And
Poop
McConaughey.
Kansas.
Sean Penn as the space shit. Yeah, the first half of that lyric it's hard to wrap my brain around the whole refraction thing. But the second question, yes, the moon landing is fake.
I'll think of a better way to say it.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place? What the fuck y'all talking about? The moon landing. That's bullshit too. So talk about something else.
I particularly like that clip because they try to press this rapper. You know, they try to get him to say some controversial stuff. And he's like, he's like, no, I'm not going to talk about this.
Y'all be entertained by bullshit. Talk about something else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he ultimately says this.
Y'all be entertained by bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. So like, change the subject. I'm finna walk out.
I love it. You know, somebody tries to publicly make you start saying stuff like, nah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, like really, bitch. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna turn the cameras off. I'm gonna punch you in the larynx a couple times. Then I'm gonna have my boy give you $1,000 if I drive home laughing.
But
Larry,
it seems like he
hold on
didn't
a second.
agree.
Let me. I don't want Larry to go and rechanging his presentation because it sounded very well thought out, and all I could respond to was the space part. But the Terminator line thing, you know, I'd have to draw pictures and things. But it would be nice if there was a boiled down way to explain to them that refraction is nonsense. I think they know it's nonsense, but they need to know it's nonsense. Terrestrial refraction, that is. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I think this really does put an end to their super refraction argument. Right? Of course, refraction happens, right? We know that it happens, but the way that they're saying that it happens, there's no way to verify that.
Well, it's been falsified, right? We debunked the radius. They don't have a terrestrial refraction. You can't have 7/6 r if there's no r. 7/6 r, if r is 0, 7/6 is still 0. But yeah, I feel like my role has been to reset the table. It seems like people have forgot that we had been saying that refraction was a factor for years. And so it wasn't until the Black Swan that they had to reformulate their position. And it just so happens that they reformulate it behind our position. So just like, welcome to Flat Earth, everyone. And it just seems like, go ahead.
Go ahead. There is, you know, a little bit of wobbliness to the atmosphere, right? It does make things kind of heat wave, but saying that it could bend around the curve of the Earth at, you know, 270 miles, that's a stretch. That's a huge stretch of land, right? 270 miles? That's wow, that's a lot of land.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of super refraction.
I can't even think of an example when that's happened on a small scale. You know, if there's a bridge that has some curvature, I'm standing on one side. Is there going to be some sort of condition someday where I'm going to be able to see my buddy on the other side of this hill? I don't think so. I mean, I will admit I did watch a video last night. There was a globe earther who posted a video of his, Jesse Gordon. Maybe you guys have heard of him, but posted a video of him showing a curved aluminum beam in a salt gradient. And so had three little putty towers, one in the center and then one on each side. And the salt gradient did sort of make the beam look like it was flat. And then once he mixed up the water, the gradient became more homogeneous, and then you could sort of see more curvature of the beam. So that was really interesting. Kind of cool to see them at least try to demonstrate something for once. I'll see if I can grab the video if anyone's interested. Give me a sec.
So all we have to do is show them the photo from the moon landing where the Earth had the Terminator line, right? Which we all know was shot in low Earth orbit. So we show them this picture and ask them, where's the refraction that's supposed to be happening? Like in stretches of 250 plus miles. So I guess the claim would be the whole Earth had like perfect, like normal refraction, and no super refraction was happening anywhere that day.
Well, don't they also try to point out, like, well, look, you have the black swan, and then you have the side by side where it's a different horizon. It's like, well, let me start the slow clap. Maybe you guys are finally figuring it out. The horizon changes. That's part of our argument. Again, these people need to catch up.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing, guys?
Grant, how are you?
Yeah, how are you, man?
Good, bro. Good. Welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I mean,
I should say welcome back.
yeah, it's funny. But I think like I remember myself like more than 12 years before like I became like flat earthers. Like I don't really blame them in the like in how they think. It was just like indoctrinated to think that way and raised up to think that way. But it's just like I think those who accept and act upon their like logic and reasoning and research are those like genuine people. Like that's why like basically flat earthers are more to be genuine people like who are truth seekers than like globe earthers who are just like raised up and indoctrinated to be like that.
Yeah. It's curious to see. Oh, sorry. My bad. Just want to stick something on the background. It's curious to see how far people go off the beaten path. Like, it's interesting when you get someone who only sticks with like the mainstream narratives. It's
yeah
the NPC that's supporting the current thing at all times. You know what I mean? So
funny
you
you
start to get people who veer off
NPCs.
course. Like those are the people that might be more curious.
Indeed. And also, like when I think about sometimes like watching a movie about space, like a new like edition or like a production of like Star Trek or any like similar movies, it does affect my ability to enjoy it as like so-called sci-fi. But just like for me nowadays, when I watch something so-called sci-fi regarding space, it's just like now it's totally fictional. It's not scientific, but it's like totally fiction. That's it. It's like a fantasy.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out because I definitely went through a phase. In my early days of Flat Earth, I didn't want to. I didn't want to see the movies. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to watch any of it. But now I'm where you're at. I'm in this mindset of I can enjoy it. It's a theme. It's good for shows and movies and video games, and so it's great. It's a badass theme, actually. I mean, it gives you so many more places to explore. Obviously, there are great shows and movies that don't invoke outer space at all, and there's plenty to explore here, of course.
Exactly my point. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, actually. And I wanted to say that after being flat earther, there's a some what's the best word to call it? I'm looking for something not fantasy, but something like describes that. There's a word for it. It's like once you become a flat earther, there's a mystery. There's a mystery out of its own self. When you become a flat earther, there's different realms, different angles, different things like involved about flat earth or to flat earth, which is like, I think for me, I speak about my own self, like more fascinating than the fantasy world I used to believe in. It's like space and what have you. Now about like amazing stuff about like how big is Earth actually is. It's like
right.
What other things, like other continent we don't know about, like what's behind the like Antarctica, that what's how far can we go south if we had the ability to, right? It's like it's on another realm than what I used to believe.
Absolutely. Yeah, I quite like the mystery. I think it makes it more fun. Like they tried to tell us they had everything figured out. But we don't almost have any of the stuff they said figured out. So yeah, I love the mystery element.
Exactly. I just like while you are speaking, you like you made me like think of like flat Earth make you more curious than being globe earther. As you said, like globe earther make you like, okay, we have achieved so much and we know so much, but once you become a flat earther, you discover that what we know about the size of the world we live in is like so little. And there's so much to be curious about, so much to be discovered, so much, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, definitely. Like I've kind of looked at the globe like a bit of a playpen. They just set it up for you. This is it. That's all you need to know. Nowhere else to go.
All right,
indeed.
But on that vein, is the mystery popular for the general public? Are they interested in the mystery of it?
I think you have to sort of get someone curious. You have to sort of provoke someone's curiosity, because most people are presented with the space disc propaganda, so they have an emotional response to this silly thing, and they don't get to start asking questions that would involve like a mystery case. Oh, well, how big is it really? You're never going to get that question.
And just like we did right at the beginning, oh well, this can't be true because I already know this because everybody knows this, right? So, but the mystery part of it is, that's why I always say, and I'll say it again, we're seeking the seekers, aren't we?
Yeah, they'll find us too, right? It goes both ways.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking for them, and they're going to find us. Yeah,
exactly. And we know when we find a seeker, it's obviously they're obviously seeking what we're all coming to the same, or
Yeah,
at
you can
least
hear it in their
looking for
voice.
the same. Yeah, you can tell by their spirit
Yep.
immediately. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And then vice versa too. You can hear someone when they're like, I mean, you can hear when someone's trolling. You can hear when someone's, being condescending. You know, it's crazy. You can pick up on this stuff really quickly.
Yeah, so it's not. Once you've done this for a while, it's not really hard to find someone's spirit about the information. Yeah.
Yep. I also remember myself, like first contact, like with this alien called Flat Earth. It's like come on, it cannot be real. Like, what are you saying? Especially like coming from like physics background, and it's like, I like, that's silly, man. Because I know that so much will be thrown in garbage. If flat Earth is real. But me being like, or seeking truth, ultimately, whatever that means, I said like, okay, let's give it a go. And especially, I think at the time, like I have been watching, like first contact for me was What Happened on the Moon, a British documentary, which is about like 4 hours or something. And I said like, I think those people, like, sadly, this is how we are programmed, how we are wired. I like, those people say that it's flat Earth, like maybe they have no education, maybe they have never this and that, all the stuff like goes through like globe earthers' head usually. And but I said like, me being or trying to be genuine, honest, fair for them, I said, okay, let's listen to it. And maybe I can't last like
Sure,
or
but
withstand that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I wouldn't last like maybe 15 minutes watching this, like those like their stupid logic, stupid evidence, or if they even have evidence. But I got so like attached to what they are saying, or the stuff they are discussing, which were about what happened on the moon, literally, with the Apollo trips. And the first time I remember to actually look at the time bar, it was like 45 minutes, or it's like, I just like, time went so fast because it's amazing the stuff they opened my eyes to about the moon landing, which were the gate for me to flat Earth, basically. So step one is like, okay, moon landing didn't happen. Stage two, well, space is fake. Stage three, why all that is not true? Well, because Earth is flat, and that's how I got into flat Earth.
Yeah, the moon landing wasn't that hard to figure out, right? Technology passed, and we see what 3D graphics looks like, and old school like Photoshop back when it was literally cut and pasting. We know what the fake shit looks like, right? And we've seen like all these contradictions and patchwork, right? Just like their model is 95% dark matter and dark energy in the whole universe. 95% of it is that, and 5% is what we can see. So their model is like literally like rubber glue and duct tape.
Right, but when I was talking about the spirit of anyone's argument, are they believers, or are they actually taking a look at the genuine argument right up front and saying, all right, well, I think they're telling the truth because I trust this. It's kind of, you, when it comes to looking at this information, you have to choose in your mind and your spirit which one you're going to decide. And that's kind of where the rub is, I think, where with this argument, specifically the flat earth versus globe argument goes. I know it's deeper than that, but as far as all of that goes, because you hear us flat earthers talking all the time, but if you're new to the topic, you have to say, why do they think the Earth is flat? And then we go over it ad nauseum, and so it's not like we're bringing up anything. If you're new to the argument, of course we're going to bring up. You're going to come in and say, "Oh, explain seasons." But anyway, it's really it's the principle of who told you that. That's what I was. All right, so the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. Who told you that?
Exactly. Exactly, when you start like questioning their information, it's like, okay, wait, 93 million miles away. How did you know that, guys? And then you start discovering how like the house of cards,
So who told you that, and who showed you that?
Yeah, and how did they do it?
How did they convince you of that? That's another big question.
Yeah, like the silly story of who is it? Like Eratosthenes, like this like how he measured the distance to the sun. It's like, where's the reference for that story? Did he really do it?
Well, if you look into the story of Aristophanes, he didn't measure the distance to the sun or the circumference of Earth.
I know, man. It's crazy. But when you go to the mainstream media, it's like, it's a fact, man. It's like as a tradition, it's like passed from one generation to the other, and people suddenly lost compasses. Like, okay, it's just like, it's there, man. Like, but only when you start questioning it and researching it, then you discover like, okay, well, he didn't even do that. Like, what?
Right, because even Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson both said that it could work if it was flat or if it was
On
curved.
both.
So how is
Yep.
that their go-to number one proof?
Yeah, I mean, they made freaking films about with the Sticks and Shadows Aristophanes thing. Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson said it works on both. So
true, yeah. If that was, of course, like a genuine story, but of course, like amazing, like, and it's also funny how when some people, and I think it's normal, many of us went through this, like some people go to the extreme of like, oh, well, do you believe in the moon, guys? It's like, wait, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, I don't have to believe in the moon. I see it every night. So
it's like start asking questions, which is like it's just like silly,
It's silly looking back, but at the same time, hey, all of us were Globers. We used to believe what we said about it, So
yeah.
like, it's kind of like, hey, no, I get. It's like I used to believe in Santa Claus when I was 6, and then when I was 9, my mom was like, "All right, don't tell your brother, but I'm Santa Claus." I'm like, shit, do you think I'm not going to tell him about this? Who do you think I am?
Yeah, but like in our case, flat Earth is this like Santa Claus you're talking about. It's like once you discover it, you just like want to tell people about the truth, like every time.
Just like what was my mom said, I'm Santa Claus. Don't tell your brother. I'm just like, Mom, that's not going to happen. I'm going to tell him that you're Santa Claus.
That discussion go, Helio. How did it go? How did you break the news to him? Did he believe you, or did he have to wait another year?
I can't remember now, but I was just like, this is freaking crazy. All right, so I think we both kind of, maybe I told him, maybe I didn't. I can't remember. It was just like, but that's a simple example of it. Just like, hey, once we figured out that this bullshit about the moon and flat. Oh, man. We're talking about 40 years ago when I was 9 years old. But I do remember my mom saying, it's like, she sat me down. Don't tell your brother, but I'm Santa Claus. It kind of makes me think, even though I was a kid, I should have figured that shit out. And maybe I already had some questions about it. Like magic coming. We didn't even have a damn chimney to come down. I'm like, well, Santa Claus doesn't have to have a chimney to bring all the presents. He makes up for it in different ways.
Okay, guys. So on the YouTube, there's a guy asking, what do you think of detecting neutrinos going through one side of the Earth out the other side at its antipode? So go ahead if you want to answer it.
Oh, they have. Let me look at the text to see what they're actually saying. Let's see. So neutrinos going through one side of the Earth. Neutrinos, you mean? If you're gonna be able to see neutrinos, which nobody can see, going through one side of the Earth and coming out the other side of the Earth, that's actually impossible.
Yeah, it's like, for me, if I'm to answer that, it's like a lot of things into question here. The equipment, the like operators, so much is like so insanely huge, just like to make a claim like that,
If the only people that make claims like that are these idiots in YouTube chat, not the real scientists.
No, this is well, actually, about like, hey, Helio, don't you remember about like this like gravitational wave NASA discovered or photographed, or it's like there's like those stupid or like
holes and all kinds of
yeah. So genuinely, there's sometimes such like claims where you start like analyzing them and
theoretical physicists, going through multiple billions of light years and all that kind of shit. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not a part of what we actually experience.
Yeah, it's like so basically, if this is as it's on YouTube, on this like Flat Earth YouTube channel, so if it's like put forward that, well, this disproves Flat Earth, well, okay, let me tell you. So basically, the way we prove that Earth is flat is by observing basically the straightness of Earth by many methods and ways.
Level stationary plane through multiple observations. I mean,
exactly.
How many flat spots on Earth make it a globe? 0.
Exactly, 100%. And especially like when many of the observations are done above or near a water body, basically, and we know for sure physically that water remains level all the time. Especially like
and what they're talking about, neutrinos, that's really has nothing to do with space observation altogether. There's plenty of ways you can, use radio telescopes, vast arrays of radio telescopes. That's not what they mean by neutrinos. See, this is why I know they're full of shit, because they're not talking about the same thing that the astrophysicists are talking about. It has nothing to do with shape of Earth or where we live. They're so dumb. Or not, and I don't mean dumb, I mean they're ignorant. And ignorance is not a bad thing. Ignorance means you're in a position to learn.
It should be like that, of course, yeah. But also, when you talk about neutrinos and those like very small particles, it's a very private club, you know. Like, how what's the amount of people who
Right,
are
exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. When you're talking about neutrinos, you're talking about something. You're in a very small, you know, yeah. But they're actually just saying that, but they haven't really studied it. Or even looked at articles or anything involved. They're just like, oh well, they read an article, whatever, and said, oh well, the scientists have already said something about neutrinos, and this is what is real because they're the experts. Like, bitch, you couldn't say a word about neutrinos.
Yeah, like for example, myself will like study physics and go into like a master and also like PhD in, let's say, practical physics, and never have access to this club, you know. And only those like who are like God bestow on them like to study that specific like
It's
quantum
very
physics
specific. Like neutrinos is very specific, but it doesn't have anything to do with shape of Earth at all.
True, 100%, yes.
So what the hell does that have to do with shape of Earth?
Oh, I was reading.
Why are you even bringing it up? Not you, but whoever's bringing it up. Neutrinos have nothing to do with shape of Earth at all.
I agree.
Okay.
Can I address that? So I guess I can do it first. Yeah, so basically he was asking how come there's neutrinos, you know, at the north and south polar regions, right? I'm assuming that's what he said. So basically, yeah, there's light everywhere. Like, it permeates, you know, all of creation. So it's not a surprise that you found light somewhere. And a neutrino is just light, right?
You could only detect whatever they claim neutrinos are from a certain place. And you have to have the instrument in the right place to do that.
No, I think neutrinos cannot be seen by. Cannot be seen by the naked eyes.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Hank. I mean, am I right about that?
It's on the invisible spectrum, but it is light, right?
It depends. It depends on which spectrum. Depends on the. I don't even know what test they're talking about. They don't know either. So, I mean, it has to do with physical matter and how much power or what. There's all kinds of shit.
The intensity, right, of those neutrinos to be able to be seen.
It depends on the energy involved and how they're testing it. But it's only experienced, you know, on Earth, you know, the way that they're. If I'm wrong about this, Hank, you know, freaking fix me. Or fix them. I don't know, man. It's so dumb. This stupid neutrino shit. I'm not saying it's stupid. I think it probably exists, but it's as local as the moon, the sun, and the stars.
Sorry, Larry, if I interrupted you. You wanted to say something?
Oh, bro, you're good. Aren't you the one that's more familiar with physics? So I was asking you.
No. Okay.
It's just light, right? Neutrino?
Let me look at that. Like, it has been so long. Literally, I forgot what they are, if they can be seen or not.
Well, there's invisible.
I mean, by our naked eyes. I think it. If I remember, it cannot be seen by naked eyes, and it's like there's like like a very special circumstance you need to have like in order to create those particles. It's not like I think naturally existing.
Right, it can only be observed with whatever they claim it is, it can only be observed with an instrument that was created where? On Earth.
Yeah, many like very deep subject, and it's like also imagine on that level,
It
people of
has
the
nothing to do
qualification.
with Earth being a globe at all.
Yes.
Some people
what I
might
remember
claim
about
that it
neutrinos,
does, but go ahead, Larry. I'm sorry, brother.
sorry, bud. What I remember about neutrinos is that they detected them underground, and what they were saying is that these particles go through the ground.
Yeah.
Pass through solid objects. So these neutrinos, they're not just like any kind of light. They're the kind of light that'll like pass through some stuff. That's what I remember the neutrino news was. What, like 10 years ago?
Yeah, I'm about the same stage with you on neutrinos, Hank, and that's pretty much as far as you can go with it. And the scientists are pretty much kind of stuck there too. I mean, it has nothing to do with space at all. Earth. This is Earth science. So I'm digging it, bro. Has nothing to do with outer space at all.
Yeah, for me, like I'm more into like practical physics and classic physics. When it comes to this like very insanely small stuff, it's like very private club. So even if I to see, imagine like I have access to that club, it will take me so much, and like a lot of experiments and stuff to just like confirm that, oh yeah, this is high likely what they are saying. And the discussion at that level will be, are you sure you have detected neutrinos, not like maybe Higgs or bosons or something else, or
already
something
been
new?
done with these neutrinos in physics. It's already been done. I mean, people discuss this from studies.
I know.
From where on Earth. They can't test it. They can't test it anywhere else but from Earth.
Yeah, they have to be very deep under Earth, like underground.
No, sir. The only place it exists is here on Earth. They can't do any tests in outer space, can they? When it comes to this, no.
For neutrinos, no. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I mean there's a reason that that it's plausible or whatever they're saying. You know, these tests only happen on Earth. They can't do any tests from outer space because there is no such thing.
Yeah, that's why I say like it's like a very private club, and
you ain't in it.
Yeah. So and again, as you said, Helio, it doesn't. What has it? What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? You know, it's like
well,
like,
it doesn't have really anything to do with me, but people that think the Earth is a globe and think that we're ignorant about all this shit, it definitely makes a difference to them. But then they come in here and try to argue with us about this, and that's when it makes a difference.
Yeah. So basically, like, and this is the main thing when we say Earth is flat. So how do we know it's flat? Is based on observations, and it's not a private club. Anyone can do it, even with the simplest equipments, you know, or even sometimes with your own naked eye, you know, just like you would see, let's say, an island or a lighthouse or what have you, from one side of the beach, which is based on the like numbers we have about the globe Earth. If we calculate the curvature, and that thing we are seeing should be obscured by Earth or behind the curvature, basically, yet we are able to see it. How come, And sometimes it's like insane distances, like hundreds of miles, which, again, impossible on a globe Earth. So how come, It's like, okay, when you start adding and connecting the dots and this guy, like you get to know there's question
really
things.
weird. It's like for your personal experience, right? I'm me. I'm standing here on Earth. It looks flat, but it's not flat because it's a globe. I'm third
It's a
rock
big
from the
globe,
sun in the solar system, in a portion of the Milky Way galaxy. That's the story that you're supposed to believe. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. No, you're good, man. So basically, it's funny the double, what's like not double standards. There's a better word for it. So when we start discussing, like, okay, when should we see or be able to see or observe the curvature? Like, from what altitude is it? Because, well,
curvature of the Earth or space time, and we might as well add them together.
No, I'm talking about Earth.
I'm just playing.
No worries, you're good. So, yeah, and you start seeing them, like, well, people like Tyson, who's like, what is his first name? I forgot. So,
Neil, that's his name.
Yes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Exactly. Thank you. So he said, even from like the airplane, or like airplane altitude, we shouldn't be able to see it, right? So yet you see people claiming that, well, ships go over the horizon due to the curvature. Like, oh wait, really? So if Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, well, even at the altitude of airplanes, commercial jets, like, which is like 30,000 feet, shouldn't be able to see it based on the immense size of this globe, right?
He was talking about higher than that, actually, 128,000 feet.
Okay, thank you for correcting me, because I don't remember exactly what he said. So
what he said? He said what his he said you won't be able to see the. I'm trying to make his voice. You won't be able to see the curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just won't. So, I mean, it sound pretty close. And then everybody just went, yeah! So, I mean, so how high above Earth should the ISS be above Earth to see the curvature of the Earth? Now, when we often get people that come into the live stream voice tags and say, just watch the ISS live stream, and then we go to the ISS live stream and we see the curvature of these, and then we say, well, that's a fisheye lens. We're not looking at the curvature of the Earth, because we know that it's not, because the solar rays, solar arrays, not rays, solar arrays are bending with it, and many different other reasons. But then we have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. And then has the whole crowd going, whoa, yeah.
And then you said, how high do you got to be?
How high do you have to be? And you just
higher than before, Gilbert.
It's harder than what? Sorry.
Oh, the answer is higher than before, Gilbert.
I see.
Hey, and even a lot of flat earthers bring up what's that what's the guy that went up in the early 1900s, went up
Felix John
Baumgart, not Felix Baumgart. It was the other guy that went up.
You're talking about Picard, right?
Picard. He went
Yeah,
up.
but he only went up
like
35,000.
50,000 feet, and then a lot of people bring that up. It's like, you ain't gonna see shit from there. I mean, that's how high airplanes go. It's just like,
actually no. When you think about it, it's just like for this for the layman, just like, in order to be able to do anything about this curvature of the earth, seeing it, observing it, whatever you need to do, well, you don't have access to that club. You need to have like rocket ship go up into space, and then no, actually we don't. We can observe that from literally from on Earth, right?
Nobody goes to space. There's no such thing.
I know, but it's just like for the public, it's just like they are always like pushing them away from even thinking about trying, and it's just like preventing it, or like giving them this impossible solution, which like they have no access to. Hey, well, you need to be an astronaut, to see Earth. No, we don't. We can actually observe using very simple tools, or even sometimes with our naked eyes, see something we shouldn't see on the globe Earth. And when we see it, when we do the numbers, okay, how come if it's a globe, it cannot be, and then it's flat Earth, and you see all those observations from all over the world. Many people have done it, even myself. It's like, okay, well, it's flat.
You've done it. Everybody's done it. All of us flat earthers have done it. So it's just like, so what's your next question? We've already done it.
Okay, so it's flat. So it's flat. It's flat, and we know it's.
Where's this Earth that you keep talking about? Yeah.
Exactly, it's flat. It's not curved. We have zero evidence, and even we don't feel it moving in any way, shape, or form. So okay, it's flat, stationary. Okay, and all of that contradicts with the so-called modern science, right? Pseudoscience, basically. So yeah, a lot of things are into question. But once you discover, it's just like what's the saying about that? The truth shall free you, or there's a better another thing.
The truth shall set you free. Yeah.
Yes. I'm looking also for to be converted.
If you make it, and I'm proof for myself. If you make it hard for yourself to find your truth and the real truth, you're just going to be struggling your entire life. But simple observations like what you're describing, Komuri, it's not that hard to figure out. And that's what we actually try to demonstrate and help people to understand here on this server every day.
Indeed, yeah. Even like amazing interviews like Mark Sargent does on his channel on YouTube, like amazing. Like he opened the eyes of like many people who came forward and made an interview with him, and it's available on YouTube. So just like, for example, those like pilots, radar operators, you name it. It's like suddenly like connecting the dots and saying, well, okay, now I understand why I'm able to see or to observe or to whatever or experience what's happening with me, because it's flat. So I don't know. It will be amazing to know how many of those people actually followed on and became flat earthers, especially those like guys from the military.
Hey, Komuri, once you start understanding that you're not counting anymore, then that's that's the way you just keep doing it. You know, this is like I have no idea how many people I reached by expressing the information. You know, just it goes out. We're doing this on purpose for a purpose. It's for us, and it's for them, and it's for the creation. We understand this.
Yeah, like
I've lost count, and I wouldn't even count. I do receive feedback from people who say, I appreciate what you did. It's just like I found this through there, but I've lost count, and I don't keep numbers, you know, when it comes to that.
Nice, man. Yeah, I appreciate your like live streaming. What's happened? Sometimes we have like amazing debates and discussions, which is like very eye-opening.
Yeah, but a lot of people find us that are already flat earthers, which is even better because they can reach other people just like we have. So it's like, that's why I don't even keep numbers, because like people, oh, I'm so glad I found a place to actually talk about truth. People I meet like-minded people, and then we just get to talk more. You can't even keep numbers on that, you know.
True, yeah.
So I appreciate that you found us, and now maybe I don't want to. Hey, Murray, man, your English. I'm just gonna say it. Your English has gotten so much better over the past couple years. You're fucking killing it right now.
Well, thank you, man. What about my accent? Is it like that stupid French accent, or is it better now?
No, man. I'm just saying, bro. I mean, when you first started, anyway, I'm just giving you props, man. Your English is.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that.
Super improved. It's freaking awesome. I'm not gonna say anything about anything else. I mean, I've always liked you, and you've always liked me. So, but your English is freaking. You're killing it on English right now.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'm flattered. Thank you.
I'm glad you're glad.
What do you think, Jenny? You remember hearing him speak back in the day? It was
I don't know, but I have a coworker. Well, I come in when he gets off his shift, and he's Middle Eastern, and Asian Indian, I'm sorry. Oh my God, his accent is just his English is horrible. I'm just going to put it like that. Seems like a super nice dude. Can't understand a damn fucking word he says. So it's really awkward. Really awkward. I mean, I can pick up an Asian Indian accent, English a little bit, but I bet you if I got 10 people to listen to this man, they'd all agree.
I think a lot of people come in here, even if they're flat Earth or not, or they come in here and well, just like Murray. I mean, I knew he was a flat Earth from the beginning, but his English has improved so much. I'm super impressed, bro. That's freaking awesome.
Thanks to you, man. Also,
I think I'm gonna need some proof. I don't believe you, Helio.
Why don't you go back a couple years on the channel and listen to him talk earlier?
You do it.
Oh, you do it. Man, if you bring me if you make what is it, small clip of me speaking, like 5 years ago and now. But wait, did you stream from that long, man? I don't remember you streaming from that long.
Yes.
I've been streaming for freaking 5 years.
All he's got to do. Well, we don't have the old.
I don't want to do that, but dude, come here again. I mean, we've known each other for years. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I mean, you might not notice it, but I do, because I'm an English speaker, and I certainly don't speak.
You happen to take note of. Cool.
Dude, your fluency is so much better now.
All right,
I'm not saying it was bad before, because we understood what you're saying.
No. You're saying I'm bad. I used to be
I'm
bad.
saying you're a lot better
Actually.
than you were. But
We
anyway,
can quit with the bromance and get back to our regularly scheduled program about.
Indeed.
why are you checking out, Jim? You checking out?
I'm kidding. I'm just
Okay.
kidding. Yeah, because
No,
that's
I
what you
just want to give him props. I mean, if it's just like, as far as like learning foreign language, I only know one. It's English. I know a little bit, but I'm really impressed on Kamuri's.
I know. The other day when you were talking about this, yet again, this very same thing, I was thinking about what you just said just now. That it's kind of embarrassing for people here in the United States to be hating on our foreign brothers from another mother, and we only know one language, and they know two languages, so who's the dumb bitch now? It's kind of really awkward if you really think about it.
No, it shouldn't be, because I mean, we respect each other. It's just like, is
No,
it?
I don't mean
Is
here,
it
but I
an
mean in
onus?
general, the arrogance that
Oh
our
yeah.
our nation has quite a bit of arrogance that's really cringy, for the human race. It's like, ooh.
Oh, Jane, I think it's our fault as well as like foreigners. When we speak English to you, we are just making it easy to you, or maybe like stepping in your way from like being forced, maybe, or being in the need of learning another language. And so imagine, I know a lot of people who like worked in the Middle East for so long, and
Yeah.
everyone around them basically speak English, so they barely like learned anything.
How about this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that I grew up in, which I do not currently reside in, Aurora, Illinois. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like 3 decades ago, you had to be bilingual to get a job. And I'm pretty sure the same thing is the case now. And that was, you had to be able to speak Spanish. So if you didn't know how to speak Spanish, you didn't get the job availability was significantly and noticeably lower. When you look, and this is the good part. So this is back in the old days when you had to like look in the newspaper for a job.
Yeah.
And
Let me ask you.
this is what it would say. Wait a minute. It would say bilingual only need apply. Like, what the fuck? This is what?
I think they should have required Spanish.
Oh yeah, I fucked up. I should have taken.
When we were growing up. No, I think in school they should have required everyone to learn Spanish and English.
It was required, but I failed it a lot.
Well, I mean, but
You should have 5 languages.
I took 2 years of Latin.
I mean, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But other than that, I don't even freaking know much Spanish. I know I can say, I can say some other things in Spanish, but I don't.
You know what's one of the best things to witness? I wish I could do this. Like, be bilingual in Spanish, and you're standing in an elevator and like a couple people talking smack about you right in front of your face, and then you talk in Spanish at them.
I bet the Cherokees would really say, like, they should have learned Cherokee.
I don't know. But to see somebody's face when they figure out that you were just talking smack about them, they got called out. Like, oops. But
Hola, ¿cómo está usted?
¿Cómo estás? I know what that
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, that's beyond this, right?
I taught my son the Spanish alphabet and how to count in Spanish along with the English alphabet. And he's 4 now. So he knows all that stuff.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, muy bien.
How are you, basically?
Mucho gusto.
Yeah, muy bien, E2.
We'll be
I
in.
know how to say the Pledge of Allegiance, the American Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
Oh, I don't think anybody should ever
Boy,
say that.
I don't think anybody in Spain should ever say the American.
Yeah.
No, they shouldn't.
But
No,
you
that's
know all
pretty
the
good.
words
I don't know
for
that. That's pretty good.
vacaciones.
It's like I
It
know
was
it,
hammered
but I
into my
should
head.
never speak it.
It was hammered into my head. I had to learn it in Spanish too in high school.
Damn. See, I was in Arkansas. They never taught me any Spanish unless I took a Spanish class, and I was like, "Nah, I got other shit to do."
Well, the diploma that I was on required me to have foreign language.
I got other shit to do.
Well, now I really wish I'd have taken some Spanish, man, because I
Lauren,
really
my name is Lauren.
I'd love to be able to learn Spanish, which I can, but it'd be a personal experience for me.
Let me tell you, if you learn Spanish and you go to Spain, you will still be unable to read some of the text written there because it will be in Arabic from the Indoctrination like times, which is in Arabic. So I'm just selling you on Arabic now. I think you should learn Arabic.
I think maybe I should learn Cherokee in America. We'll see how that would work out.
How?
I go to the Cherokee Nation, which I actually have Cherokee blood in my family.
Yeah, my husband's got Cherokee.
Well, I don't know any of the words, but I go to the Cherokee people and they'll be like, "White man, why the fuck are you talking Cherokee?"
How is the only thing I know.
I'm just how. That's racist.
I think they were trying to say, "How you doing?"
Oh, how the fuck are you? My goodness. Let's see. Friday night, 24/7 Flatter Discord. Where's this goddamn globe that everybody keeps talking about?
For real.
You notice they always show their hand like 4 fingers, 1 thumb.
Oh.
Wait a minute, that made me look up and cock my head a little bit. What are you talking about?
Some of the giants had 6 fingers on each hand.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I missed that one, dude. Wasn't trying to ruin it. It just went meow.
It did for me too, Janae.
Well, thank you so much for mentioning that. It means a lot.
I missed you at girls' night.
I know it.
Did you just call it girls' night? It's
ladies' night. My bad.
Ladies' night.
I'm sick. I've been trying to convert to a third shift. So right now I'm at work.
Coffee break.
Yeah, I know. Jenny would be here on ladies' night if she could.
Yeah, so I have not been feeling good. I have my stomach is just like.
You know, for me, I really, I know it will sound very weird now, but I really miss the old days before 2.0 when we had also Karen and all the other ladies. It was amazing, you know?
There's barely any girls in here no more.
Yeah.
Hey, we're working on it. We're working on getting it back up.
You guys got to
We
deal with
love
my
the ladies,
southern
man. We
bumpkin
love
ass.
the ladies.
You got to deal with my southern bumpkin ass. I wonder how seriously southern I sound to you guys, because I bet it's
Especially ladies that can put up with our bullshit.
She's Georgia or Alabama, I can't tell.
Well, we got one of our ladies that just had a human being.
Nice.
Yeah. So Kai.
Kai.
That's right.
Kai and Austin, they had a little baby.
Hey, they're
Oh,
doing
she's
some
cool.
all kinds of crazy shit now, but they're dealing with like having a new baby. But I bet you,
Born a flat earther. How about that? Woohoo!
Born a flat earther.
yeah, Kai and Witsit will be back in.
Like a couple days ago, she was born or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
Mashallah. Congrats.
Oh, what? Aaliyah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Aaliyah?
It's Aaliyah. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations, Witsit and Kai.
Congrats. That's precious.
Congrats indeed.
They actually met in this room.
I know.
Really?
So insane.
That's sticking precious.
Mhm.
I'm from Alabama, by the way, whoever was contemplating if it was Georgia or Alabama. You almost got it. Or you did get it.
Anyone
50%.
Oh, sorry.
Wait.
No, go
I
ahead.
said Alabama, didn't I?
It is Yeah, I'm from Alabama.
Yeah, I can tell the difference between Georgia. Well, no, I didn't necessarily.
You got to think Georgia's like more molasses. The more molasses.
You probably already know where I'm from, but where do you think I'm from?
Tennessee.
Me?
No, me. I mean, where do you think I'm from? You're from Alabama. Where do you think I'm from?
I don't know.
No. I was born in Ohio, but I live in Arkansas now. So
Arkansas.
Arkansas. I grew up in Arkansas.
You know Nick Shoulders?
No.
He's a musician out in Arkansas. He's really good. He can yodel even better than me.
I don't yodel, but I'm a singer. I'm a singer, but I don't yodel. But I grew up in
He's a great singer.
Central Arkansas. Nick, well, send me a link.
Nick Shoulders. He actually on YouTube. It's Neck Shoulders. he does a little play on
neck shoulders.
Yes.
That sounds silly. Neck shoulders.
Excuse me, I think Captain Manic wants to jump in. Go ahead, man.
Sure. Go. Yeah, go ahead.
You guys
Captain
traveled
Manic.
the world? Anyone here traveled the world?
Hey, yeah.
Yes, I have been into.
Before we get going, your mic is a little low. Is there any way?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, much better now. Thank you.
Have you guys traveled the world?
I have been into three countries. Go ahead now. No, go ahead, Jen. For me, I have been into like 3 continents. I have been to the Nordic nations and also into Central Europe. I have also been into Africa, and now I'm in the Far East Asia. So I'm afraid for my 4th destination. I hope it's not like I would not say it.
Yeah, I've traveled west to the Philippines and back to the U.S. By flying west across China and the Middle East.
Wait, your microphone's still
Okay. Yeah,
low.
all right. I'm eating the mic now.
Why don't you just increase it on your app? Or
it's just a shitty mic. I'm sorry. I'll just keep it in text.
No. I actually want to hear what I want you to talk to everyone here. I'll shut up.
I've traveled west. I've traveled west to the Philippines from the U.S. and then I returned to the U.S. by flying west across China and the Middle East.
You circumnavigated the map.
Yeah.
Nice. That also counts, man.
You ever done it north to south?
I've been to Alaska and Ecuador.
Cool.
Alaska's nice. Alaska, I highly recommend it. See the northern lights.
Wait, you went from Ecuador to Alaska?
No. Separate trips.
Oh, okay. So when you were in Ecuador, where did you travel to?
Quito. Quito, and we saw
No, I'm talking about air travel.
Oh yeah. Where else?
Ecuador to where?
To Florida.
So you travel from Ecuador to Florida.
From Florida to Ecuador to back.
So Florida to Ecuador and back. Now that's to Florida. You talk about southern Florida, like Miami.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 2 different time zones because Ecuador is in the same time zone where I am in Arkansas. So you traveled north. Was that one direct flight, or did you stop? Was there a?
I went from Ohio to Miami to Ecuador, and then Ecuador back to Miami, back to Ohio.
And okay, continue.
Yeah, so I saw my grandma die on the other side of the map.
Nobody's don't give your sob story.
Well, I'm just saying
We're talking about the flights. Flight path.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, I okay, from the Philippines back to the U.S. I had a stopover in China somewhere, and then we flew west over Saudi Arabia, and then landed in Ohio, or not Ohio, some international airport, maybe Michigan. It's been a while.
This makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, I flew west, circumnavigated.
Right.
Hey, by the way, everyone, I mean, and I was talking to this guy with Co Murray and the VC check and earlier, and I started to go through some of this, and you see it. You guys, I mean, might feel bad for him, but I don't, because he's making shit up right now.
No, I was lucky. I'm incredibly lucky. I feel like.
Indeed.
I mean, I felt sad.
Yeah, you're lucky that you just don't remember where you did, and you can. If you might feel lucky by making shit up about.
Well, I have bipolar 1, and everything's a blur. Sometimes, like I just have racing thoughts.
Yeah, he's trolling. He didn't do any of these flights. He's making shit up right now.
No, I did. I have in-laws.
No, I did.
I got relatives in the Philippines.
I believe you, man. Yes.
What the fuck are you trying to do, Captain Maniac? Come on, bro. I mean, can you make one serious sentence about to talk to real flat earthers? Can you make one serious sentence? I mean, plane flights are just a part of this. Have you ever talked to anyone about this before and been real serious?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason you think flat earthers is ridiculous? Hey, bro, I thought flat earthers was the most ridiculous shit I ever heard of. First time I ever heard of it. So
I just wanted to listen. I'm sorry.
But you didn't just want to listen. You came in here and made all kinds of shit up about, flights from all kinds of different parts of the world, impossible flights, which we know don't happen. So why did you come in here to talk to us?
No, easy, Helio. I think this guy originally from, I think he has like a family in Philippines, so that one is totally believable. And the Ecuador one,
no, but that's not the only one. Even if that was plausible, he made some other flights up that are implausible. So he's just making shit up, trying to troll us, which doesn't make any sense. If he thinks that we're just full of shit, then why don't you ask some real questions?
Yeah, so wait, I want to ask Captain Manic about So the Alaska Ecuador flight, was it connected?
No. Those are two separate vacations.
Okay. Exactly.
Vacations.
Exactly. Okay. And now it makes sense, Helio. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. So I think take it easy.
You know what I'm talking about, but go ahead.
Just take it easy, man.
I will.
Thank you very much. Alaska, I really want to go there, even though I have seen the Northern Lights. It's amazing. So, but I have seen them from far, not very far, but I wish to have been like way closer. Like in some videos, it's like you look up, totally up, and you see them up above you. Was it the case for you, Captain Manic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm distracted. I'm replying to the voice text. Wait, what was the question again? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did you see them close enough for you to look up and see the Northern Lights?
Yeah, I had to use my phone to see the lights because something about the sensitivity of the sensors or something.
No, he was talking about the Northern Lights. So were you far north enough to see the Northern Lights?
Yes. But you could only see it with a cell phone.
Oh my God. Come on, man. Are you really considering this idiot? Come Murray.
Take it easy, man. So I think I know what he's talking about. So when I have been in Sweden, I don't know if I really needed to use did you use the cell phone just to zoom in or to be able to?
The exposure is set to some sort of photons or something. I don't know. Maybe the makeup of the Northern Lights are easily picked up by the phone.
Derp, derp, derp.
Okay, well, for me, no, it was like visible by the naked eye, and
oh yeah.
But
you could see a little bit of it with the naked eye, but you have to use it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yes, of course. If you had like a much more sensitive sensors, yeah, it might help. But for me, it's like once you know that you're looking to that, because I have been when I have been into like extreme north of Sweden. Sadly, it was like very bad weather. I wasn't able to see the Northern Lights. But from the middle of Sweden, yes, I can see Northern Lights, and you have to focus and you have to get lucky with the weather, and you will be able to see them looking north. It's amazing, it's like, but I still like wish I can see them like some of the videos on YouTube. They have them like curtains in the sky, glowing in green. I think if it's close enough, it will be able to see them. It will be possible to see them like that in the video. But of course, in the video would be like the exposure enhanced and the colors are enhanced.
Yes. Oh no, that's politics. Forget it.
We speak about politics in here sometimes, like just like some.
The reason why I'm here, I'm not Muslim, but I have a lot. I understand it. I mean, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. But Cole Murray told me that, and I'm sorry. As a Muslim, if he went to space and saw the Earth was spherical, he wouldn't believe in Islam anymore, and that's what has me here.
Yeah, that's when I suggested to Captain Manic about the server, and I told him, like in this server, you will speak to a genuine flat earthers who are will be amazing speaking to them about flat Earth and like discussing with them, or like even debating them. And I invited him here, and I hope he's like enjoying his time here.
Thank you. I am. Thank you, Komari.
You're welcome, and I'm glad. And about like the being an astronaut, so it's just like very simple for me when it comes to. I have this book called the Quran. There is like at least 7 verses where it's like straightforward, speaks about flat Earth, plain Earth, and if I go, like I'm a Muslim, so I believe in this book. So if I go to space and suddenly see that it's otherwise, well, that means this book is incorrect. So I won't be like believing in it anymore. It's just like that. For me, it's that straightforward. But of course, with what we know about flat Earth, or the observations and science behind it, now I know that this book is true. So, but I'm just like keeping the possibility up that even like that if I go up and see that, which I think it's like impossible, but just to be fair, if it happens and I see that, then okay, this book is wrong, which I doubt it really. Of course, Platter.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I have quite a few Muslim friends, and I know they're curious about the topic, but I just haven't brought it up with them really. I've just mentioned it in passing.
Yeah, I used to have them in a text file. I sent them to Crypto and some other guys. And then I lost all my data and my laptop, and all went away. So I will try to look it for you up, and if I don't find it, I will inshallah look it up and make a new file and send it to you. I will start. You're welcome, man.
With my Christian friends and show them there's no globe references in there, and when they try to tell me the circle of the Earth one, I tell them to go back a few chapters and look at where the word ball is actually used. And Isaiah knew the word for ball, so he didn't use it when he talked about the circle of the Earth. He uses ball in another context, like in a few chapters earlier. So it's just talking to. There's no verses in the Bible, or in the Quran and the Bible both talk about the Earth being fixed and non-moving. I bet. I can't speak for the Quran, but I know the Bible does. Look for the globe references, can't find them. You don't even need to talk about science at that point. When the person has a strong conviction in the faith in their book, which is good in my opinion, then you just show it from there.
200%. I know about the Bible in Job's I think 13 describes the Earth as a clay under a seal, or under the seal.
Yeah. And it's not. Yeah, and if anything, it's to encourage them in their faith. It's not to try and poke hole. It's for the exact opposite reason. If anything, the heliocentric model does compromise whichever faith it might be. Whereas when you show them within their own book that there's no reference to a globe, quite the opposite, then it should just strengthen their faith. Really, I mean, I've found that personally for myself. So you're not doing it to try and cause division at all. It's just to try and them.
I agree with you. Yes, 100%. And I have met sadly some people who are like strong believers in the Quran, and when it comes to those verses, it's just like they are not letting go of the globe. They are trying to. Yeah, they are just like trying to twist the verses, saying, it actually it means this and that. It's like just twisting the verse to make it like compatible with both models,
When I look at that, I kind of get upside down in a good way. It means we all can be united about this. If people could just wake up to see that this is an attack against all of us, like a psychological attack against all of us to keep all of our faiths down and misled.
Yes, 100%. Like when you think like that's of course me speaking from my own religious perspective. So for me, there is a creator who created us, and like in a very beautiful image, and like facilitated a lot of things to us, to our comforts, and like created this entire world based on our needs. And when you compare this to the stupid globe in the this like a speck of dust in the vast blackness of space, came and they start talking down actually about the humans coming from monkeys, from bacteria, from whatever this like stupid stuff, from Big Bang, from it's like just like the religious side is saying that humans are of a value, and the scientific side is just like destroying that. For me, in my head, is it's like that only.
For me, it sort of transcends faith in a way. You don't even have to have a faith. It's just that you don't want to be lied to. So whether you're an atheist, or if you're an honest atheist, or an honest, or doesn't matter. Religion aside, it's you just want the truth. The truth is the truth, and so it's not just if you are religious, it strengthens your faith. I like to use that word religion, but even if you're not a person of faith, just knowing the truth about where you live is super important. So if you're talking to friends who are of a particular faith, then you can show them within their own book, it doesn't talk about a spinning ball anywhere. But if it's somebody who doesn't have a particular faith, it's still from a philosophical point of view that you don't want to be lied to. You want the empirical objective truth, which globe doesn't correspond. Just doesn't work on a globe, it seems.
True, 100%. And I think this is like Islamically we have, and also this is like also not only purely Islamic but also a Christian and also Jewish. So we have Satan, and Satan doesn't have good intention for us whatsoever. So when you compare a believer, let's say, in the Creator, and who knows that we live on a flat Earth, he just like, or she will look at, they will look at themselves as of a value, of a meaning, of a purpose. But when it comes to the other side, it's like, okay, monkeys, whatever, atheism, and do whatever you want, and they start to like speak about or debate morals, and a lot of like stuff which is harmful for us as humans, basically.
I'll give you an example today. Talking to the old Christian lady, and like in her 70s or 80s, we were around visiting in her house, and she's complaining about the state of the world and the things they teach the kids today, evolution. And I said, oh no, it's terrible. Evolution, the globe. What do you mean the globe? Well, the spinning ball. Because I would the point where it's just so ridiculous. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, well, the Bible doesn't say anything about us living on a spinning ball. Joshua prayed that God would stop the sun in the sky. And again, I'm referencing that with her because I know she believes that.
Yeah.
I never thought about that before. I just wanted to, I'll see her again. So it didn't want to get into anything too deep, but it was just the kind of, she sees that there's been lies taught about evolution, and yet they're still missing the elephant in the room, which is the globe.
That's
I'm glad she was sitting down. Because I've been through this so many times where I haven't said anything. People complain about the state of the world, and it's, we're all on the same page about that. Oh, this and what they're teaching in schools about this and that and evolution, and it's like, yeah, I couldn't resist it this time. So I know, and the globe as well. Can you believe it? And she, wait, what do you mean the globe?
Yeah,
A quick 5-minute chat, and then it's like, yeah, maybe some other time, just to plant the seed, But you got to
definitely.
If you got to be consistent. If you're gonna say they've lied, I just said that there. If they lied about the same people that lied to you about this world being billions of years old are the same people that tell you it's a spinning ball. So they're telling you lies sometimes, but not telling you lies about this. How do you know? You haven't been up there to see it. I kind of like, well done, you're halfway there. You've seen the evolution stuff is most likely nonsense. And you have to take it on faith, but aren't you doing the same with the globe? She was kind of looking at me sideways.
I know that feeling, yeah. I know that look. I have been into that.
Those priceless looks.
Yeah. And also
I was there. I was 2 years ago. I was there. I was halfway there. Knew the evolution stuff. Never just made sense to me, and still don't think it does. But if you'd have said that to me, the globe as well, I probably would have looked at you the same way. It's hard to remember what it was like now to be like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to know where to start. What would have worked for me? What would somebody have needed to say for me to kind of not just laugh it out of the room?
Yeah, well, actually, that's a challenge for me. Sometimes when the argument gets so stupid, it's like, please don't crack laughing. Please hold deep breath. Oh, and I'm trying just to hold it in, it's like, because if I explode laughing, it will be just like a discussion destroyer,
If it starts to get, it's different maybe here in Discord, but with a person in person, if it's starting to get to the point where they're just defending for the sake of defending and out of pride, you get that a lot with the faith-based ones as well, then it's, what, it doesn't matter what I'm going to say here. It's probably not worth it. And my job isn't, isn't to prove people wrong or whatever, so you know what? Said my piece, and you can think it over, chew it over.
Oh yeah.
I know in myself, I've seen for myself things that are 50 miles away that should be buried below the curve. So I've been, the good Lord has showed me enough that there's no going back, and I don't need to convince others of it. I can try to tell them what I've experienced, kind of give a testimony, as it were. Up to them, but to do their own research, like we say, and to consider it. The programming goes so hard. I think it's so hard because from day one, the globe's there. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The globes, they're everywhere. In every show. I was watching Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with my daughter today, the old one. After I think we'd been talking about it on the server here, so I thought, I'm not sure of that. And it's there's globes. It's a 1970s cartoon or movie. There's globes everywhere in the classroom and everything.
True.
It's product placement, in advertising. It's product placement. Whether that was done deliberately, it probably wasn't done deliberately, but it's still there. It's there's a ball that we live on. No, it's not.
There's a Popeye cartoon from 1933 where I think Popeye uppercuts Pluto, and it zooms out, and he goes around the circle of the Earth, and the Earth is a sphere, and then he lands right back in front of Popeye.
On a globe?
On a globe.
Yeah, indeed. The sorry to cut you, Platter, but this is really important. Well, when it comes to the child mind, so there is a connection between. So he was like Popeye or any other cartoon. So he's here. So he took a ride on this rocket and then flew up. So he saw it what? A globe. when he returned to the same place, so now there is a connection. This place in the mind of a child where I'm living looks like that from space. So, okay. And it's just like buried in now. That's it.
Any advertisement is good advertisement for it. So anywhere it's placed, it's just another little bit of programming. I'm at the point where I think it's childhood drama almost, if that's not overstepping the definition of drama.
It is actually.
So ingrained that it's so hard for them to set it down.
And
with their eyes, they've never seen it. Like Matt Parlin says, you photo or painting, you've never been up there, you've never looked back and seen what they're showing you. But it must be true because you've seen it from the day you came out of the womb.
Yeah, indeed. And also, this is like I think the globe is for me as a religious, and speaking about my like my way, or like this is my idea basically, is that the globe is the biggest seed in atheism basically. So I'm still by the position that a globe, a flat earther who's atheist doesn't work. So because like flat Earth requires a creator, there's at least a purpose, a meaning behind it, where the globe is like fabricated.
Hang on a sec. You can't do that. You can't really do that. I'm going to have to correct you on that. I'm an agnostic flat earther, and my fiance is atheist flat earther, and that's because we're critical thinkers. So
exactly, I was about to say it's more complex. That's a bit black and white because there's many things that make somebody agnostic.
Yeah, thank you for that, Glassflop. Well, I have been atheist as well, and maybe there's many levels of levels of atheism. So for me, when I were atheist, basically it's like fighting like like internal conflict basically with that. Like, yeah, I hate it. I don't want to like admit it, but I'm still really like interested in meeting people who are like genuinely, but of course I would have no way of verifying it, that they are genuinely atheists who are like, okay, zero God in their mind, which means they have no inner conflict with it. So it's like I don't know how to put it, but basically it's just like being in peace while being atheist basically. I hope that makes any sense.
Well, the God part, we take on faith, but the shape of the earth, we don't have to take on faith. So this is where it gets a bit murky once you invoke the religious side of it. I consider myself like a committed Christian, but I have to be honest and say I take that on faith. But the shape of the earth, pretty much take on empirical evidence. So I can see how it makes sense to still be agnostic and still.
Yeah, agnostic, and a flat earther, fine, 100% fine. Because like at least in my small mind is like it's like showing someone a building and yet which requires an engineer, and yet they say like, well, engineer is not required for that building to exist. It's like there's that connection in my mind, So once they see the building, recognize the building, it just follows on or follows up that well, there's an engineer then. Okay, now I see.
To play devil's advocate, could be, although I don't believe this at all, it could be aliens from another dimension that created the firm, like the dome or whatever. But to know,
fine.
Is we take that part of to say that must have been intelligent An intelligence of some sort makes sense because you see design and you assume.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Sorry, just like just to follow up without interrupting you. Sorry, is like I'm not really discussing who is that engineer or that creator. That creator is just like he's or she's or it's there, basically. But on more digging, it requires then a personal dedication and sincerity and what have you to and freedom of choice, of course, to say, yeah, it's this one, not that one, or whatever. But at least there's a creator of some kind, and as you said, intelligence.
Seems to be, yeah. I can't see any other way.
Yep.
For me, it's the mind-body problem. I think that anyone who wants to take an atheist position, they pretty much believe that, rocks somehow became conscious and self-aware and started moving about, and that, just like in the law, like the people are the land, because where does our bodies come from? Like the dirt. So the dirt is walking around, and the dirt calls himself Larry or Susie or Johnny, and the dirt has consciousness. It's kind of weird.
That reminds me of that guy in court, Larry, and Andy, hold my beer, shared the video of the guy who says, I am the living soil. I am the land.
Right. I'm the land.
And he's trying to resist the court, the judge who's trying to use the Admiralty law stuff against him. And he's like, no, I am the living man. I'm the living soil. I find that fascinating. I'm trying to research that at the minute.
Right, but Platter, isn't creation the most plausible idea, as opposed?
It is for me, yeah, but like,
yeah, but as far as evidence goes, I mean, is there anything? Do they have any evidence for accidental? Or do you think that what they're saying about their creation story being everything happened on accident, from, I don't know if a lot of people don't go with wholly the Big Bang Theory or whatever, but as far as like the creation story and all, not all of the creationists all agree on everything, but at least we have the most plausible part of it.
I take it, I mean, I could be wrong, I take it at face value that when God said he did it in 6 days, that he did it in 6 days.
Well,
and
sure,
I would never
6
argue
days
that.
Could be that, but whatever time frame, that
doesn't matter.
Really has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Like, creation itself is more plausible than accident.
100%.
Like, it's like what their story is just like 14.5 billion years ago. Everything, was a big, small little dot in the middle of the, or was it 14.5? Maybe it's 20. I don't know. Yeah, it's. I think that's kind of a dumb story. We actually have a better plausible story, as far as creation goes.
What's crazy? Go ahead, Platter.
No, but I said my only beef would be in the education system where I worked at, that there's not equal time given, or equal weight given, that the Big Bang stuff, as I've seen in the classroom, is put as the accepted explanation, almost fact, if not fact, whether it's communicated, and everything else is denigrated, unless you're in a Christian school or something. But
sure, I get that. I mean, the time frame can be argued, but the origin of it, that's sort of the argument here. As far as like whether it could have happened by natural, it's still a creation story. It doesn't matter which. I mean, and this is the big thing for me. It's like what? It's like, what's your creation story? Well, what's your creation story? Well, here's my creation story. It's like, God did it. Well, if God didn't do it, who did it?
That's a great way to put it. I wonder, do they call it a creation story when they're saying the Big Bang, when they're putting the Big Bang stuff forth?
I know.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that's why I always put it. I have been the whole time.
I've never heard that creation story. How dare you call it a creation story?
Well, I just got one question for the Big Bang. With all that matter in one place, plus the 95% dark matter and dark energy, plus the antimatter and matter that annihilated each other, how did one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well?
Good question, indeed.
Ooh, yeah, because of what? Their origin story in the Big Bang is that it all came from one big single dot that had all the mass of the universe. How could anything escape that? Now their claim is that it got so there was so much gravity involved that it actually exploded and created everything. Right? Am I wrong about this, Larry?
It exploded, but it was flat. Yeah.
Yeah, it exploded into a flat universe, and then, according to Einstein's theory, which is only 100 years old,
Helio, like, just like to make the fun out of it, like, to some Muslims, whatever theory out there, as long as Allah did it, that's fine.
Well, I mean, you can pretty much say whatever you want to think about, origins of the universe, but
like for example, this Big Bang, okay, existed. Who made it, spoke it into existence? Okay, Allah. So who made it to explode? Allah. Okay, that's fine, valid. Let's go on.
Exactly.
Continue on.
Right.
So
that's what I was saying. It was just we exist, don't we? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have your creation story. We have our creation story. You think that science backs up your creation story, what they claim about astrophysics, which isn't science at all. It's you only got that idea from people that are making shit up about space. Go ahead. You said you love us. I love you back.
That globe platter, I think, he wanted to say bye. Yeah. Bye, man.
I mean, this is their creation story, and then we have an opposing opinion, and they say we're dumb, as if we don't know what their idea is. That's just that's incredulous. I mean, they think that we're only denying that because we don't understand it, which is not true. That's not why we deny it.
Yeah, there's basically no evidence behind it. It's like, how did they come to even theorize that? Is like implausible. It's like, no chance, man. I'm sorry. No. Don't even dare like spit it out like that, as like if it's like a reasonable thing to think about. It's not.
Dude, way before I ever really heard about the stupid Big Bang, I didn't think that any of that was true. I was already a creationist from 5 years old.
All those stuff,
I was
like
never a creation, and never this accidental bullshit that they're talking about. Never, ever. I was always a creationist from the time I can remember anything. When I was a little kid, I was just like, oh, well, yeah, God did this, and I don't know how, but didn't happen on accident. I knew that shit when I was a little kid.
That's actually exactly we have more inclination of thinking that, like, yeah, there's something put in place by someone, but also like all those ideas, Big Bang, evolution, Darwinism, all this like crap nonsense, cancer is just a gap filler. So it's there, so it fills the gap. So once the gap is filled, then no need for anyone to question it. Well, yeah, we have an answer. And the ironic thing is, when you see like all those like atheist, so-called scientists, they talk about, let's say, something which is already answered in the scripture, and they say like, okay, we are still looking to answer that, and we haven't found the answer yet. Well, the answer is actually still in the scripture. How about you analyze it using the like scientific tools, which can be done. But no, how dare you bring religion into it? Or maybe, excuse me, like
maybe
God into it, you know? Like, how dare you bring
maybe the answer was always Christ in you, the hope of glory.
That is if someone Christian, yeah. But basically,
yeah, but, or either way, I mean, it's just like it was never you trying to physically figure out how we exist, like, or at least pursuing atheism as a natural way for us to exist, or how it could have happened. You're looking in the wrong place if you're looking for a natural way, because it's still religion whether you want to believe it or not.
Yeah, so for example, if the so-called scientific community, especially in the far west and the far east, if they were really genuine, they would like say, you know, so it's like Big Bang, evolution, Darwinism, all those stuff, right? So it should be very easy, just like bringing any claims in the scripture, any scripture, right? Whatever claims about this subject, and just
then you said,
they just scientifically refute it, right? But they haven't done it. It's like
at that point you have to start using logic, which they don't want to do.
Exactly. Yes.
And can you imagine, Kumar, if we all came together, you know, from whichever background you're from, and said we've had enough of this nonsense. This globe doesn't add up to reality in any shape or form, and we're from all faiths, colours, and creeds, and we're saying we've had enough. We want the truth. Can you imagine what that would be like?
Yeah, that's why me and Comer, even though we're from different cultures and backgrounds and religions and beliefs, me and Comer have gotten along. What, for like 4 years now? I've known you
more than 5 years, man. Yes, indeed, amazing.
You know, I really got to speak my mind for a second, right? And
go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead, man.
My philosophy might be wrong, right? But the way I see it, either we're just complicated rocks with consciousness, lucky consciousness.
You son of a...
or we are created in God's image, and we are, in a lot of ways, taking after our Creator with our attributes, and that we are gods because we can, not the Creator God, not the God, right? We are gods. We are Elohim, right? Because we can manifest thought into reality, right? Because what can a spirit do? Like just a ghost or whatever? Like the only thing it can do is think, right? It can't interact with anything, right? But we're like men and women, mankind. Like we are awesome. We are so awesome. We can like build bridges, like terraform, like make islands. We can do all this stuff, and it's because we're endowed with this ability to create through, you know, thought and imagination, and then putting it to work, and then I don't know. I think that's pretty awesome. Like, and we're all equal because we're all under the Creator. That
100%.
100% to me. It rings true to me. I don't know.
Yeah, and it rings true to me. I mean, whether or not you know, if it meant something to what I was saying earlier, you know, Christ in you. Now, Christ could mean, you know, a lot of things to a lot of different people. Christ in you, the hope of glory. Now, hope is a wish, basically, altogether, but it's sort of a standard, and especially if you understand the you know, the scriptures and all the principles of everything involved with, you know, with scripture and and religion and all that kind of stuff. Religion really is a detriment to the whole thing. But when I say Christ in you, the hope of glory, that was the Apostle Paul, I think, that said that. I mean, it's just always something that stuck with me. It leads up to Christ in you, the hope of glory, and so it's like you can't necessarily go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question, Helio. This is what you're quoting is the main part of the Bible that I've studied, and I believe in the reconciliation of all because of what I've studied. Hell has been mistranslated and whatnot, so it's not some eternal torment. Everybody will be saved, and God will be all in all.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Kim, what's the last?
God is not the author of fear.
No, wait. Sorry, Helio. Kim, what's the last word you said? Like a couple of words?
God will be all in all.
What does that mean? Sorry.
That He will reconciliate all back to Himself. That all are saved.
I see. Well, as a Muslim, I think sometimes because there's sometimes when I study or read about the that, for example, Allah is merciful, magnificent, and He's so merciful, and there's a lot of description about how extremely merciful He is. I come to the same idea that, well, maybe like as you said, like hellfire is maybe not real or whatever, but actually when it's like as a Muslim, of course, I don't want to cross your border or something as a Christian, but for me as a Muslim, at least there's a balance between like Him being extremely merciful, but also on the other hand, He's like extremely his punishment is extremely painful. So He's like he's the just God and also merciful and punish like extremely his punishment is extreme or like severe. Sorry.
Well, I see it as He created everything, and when the only time that He's ever just wiped out the earth was when the Nephilim. I guess in your case it would be jinn.
You talk about the
flood, or when they procreated with humans.
Noah?
Yeah, when they procreated with humans and corrupted over a long period of time. Corrupted every.
Is there something in the Muslim tradition where there was is there a flood in that?
A deluge.
Muslim?
Yeah. Well, flood and Noah is, we have that, and the ark, yes. But the Nephilim and the, I think it's referring to the angels who like procreated with the humans. We don't have that. But also, if I want to connect it, maybe somehow it will be, what is it? I just lost it. Sorry.
Well, let me ask you this. Kamari, as far as the Muslim, what I know about Muslim religion and tradition, it started at about 700 AD. Am I correct about this, or did it?
Yeah.
Always there.
Okay. So when we say, let's say, or let me give you an example that, well, Muslims are the followers of Muhammad, last prophet, peace be upon him. Well, it's the case and it's not the case at the same time. So it's like a renewed, the faith is renewed again by Muhammad, peace be upon him. Before him were Jesus, before Jesus were Moses, and before Moses, like many prophets, Isaac, Ismail, Ibrahim, you name it.
Isaac and Ishmael.
So it's because Islam is not something purely invented by Muhammad or like what is the word? Never mind. So basically, Islam means surrendering to the will of Allah. That's it. So inshallah, maybe inshallah in paradise. So I will meet with many Jews who surrender to Allah, many Christians who surrender to Allah, many Muslims who surrender to Allah, except that
let me ask you, how many Muslims would agree with you on that?
No, wait. Just for me not to get mistaken. So I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying that it's fine for Christians to stay Christian after Muhammad. As I'm saying, it's not fine for Jews to stay Jews after Jesus. Same case with those like before the Jews to stay whatever they were after Moses. So there's like this transitional or
we're not talking about
period.
the Jews yet. We're not talking about the Jews yet. Most Americans are Christian.
I know.
Well,
I'm just saying.
That
Go ahead,
Jews
Kim.
should not. Yeah, he was saying that Jews should not be Jews after Jesus. They
100%.
And I don't think, and I don't think that. Yeah,
That's what I was wondering, because I think the Muslim religion, started with Muhammad in 700 AD. That's pretty much where. That's my understanding of where it started. So I'm kind of confused about how that really should be. I'm not saying it shouldn't be considered, but you already know where I stand on it. I'm, if you want to explain it more, but this isn't necessarily the room for it.
Yeah, that's true. I wanted to ask Helio. I wanted to ask Helio if he believed that, because
the last thing I'm going to say about it, when I was saying Christ in you, the hope of glory, that's Colossians 1:27, and that was from the Apostle Paul.
Mm-hmm. And also in I think it's First Corinthians is what I was. It was somewhere in there where I'm quoting the all in all, the reconciliation of all.
Sure. Well, but the whole book of Romans. Anyway. So, have you ever read the New Testament, Kamuri?
Yes, I read the New Testament, but not completely.
Okay, yeah. Well, read the book of Romans. Maybe some of that. I'm not trying to convert you, because you're already converted. Because you're seeing the same shit I'm seeing. So
yeah. Well, Saul became Paul.
It benefits you to read the book of Romans. Read the New Testament. It's almost the same thing that you're saying. So.
I think the book of Hebrews is really enlightening, right?
Yeah.
Because it comes at it from a Hebrew perspective, right? And it says that Jesus is the high priest of the Most High God after the order of Melchizedek, right? And there's confirmation of this in Psalms chapter 110, I think, where it says, the Lord will sit at the right hand of my Lord. The order of Melchizedek.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
there's so much prophecy that takes place that fulfills itself from the Old Testament.
Right hand of my Lord. Yeah, you're exactly right, Larry. Yep. That's the one that sets everything up with the family that was of Abraham, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically, allow me just like to put it this way. So imagine if the Quran truly were some, and I'm putting it this way for my friends, brothers and sisters from Christian side here, were something of high regards. So imagine considering it to be a last testament, as you have a New Testament and Old Testament. Imagine it to be the last testament. So if you let's say finish reading the Bible cover to cover and just like glue, let's say, the Quran, because it's also the Quran speaks like 50% or around 50% about Moses, Jesus, the children of Israel, many Christian and or many Jewish nations and their stories and their prophets. So if you add it to the end and continue reading it, I think it will you will reach where I'm at now.
Religion, bro. This testament moves on for all of us. It's for us and about us. We move forward. It lives forever in us and through us.
I've heard
Now,
that it's
I
a
mean-
trust document, and that all of our, debt is already paid.
That's right. That's right. It is.
Man,
And if you truly believe on Jesus, you believe that he did accomplish everything on the cross. That's really believing in him.
Well, and
It's
sure,
believing in his
even
accomplishment.
and even with with the I think in my opinion, I think the Muslim contract under Ishmael is included in that. Whether or not they believe it, I mean, religion is divisive, but the contract with God is inclusive. And once you understand
Very well
it,
said.
you'll find there is no division. We're all children of the Creator.
It's beautiful. And I love all of humankind. I really do. I get a swell in my heart when I think about it. So I'll leave it at that. I'll stop talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like once you start, you can't stop. But anyway, and I mean, and don't get me started on the Eastern traditions.
Before you do, it's like
I'm not going to, not tonight.
Okay. Before you, basically, I wanted to agree with you. Is like religion is not divisive, so it doesn't have to be like that. It's just like it should be like flat Earth, just like ultimate truth. Where does it really end? Where does it really lead us? And
it leads us to hope. It leads us to hope. That's where it leads us.
Reconciliation of all is where it leads, and it's great. We're all going to be seeing each other one day in the new kingdom here on earth, and it's going to be great.
That for me, if I want to just like find this similarity, you have in Christian faith, you have the a millennium, of Jesus' second coming. In your religion, it's 1,000 years. In my religion, it's a 40 years, where after Jesus.
This isn't about religion. It's sort of in spirituality, it leads to a balance, and so. Now, if you're fighting with a tradition, that's where the infighting comes from. Now, I'm not saying that that's wrong, because we ultimately want to find the balance, right?
Yeah, so 100%. So the basically balance is found with the truth, right? It cannot be without truth.
You're never going to find the balance with political influences here on earth and all the people, all the religionists, and all. We're never going to find the balance in that vein. They all want to have the money and the power, and and the churches and all their political and religious influence. They can make up all kinds of shit about it, but we can read the scriptures, understand them ourselves, and find common ground.
Yeah. I think the balance is learning to appreciate suffering, because once you suffer, you really appreciate the good.
Hell yeah.
And the real good, the objective good, not just what you think is good, but the real objective.
Hell yeah was the right response.
It was. It was.
It's just like, I don't even think hell exists. I think we're going through hell right now.
It doesn't. It is hell now. Yes.
Yeah,
now the lake of fire. Think about God as being the consuming fire. He burns all your impurities out and turns you out clean.
Christ in you, the hope of glory. It's like you burn the rest of that then you
are pure.
Yeah, that's the
I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I'm smelling what you're stepping in, Helio.
dude. That's it's always been a really key verse for me in Colossians. Holy shit! Ugh. It's hitting me more and more now.
People need to stop thinking that suffering is. It's bad when you're suffering.
I know
It is.
they're overthinking.
Yeah.
But they're ignorant about the scriptures, which I don't blame them. I mean, even though people that go to church every day, well, they're in religion and they're just like, oh, I'm churchified.
I'm never gonna
They're
go to church.
churchified,
I'll
dude.
get kicked out of
I was
church.
totally churchified, and that's where I found the scriptures, and I was like, wow,
Yeah, you
this
can
was
appreciate the bad.
fascinating. I was fascinated, and I still am. And
Yeah,
then
I'm
when I found this, it's like Christ in you, the hope of glory. I mean, it's not the only one. I have a whole dude. I have a lot of Jesus quotes too. I mean, the Sermon on the Mount.
Man, that's a good one. That's
Dude,
a good one.
if you read
He
Matthew
addresses
chapter
everyone.
5, if you read Matthew chapter 5 and it doesn't humble you,
And James,
you have a broken
man.
spirit if you don't. Well, in James, well,
I love
there's
it
a whole
all. I love it all.
I do too. And it's just like,
It's so good.
yeah, it's good, but
It's just pretty much saying.
did the authors of those books, did they actually write them? I don't think they did, but they're there for us to read.
Whichever. I mean, I'm just. They all correspond
Hey,
beautifully together.
Comrie, I know you don't. I mean, you're here with Christians from America or whatever, but dude, if you haven't
I like to say
considered
body of
like
Christ.
Christianity, which you don't have to. All you have to do is read the scriptures, read the books in the New Testament. Just read them. That's all you got to do. Figuring out, I sometimes read them and
You know how the Pharisees.
I cry, man. I cry.
Me too. I cry. But the Pharisees, they were pointing out everyone's sins, and all of the chapters in the New Testament.
Book of Acts too. The whole story
But they seem to point at the fact that others who like to point out other sins, they're pretty much pointing out their own. So that's why you shouldn't judge.
Yeah, but it's allegory.
But
you realize it's allegory, right? The entire
yes,
time.
I do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's supposed to be, and it's for us. I don't know who wrote that shit, but it really tugs at your heart cores, doesn't it?
Yes, I cry every time.
Yeah, me too. So if you haven't read read the New Testament, and Murray, like really seriously looked at it, just be like, hey, I know I was raised Muslim, but I haven't really considered the New Testament. Read it, bro. There's nothing, bro. You've already said that. Hey, Jesus is there. We've talked about it all night tonight. Read the New Testament, man, and
get to know Jesus a little bit.
Yeah,
it's a holy book in Islam too. It's called the Injil.
Yeah, just read it, man, and
I got a question.
It'll make a difference in your life, man.
I got a question for Matthew. Can I run my new argument across Matthew?
Yeah, I'll shut up about all this shit now. Go ahead.
So, Matthew, how you doing, bud?
Oh yeah, I'm doing well. How's it going?
Glad to hear. So, you seen the some of the long distance photography? One of them's like 273 miles.
Yes.
Right. So, in order for us to see that on a globe, that means the light would have to be bending down pretty close to 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the globe, for us to see something like that.
Right. Or if you want to talk about the angle is 0.03 degrees per mile.
I don't disagree with that. So, yeah, it would have to be pretty close to those numbers, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood, I think.
Right, pretty consistently if it's, almost 300 miles away, right?
Yeah, but that's going to be really rare. It's not going to happen very often. So,
right. Yeah. So, how do you have a Terminator line? Shouldn't it be a Terminator zigzag line? Because different parts of the Earth would have different atmospheric conditions and different refractive indexes. So, when it was just the normal refractive index, then you wouldn't see anything. But if light can bend up to 300 miles around the globe, the sunset and sunrise times wouldn't be consistent enough to have a timeanddate.com where you can look and it'll tell you exactly when the sun is going to set or rise, depending on what day.
Time and date does take that into effect, and so if it's a little bit off by a minute or two, that's probably the reason why.
So it's not a minute or two, right? If we're talking about 275 miles rounding up, that would be like 15 degrees, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be like an hour?
Yeah, if it bent 15 degrees, but it's 0.03 degrees per mile.
Okay, so how many degrees is it exactly? I'm not good with the maths,
The Earth curves at 0.03 degrees every mile, and if light can bend, if the path of light bends that same amount, or even more or a little bit less, then you can get all kinds of unpredictable things at the horizon.
Right, like seeing too far, way past the geometric horizon, past
right, or too close. I mean, sometimes it's cut off too close.
Right. So that would mean that if it was too close, it would be setting sooner than it was supposed to. And if it was something where we could see 250 miles away, that would mean like cities to the west, it would be dark, but cities to the northeast of that city could still be lit because it's not 250 miles away. So
this is all very inexact, but it would work something like that. I mean, we're talking about tiny little changes.
What
I mean, it
kind of
doesn't
tiny
instantly
little
get
changes are we
dark when the sun goes down. There's dusk and dawn.
Right, but 250 miles plus, that's not really tiny little changes. That's quite a stretch of land. That's, what is that, about 3 hours worth of travel?
It can be as little as 10 minutes, and as far as the sunset goes, right?
Right, but we're talking about, the light bending around the curve. And if it can do that for 270-mile stretches, then
sometimes, occasionally,
there would be cities that were sunsetting to the west where the sun had already set, but a city to the southeast of that city would still be lit up because of refraction.
Yeah,
we don't see that on the Terminator line with the NASA image of the Earth, right? We see a straight.
Okay, so what you see is a fuzzy Terminator line, and that's why
no,
it's fuzzy.
It's not fuzzy. It would be zigzaggedy. Think about it.
It would follow the weather patterns a little bit.
Well, I'm not saying it wouldn't. If it's a picture of the Earth, of course it would follow the weather patterns, but that's not my argument. My argument is, if Fort Worth, the sun had already set, then it could still be daylight in Carrollton because of the refraction index.
Which way is Carrollton?
It's to the east, the northeast of Fort Worth. So like Plano, it would still be daylight outside because of heavy refraction. Because that's not 250 miles away.
Yes, I see what you're saying. But if it's refracting in Carrollton, wouldn't it refract in Fort Worth also?
Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just average refraction over there, right? What do you guys call it? Normal, standard? Yeah, standard refraction.
Yeah, that's a good point. Who knows?
Right. So if there's extreme refraction, like you guys talk about your super refraction, you wouldn't have sunsets that happened on time predictably and sunrises throughout the year. And you would also have not a Terminator line, you would have a Terminator zigzag line.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So which one are you going to keep? Are you going to keep the moon landing and there is no refraction, or are you going to keep the refraction and there's no moon landing?
Oh, there's refraction and moon landing, both of them.
Wait a minute, where's the refraction on the Earth with the Terminator line? That one we got in like 1969 with the
You're
Apollo
talking about
mission?
the blue marble picture?
Yeah. How come it's not a Terminator zigzag line?
Because these are tiny little numbers. Yeah.
250 miles? Is tiny to you?
No, I mean it's a fuzzy line because there's dawn and dusk, and so you're talking about moving it back and forward 200 miles. It's not going to show up that much on that blue marble image.
200 miles? You don't think so? That's
Yeah, the blue marble itself is 4,000 miles across, and 200 miles is what is that, 5%? So
right. So
5% of that is going to be fuzzy.
The whole Earth that day was just in standard refraction, right? And the whole Earth is always in standard refraction because different cities don't have different sunset times based on this super refraction that you talk about.
I'm trying to look at the image itself. Let's see if I can find it. That's not a good one. Hold on.
I think you can pull up like Craigslist and it'll show you like 200 miles local to you if you type in the parameters correctly.
Okay, so there's the 1968 blue marble thing that we were talking about, and all the way across that is 4,000 miles. And so if you're talking about extreme refraction happening, you know, it's going to be 5% of the way across that marble. And so if you look at the Terminator line, it's kind of fuzzy, and I would say the fuzziness exceeds 5%. Like there's even dark parts that are kind of jaggedy, to use your words. If you zoom in on it.
I'm looking for the original. Where's it at? So you guys talk about the lunar eclipse, how the light from the Earth hits the moon, and the moon is red because of the refraction that's going on at the sunsets and all that stuff. So
Right.
wouldn't that light that's coming from the sun as it hits the exosphere and then the thermosphere, wouldn't it bend around, the Terminator line and bleed into the atmosphere, causing it to
Yes, it's
light
called
up?
dawn and dusk.
Right, but to the point to where it's refracting around the Earth at 8 inches per mile square sometimes, or even more. But it would still be bending around the Earth if there's any refraction going on. You guys say refraction's always happening, but coming, way up from the thermosphere at the Terminator line, it's going to bend down into the deeper parts of the atmosphere, exciting the particles, creating plasma, and it's going to light up the sky. That's why it glows blue. I think, anyway.
Well, so you're right. That would happen if there were refraction that's 8 inches per mile squared all the way around the Earth. That would be unusual, I would think. It would be very rare. But also that's why we have a distinction between civil twilight, nautical twilight, and astronomical twilight. Like astronomical twilight is something like 18 degrees below the horizon is where the sun is, and that's when you can be sure that none of the sun's rays are refracting around to mess up your astronomy.
So where's the 250-mile discrepancy that happened with that day on the mountain? Does that happen all the time? Do people say
No, it's very rare. That's why it's such a unique image.
right? And when Chicago, you can see it from Michigan. That's rare too, right?
Right.
So if the light is refracting all the way down, and the Terminator line is, let's say, it's right in the middle of the lake, in between Michigan and Chicago, you would still be able to see the sun, even though the Terminator line is right there, because it's refracting around. Because if you could see Chicago, then you could see the sun setting behind Chicago, which I've seen some pretty cool images of that. If you guys haven't seen that, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen those too.
So how would you ever really get an actual sunset?
Yeah, you're right. You're never going to get a line, a sharp line. It's always going to be fuzzy. And so there's always going to be like bleed over. Again, that's called dawn and dusk. So you won't see like a line on Lake Michigan.
Right. So you're saying what I'm describing, where there's cities like 200 miles apart, the one on the west or the southwest is like lit up. I mean, it's dark. And then the one east of that, maybe a little bit north or a little bit south, it's going to be still lit up because of this, super refraction or above normal refraction. So when does that happen?
I don't know that it's ever happened. I can't imagine why that would ever happen. Because it would seem like if there's refraction for the far city, it would be even brighter at the near city.
No, they'd be on different longitude lines. Latitude lines.
Like different weather patterns or something?
Yeah. They're in different areas, right? So one would be heavily refracted, and the other one would be normal refraction index or standard refraction. Right? It would cause the sunset time to change drastically. Because 273 miles, that's a long ways. And light, if it came from 93 million miles away, what's another 250 miles, right?
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying with this argument that there should be anomalies that we don't see, and I would say, well, that's because I think those anomalies are there, but it's just so fuzzy, it's hard to tell. I mean, if it's 30% dusk instead of 45% dusk or something like that, I don't know if it'd be easy to tell that.
I'm going to copy an image and see if I can share it of the globe so I can share my idea.
Matthew.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Are you?
You mind if I finish up Flatter Day? I was almost done.
Well, I'm sorry, bro.
No,
I heard silence.
You're good. So, Matthew, you see the image I posted where the Terminator line is kind of at the edge there. Right? You see it? Terminator line is at the edge of the Earth. You can
Yeah, that looks like a CGI image to me.
It is, but it's just a model of your model.
Okay.
So, if this was all standard refraction, this is what it would look like. But if there was any super refraction going on anywhere in this image, you would see streams of light heading down from wherever it starts.
Yeah, it'd be jagged, like you said. Okay.
Right, and it would be going down, and you would see like strings of light where it was refracting around the curve. Do we ever see anything like that?
No, I don't think we do.
That would be some hella refraction if it was refracting down around the curve like that. I don't think you can prove that happens. In fact, I think the Terminator line proves that it doesn't.
So it's not a line, it's a fuzzy thing, and 200 miles is 5% of the width of that circle that you posted. And so 5%, if that fuzzy Terminator line were deviated by 5% somewhere, I think it would be hard to tell on this image. That's what I'm saying. I think you're right with the basic idea, but and I like your argument. I think it's sound. I think it's just that the Terminator line is so fuzzy that it would be hard to measure accurately or see in any images. I would think.
Well, thanks for listening.
But yeah, good for you for coming up with a new idea. It's something we're thinking about. So it is. You're right that if the 200-mile thing is true, then we should be able to see something on the Earth. I'm just thinking that it might not be that visible. That's all.
Yeah, I'm looking on the map now to see like how much land 200 miles is, and it's like wow, wow. That's a lot of land to think that the sun could stretch.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, 200 all the way across is 8,000 miles, not 4,000 miles. I was using the radius number. All the way across from the left to the right of your image that you posted at 12 past the hour, that's 8,000 miles. And so 200 miles would be like 2%, 2.5% or 3%.
Right. I don't know if it would be noticeable from space. Okay, so maybe I need to scratch the Terminator line, but that would basically mean that, Fort Worth could be like the sun is already set, but because Denton is like northeast of there, like the refraction would have it still lit up. Or, 200 miles away, McKinney could still be lit while it would be dark at Fort Worth if this sort of thing was happening. The thing that you described where there's a super refraction where it's bending down at 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
That's the end of the argument. I'm done.
A little off topic. Have you guys watched Died Suddenly? That's proof of the vaccinations being a bioweapon.
Oh, we're probably not supposed to talk about that here, right?
Sorry about
that. Yeah. Just because it's a TOS of stupid Discord and YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can talk about it somewhere else. It's you could talk about Jesus being the Antichrist here, but you can't talk about vaccines being really bad.
Hey, Helio, let's keep it on flat Earth, please, bro. Hey, Matthew, what's the name of your YouTube channel, bro? My friend is trying to look it up.
Just my name, Matthew Weathers, or you can look up Math Professor Prank or something like that.
Okay, cool. All right, gotcha. I thought it was Matthew Learns for some reason.
Well, I mean, I don't know if this is appropriate or what. Are you still working at the university, Matthew?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Damn.
I was just wondering.
Water and plants.
I mean, we're on vacation right now. This week we're on vacation.
Yeah, of course. It's Christmas time. It's the New Year. Everybody's on holiday.
You ever belong to a fraternity, Matthew?
No, I haven't.
For me, I would also like to. Sorry.
Are you tenured? No, I'm just playing. You don't have to tell us anything. I was just
no, I'm more of a staff job and I teach part time.
All right, cool.
Good luck with that, man.
Hey, I just appreciate you offering that information. And it's all good. Cool.
Hey,
I just want to. Okay, one quick thing.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. With just also the interesting thing Larry said. I'm also thinking from like a long time about like internal reflections, which would let's say consider all the atmosphere around the globe to be acting like a fiber optic, right? So sorry.
that sounds.
Are you talking to me or?
Yeah.
So,
There was a whole lot of different sounds going on there. Let's make it listenable for everybody. Let's have the whole question.
Okay, thank you, Flatter. So, yeah. So the very thin atmosphere for the insanely giant globe with the sun hitting it from the other side should act like a micro or basically a fiber optic, which if seen would illuminate a higher, let's say, layers of the dust particles, vapor particles, what have you, which will terminate the darkness of the night sky and turn it into something else, basically. I would really wish or like that to be simulated on a accurate program with all the variables.
No, you're right. The thing is, when you make a fiber optic cable, you have to very carefully engineer the cable so that can happen and travel a long ways. We're talking about phenomenon that just sort of is a fleeting phenomenon in the weather, kind of like the clouds. I mean, clouds move and shift all the time, and so I think it's just rare for things to line up to get refraction to go very far beyond what its standard amount is. But technically, I suppose you're right that if everything lined up exactly right, then then light could go all the way around the Earth or something. But I think the
laser test,
it would become too dim at some point.
Am I missing something, or are they talking about two different things?
No. Same
direct line of sight test.
Line of sight test. Okay, my bad.
Horizon line should be 5 kilometers away, and you can see a mountain 100 kilometers away with the fucking Nikon camera. Where's 1,000?
Yeah, but there's no light coming from the camera. Just you receive light.
You do a time lapse. It's been done before. Full day's footage. Laser hitting the mirror on the other side.
It's such a weak argument, to be honest. Altogether.
Pardon?
Go ahead. Never mind.
There's thousands of those tests. One of the best videos you can watch is by Taboo Conspiracy, and it's 16 must-see flat earth tests, and he even has 3 of his own in it. Go across a large body of water, and then have a laser make a direct line of sight. Fucking bullseye with the camera on the other side. There's a test in the world's longest train track in a straight line in Saskatchewan, Canada. 33 kilometers. Fucking spot on. It wasn't hundreds of feet in the air like it should be if you calculate the curvature. The curvature of the Earth, not too many people know how big the planet actually is. It's supposed to be 25,000 miles, right? 40,000 kilometers circumference, curving at 8 inches per mile square. Pythagorean theorem. 5 kilometers should be the horizon line. Then at 7 kilometers, there should be 12 feet of curvature. 10 kilometers, there should be 25 feet of curvature. And there's a lake. I want to do a laser test, and it's fucking 19 kilometers, and goddamn, I'm off 70,000 feet, should be curving 93 feet. So there should be almost 100 feet of curvature across this lake. I'll set up fireworks, lasers on each side, mirrors so the fucking lasers can reflect off the mirrors and then go back across the lake, creating an infinite pattern. Make the camera's direct line of sight, lasers go off, fireworks go off in the air, the camera can see the fireworks and the mirror. Also a high-powered flashlight, because it's just like a telescope or a lighthouse, that is. You can have a lighthouse sees away. You can, if you're offshore, you can see a lighthouse 20 kilometers away. But the fucking horizon line's 5 kilometers away. That's one of the easiest proofs you can do that the Earth is flat, is lighthouses.
Yeah, because the lighthouse is not on the surface. It's higher.
Yeah. You don't see the goddamn beam going straight up in the air. And then the goddamn boat arcs around the fucking
thing. That's right. It comes straight out. And hey, Matthew, I have a question for you. And we have T-Wad in here, so he can actually confirm. When you navigate using a compass, how do you hold it?
Parallel to the ground.
Okay. There you go. The Earth is flat.
Oh, but that's in one spot. The question is not whether
in Australia, T-Wad, he has to hold it parallel to the ground too.
Yeah,
not through
is the ground the same direction? That's the question. Is the ground the same direction in a different city?
What does that even mean?
It means that straight down for me and straight down for you might not be parallel. That's the question.
Here's the thing though, with
to get north, to point north on his compass in Australia, he has to hold it parallel to the ground, and it works still.
Right.
That works regardless of the Earth model.
Even if, oh, come on now.
Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. But if you have a compass, the needle points to the strongest magnetic field. And if you have a compass that's made in North America, where it's always designed to point north, and if you go to the South America or even lower down as fucking close as you can towards Antarctica, it will still always point north, and the needle will never switch around and be fucking north pointing south. Because there's no magnetic field down there. Not like that. What's down there is
there's no magnetic field in the southern hemisphere?
Down? What do you mean by down? There's nothing
Not in that way. The strongest magnetic field point is still the North Pole. The South Pole doesn't exist. That's what I'm getting at. It's a giant ice wall surrounding us.
I'm saying that T-Wad is from Australia, and I asked him the same question, and a compass still works in Australia, and it points north, not south.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they don't build compasses
and he has to hold it parallel to the ground.
Like planes are always built in the same location. And
on the globe model,
older aircraft, the compass will never flip around depending on where you are in the world. It'll always face north.
On the globe model, my north needle on my compass is pointing away from the North Pole, up into space somewhere, away from Earth.
That's another thing. You can navigate the stars, but you can see the same constellation throughout various locations in the Earth, even though it should be hidden around the curvature. And you can use the stars to navigate too, which should be completely impossible on the globe. And the stars and all the constellation haven't moved at all in fucking tens of thousands of years, hundreds of goddamn millions of years.
What do they mean when they say proper motion then?
You calculate the speeds and how fast we're going through the goddamn universe right now.
No, the proper motion of a star.
If you take a camera and you zoom into a star, you see what's called a luminary, and it looks like a cymatic sound wave pattern. It's not a star.
Wait, I thought you said the constellations were the same for 10,000 years. That's what I was asking about.
Yeah, like that entire like space in general, like there being galaxies and all that shit. Like I'm the fucking spaceman. I have a NASA jacket right now from when I did believe in all that. Like
but constellations do change.
There's no such thing as space. There's no other solar system.
But constellations haven't changed, and it's recorded for thousands of years, even like from old China, and even God knows it changed at all. Sorry, say again.
There's a dome attached. I know we're not supposed to talk about the firmament of the dome, but it's mentioned in the Bible and across every religion depicting the geocentric model of the Earth, so I will discuss it. The luminaries, the stars, are attached to the firmament, and they do move, but the constellations always stay the same. Polaris, the pole star, never moves at all. It always stays as the North Star, and it stays stationary. And you can take that Nikon P1000 camera, zoom right into the motherfucker, and you can see a luminary. You don't see a goddamn star. And that's the main thing about the geocentric model of the Earth, is that it proves the existence of God. The heliocentric space model makes us think that we're all random, that we don't matter at all. But from proving that the Earth is a level that you can see beyond that 5-kilometer horizon point, it proves the Mayans, the Incas, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, the Norse, the fucking, like, everything, the Christianity, Egyptians, like everything, they were right. We are God's children. We're like a coral reef, a giant collective soul, all connecting back to one life form. But each individual coral from the coral reef experiences their own reality connected back to the main life form, which is God and all of us. And that goes from every piece of grass that you can see, all the animals, everything in life. We are connected to one giant soul.
My memory.
Okay, so I thought you said Polaris never moved. Is that right?
Yeah, it doesn't. It always stays there.
How come we've measured it moving then?
Where's your camera at? Take a time lapse. I'll show you what I have recorded over the years.
I posted in the chat measurements between 1850 and 2000 in the proper motion.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'll post a video too.
It moves about 15 milliarc seconds per year.
So I got to ask you this question before I look at the video.
It's not a video. It's just an example of where Polaris was in 1850.
Okay. But do you believe in the round Earth or the flat Earth?
The Earth is manifestly not flat.
So you believe in the ball, spherical Earth flying around in space?
Yes.
I used to be there a few years ago, and let me tell you this right the fuck now. Arguing the shape of the Earth is distracting us from the bigger picture of what's going on. Yes, it is a massive piece of the puzzle, but you don't necessarily need it at first to understand the bigger picture, which is the New World Order, the Illuminati controlling the entire Earth, and the concept of quote-unquote waking up is realizing that and putting a stop to them literally starting one civil government over the entire world now, be like China, chaining us down, taking away all of our firearms, all of our rights, all of our property, and literally poisoning us and causing a new Holocaust, which is what the vaccine is doing currently right now as it reaches the millions of how many people it's killed. I'm sorry to go off topic, but that's
we can't. We've got to be careful because this is live streamed on YouTube, so you can't say these things or it'll get banned.
So DJ, I agree with you that there are probably more important things to be talking about. I would disagree about which things, but yeah, I think it's fun to talk about this. Elijah, you're hot miking.
Also, Matthew, I'm looking at the numbers. You in this the slight shift in the position of Polaris, but actually the like very small, as you said, like very small, like in like millis of arc. So this thing there is like I'm trying to. You need a lot of like other information, and from a physical perspective, like air pressure, air temperature, humidity, like a lot of things which will affect light path from the star all the way to the observer through the equipment. So, and also we can determine or know or have a constant of light refraction through all those different layers of atmosphere. So
yeah, that's why you do your measurements at 20 degrees above the horizon, so that the refraction is minimal. Higher in the sky that you look above the horizon, the less refraction matters.
Yeah, but again, you don't eliminate it. You don't eliminate it, which will affect the measurement, right?
I suppose so, but they're talking about measuring a change over time. So if it affected it in 1850, it would also affect it in the year 2000. So we're not talking about the raw numbers, but more the change, right?
True. But again, when we compare this this data with, let's say, this like so-called global warming, right? So this there's a gradual, incremental, I should say, temperature change in the entire atmosphere. So which will affect how light react through it, which will affect, of course, how we see and the position of the stars we see. So again, it can be explained in other ways, other than maybe this exact position of the star have changed. You see where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, but these are like measurements that are very carefully calibrated from many different places on Earth, and so you can calculate the right ascension and declination of where Polaris is from any city, basically in the northern hemisphere. And
That's the exact sentence I'm trying to say originally when it came to the measurements of the globe model of the Earth being completely impossible to prove. Like, go on, ask Siri right now. Ask your Alexa, how far is the horizon line? She'll tell you 5 kilometers. Anything beyond that distance, like a boat disappearing over the horizon line of the ocean, you could see the hull disappear and then the sails, and eventually it would be gone. The problem with that is that you can see way exponentially farther than what that boat is supposed to disappear at. And using the actual science and math of the round Earth, you can debunk it very easily. And there's hours of laser footage that have been linked in that chat. You just have to go back far enough to see it, and I can post the fucking fresh videos so you can binge watch it for the next hour and have that awakening. And one book you should read, he has a video book of it, and it's called 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay.
Yeah, it turns out to be more like 60 proofs. He just repeats himself a bunch of times. Like, here's these 5
so you can see
lighthouses.
the Earth curve.
That's not 5 proofs, that's 1 proof.
I agree with you. Yes, Matthew, I noticed that. I agree with you. But at least it's a proof, right? It's something to look at.
200, exactly.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah, but also it benefits those who are close to those places, landmarks. So it's worthy of being mentioned.
Anyone can do their own level Earth test, curvature test, whatever you want to call it, direct line of sight test. Can you see farther than 5 kilometers? That's what the question is. And then people say, oh, it's fucking light refraction. It's all a mirage. As you watch the temperature go hot and cold, it's fucking year on in, fucking, you have a massive time lapse. And it will still sit there. It's not dipping up and down this gigantic arch, phasing in and out because it's a mirage. No, those goddamn ground's right there. Water always finds and maintains a level no matter what, if it's unmanipulated. There will be never at any point you will see that level water start to curve.
There's no bendy water, Matthew. We haven't found any bendy water.
There's level
Hey,
water.
DJ, how long you been out here doing this, man?
How long have I been awake like I know about the flat earth?
Yeah, how long you been flat earthing?
About 1.5 years.
Cool, right on.
I'm still like the new guy on it. I know a good amount of things now, but some of the gurus and shit, it's just like, damn, they know like a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, there's some crew up in this place, man. I know way more than I do. That's for sure. Matthew's here to help us figure out what NASA says about shit. He's really good at that.
Yeah.
He goes, this is what NASA says. This is how they calculate it. This is how they measured the fucking parallax in the stars by the fucking nano thousandth of a fucking degree.
I used to want to know all that shit, man. If I was an astrophysicist and learned the Earth was flat, I would have been fucking furious. Like, imagine putting an entire life dedication, getting a degree and all that shit, and literally something that's fucking made up.
One of the great astrophysicists of our time, Michio Kaku, astrophysicist, says that, They're going by the seat of their pants by looking at the stars, man. They don't know.
Look at the stars, man. They're pretty fucking shiny.
They're off by
Get that
120.
Nikon camera out.
It could be off by 120 zeros, man.
Yeah. And like I said, that was a big obstacle for me to come to like be able to climb over when I found out the Earth was flat. Like I have my space jacket. I wear it every fucking day.
Man. Wear it proud. Start a conversation.
I'm getting that United Nations logo. I'm gonna get that patch and put it on.
Go ahead, CEO. What's up?
Thank you, man. Hey, man. Nice to speak to you again. I just wanted to tell like DJ, like we discussed earlier today or tonight, it depends on where you are, that when you become a flat earther, it just like shifts your like
your state of mind.
Not only no, of course, but when you, for example, watch a movie, let's say Star Trek or whatever, such like so-called sci-fi movies, you start categorizing them as a fantasy movies or maybe fictional movies instead of sci-fi movies, scientific fictional movies,
Yeah. Now that you mention that, I just watched King Kong versus Godzilla, and they literally start the movie off with like King Kong throwing a goddamn stick through the dome, and then there's a whole bunch of Hollow Earth shit. Do you guys talk about the Hollow Earth on this? Like that's something I'm still new about. Like the fact that you can go to Antarctica and North Pole, and there's a portal to another fucking world.
Somebody came in today. It might have been Kim. Or something. Remember somebody was talking to Kim, was talking about Avatar, the new one. That don't
spoil it.
There's a whole dome thing in there about the waters above and the waters below or something. And I was like, "What?" Now I got to go watch that stupid movie. I don't even want to watch it, but since somebody mentioned
it, good to hear you, Professor. It's good to hear you, buddy.
Yeah, always good to hear you, Kim. You remember that guy talking about Avatar?
Yeah, Aurora. It was a lady from Germany. She was mentioning it.
That was it. And I was like, oh, shit, now I got to go watch this stupid movie, man. I don't want to watch.
I don't want to watch it either.
So hold up. Bring the topic back a little bit.
Okay.
When you're talking about when you become a flat earther, it's like a switch turns. And what I was beforehand was exactly the way I am right now, but in a different way. I had a fuck ton of knowledge collected, and I had like everything from UFOs, Nikola Tesla, pyramids, back engineered technology. But when I learned the Earth was flat, like I used to talk about like the same shit I'm talking about now, like this kind of level. But when I first learned the Earth was flat, it was like a switch, and like I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know how to talk to people about this specific kind of topic. And I found out it's very fucking controversial.
No shit.
Like, people get goddamn mad over it, and you're just like, fuck, I'm just trying to tell you something.
I've seen people, man, they'd be live streaming about flat Earth, and the guy will grab his phone and throw it in the lake. I was like, damn. Just talking about Earth, dude. You're so mad. Why are you so mad?
Yeah, just chill out.
Dude.
And it leads back to the other shit. And then like I learned stuff beyond that because I came to I watched one specific video of a guy talking about controlled opposition and how once he learned about that he tried to talk to a lot of flat earthers about it. And then like they didn't coordinate the right way, and then he kind of felt like he was on his own. And I am like, this server is fucking dope. Like, there's a lot of people, but I can't talk thoroughly about every single topic. And then there's
none of us. Nobody can.
Yeah, but there's a goddamn other server I talk about where they're breaking down numerology and Freemasonry. But if I talk to anything about flat Earth, they don't know that because they're not awakened in that specific area.
Right, I see where you're going. Yeah. That makes sense.
And I realized that there's a meter to it, like there's a bar, like what's the easiest to be reprogrammed with. Right. Like if you think about fucking chemtrails, for instance, and you just look up a few YouTube videos, you're convinced about that. But you look up flat Earth, like that's a very like when you're first put into school, as soon as you're born, you're taught 1 + 1 = 2, and the Earth is a globe. So you're programmed with that model from everything from your education to movies you see on TV to the video games you play, fucking books you read.
It's everywhere.
Everything says that, and you have like what talks about the flat Earth openly on the mainstream and talks about the Tartarian Empire and all that kind of shit. That then they lied about the entire timeline.
Yeah.
Did you just
timeline?
You just to break it for you. To break it for you, brother. We on this server we are not afraid of talking. Let's say those like stuff you mentioned earlier and told you please don't talk about them. But only we are worried about this server like getting taken down again. Due to a stupid circumstance. So those sadly, those people have control, have the power to just like take us down with a silly argument like, hey, TOS or whatever crap they have.
That's what happened.
Exactly. So basically that's why, but many of us here, like for many years, we know all the stuff like you talked about. We agree with you, at least speaking from my like own perspective. And but sadly, we talk sometimes, but in like special circumstance. So
if we kill the live stream, we can talk about it.
Yeah, specifically live stream, yes.
Yeah, and then if you want to speculate about some shit, you come in here on Sundays, and you can.
Sundays, the real shit.
Sunday.
Just have at it, man. You know, I mean, everybody enjoys the speculation day. I mean, come on.
Also, DJ, just like if you're just intrigued, you just wanna talk about it, or maybe it's like a circumstance you have to mention it. Just don't use the silly
terms they use. Yeah,
exactly, the silly mainstream names. You know,
code words.
If I say Cocoa Puffs or Cocoa 19, you know what I'm talking about. Or, you know, you guys took the cookies, did you? Oh, all these people are taking the cookies, fun. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't take the cookies. Don't do that.
I want to be able to do like this exact environment, how there's a lot of people being able to conversate at the same time, openly live stream to a big audience without the worrisome of being censored. Rumble
Twitch,
is like the new YouTube.
I think you can do it on Twitch, right?
No, not really. Twitch, no.
No?
Twitter, you can. It's not censored anymore, so we can use that again.
I don't.
Rumble is still.
I'm not buying
Rumble
it.
is still kind of censored too.
Rumble does my mind state.
The only place I know of that I'm sure 100% it's, or maybe 1,000% that it's like uncensored and you're free to speak whatever you want about on it is Telegram, and hopefully one day we would have a server there and speak about it.
Yeah, Telegram, Rumble, Odyssey is pretty good too.
Rumble's pretty good. Odyssey's good. Yeah,
we need like a social media like Discord, but like remix, like in a fucking non-censored way, because they took down Tate's goddamn Discord too. That's what he had all his shit.
Hey
on.
man,
he had to make his own website.
I saw some shit about that guy, man, that I'm not real pleased with, man.
Oh yeah, they fucking.
He was beating on a fucking his whore. I was like, really? Oh, motherfucker!
Human trafficking charges.
Now he's in trouble
Cut the stream.
in the mainstream media, man. He's like, not mainstream, but he's
Andrew Tate. Are you talking about Andrew Tate?
Yeah, I never heard of this guy until yesterday, man. And
he's released.
He's everywhere. Everybody's talking about him. I'm like, or what the hell's this guy's story? He's not a flat earther or anything, is he?
Yeah.
No. Sadly, he's not a flat earther, but I think he has a video released. Wait, he has a video saying he's a flat earther?
Yeah, he calls this guy a globetard for thinking that the world is round. Him and Tristan. And then they have another video of them denying it, but there's two videos. Andrew Tate just changed his name. I think they're about to take his ass out, honestly. Like they're going to do some some off mic shit or off stream.
His shit is being in trouble is coming across my fucking feed like gangbusters. I was like, shit, what? I didn't even know who this guy was until yesterday. I'm like, I maybe heard of him, seen him do a video. I didn't know who it was. It's like, okay, but I'm not a follower, but apparently a lot of people follow this guy, younger people especially.
It's just when you have mainstream anything, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because
Right.
if it is
Yeah.
put on mainstream, it's to push a narrative. It doesn't matter what it is.
I see the Tate thing going down like this. They're gonna take him out and say, "Look, he was a conspiracy theorist. Look, and he beats these bitches." You know, and I'm like, "What?" Like,
Yeah, well, basically, this guy is like male smacking some feminists, extreme feminists out there. Yeah, so they are not liking it, especially leftists.
He's
You know,
smarter than that. Like, the guy's
just-
a multi-millionaire. Like, he wouldn't just throw it all away for that fucking reason.
and some people do the craziest shit, man. I didn't put it past anybody, man. You know,
He said they're gonna try to pin some shit on him, lock him up, or kill him in the end. And he doesn't
I
get
think
exposed that much.
the people use that a little bit too much, because it is happening to people.
yeah. Actually, DJ, just to like follow up on what you said, Andrew Tate said, like, hey, if you hear me, I suicided, I will never suicide. Like he actually, this guy have been a boxer, you know, so he's not really afraid of like going like facing death, you know. It's like
109 and 3.
Desensitizing us to that whole that whole idea of being suicided.
Yeah, exactly. So
all about yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
dude. These people.
No,
if you get too big and you start not talking the right shit, they're coming after you, and they'll make up shit or whatever they have to do.
Exactly. He literally like mentioned this 3 stages like multiple times on different occasions, where he said like, hey, first time they will try to cancel me. Second time, first stage they will try to cancel me, which they did. Second stage they will lock me up. Third stage they will like just say I suicided, which I will never do under any circumstance. He said.
Jump out of a window. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's prepared. He knows where he's going, and as DJ said, like he's a multimillionaire. He has been into everything. He tried everything, and he even have been a like boxer into the ring, you know, inside the ring, like facing death or harm or what have you. And he doesn't just care.
Cappy said he wasn't going to suicide either. I remember that.
I don't know about that guy.
Oh shit, man. You know, we're like the Art Bell show for Flat Earth. We're serious. We take this shit very serious around here. And yeah, we get off on side subjects, but for like, I'd say like 80% of the time we're, talking about Earth, which is great, man. That's where we live. It's always good to talk about where you live. But the rest of this stuff, man, if you get too big a platform, man, you're toast. We're kind of like in a very, very obscure part of the internet, man. Nobody knows who we the fuck are and where we are. And I kind of like it that way. It makes it way more interesting to see the information flow. If it was too big or people were making money off of it, it would be all fucked up, man. It would be shit. And I'd be like, now I got to go start another community that, that's not popular. I like being not popular. It's good, but we got just enough people coming in here every day. Right now, we've got like 3 newbies in here. We got a VC verified, a no rolls. Yeah, so those are the people that we're here for, man.
Yeah. Trying to help the people that don't know the truth find the truth.
Well, the people that are looking for it, man. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a kid in here last night, high school student. It was great, man. It was just he was so open to talk about stuff, and Anyway, it's great. Like we like to teach, we like to learn, and this is a great place to do it. Anyway, enough about.
I like to teach. I like to learn also.
Yeah, Matthew, I've asked you straight away, man. It's kind of a fun community. We've all taken our hits around here. You more than me, of course. And I appreciate you not, bowing out, and because at times it's really great in here. At times it sucks. And but you've always been calm. You've never lashed out. You've raged quit. I don't know, 3 times.
Yeah, a handful of times, sure.
Handful. I was there for a couple of them for sure. I'm like, don't. You go, "Oh, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later."
Especially when it was late at night or I had to go in.
Yeah, it was late. Yeah, but
So you're a professor, Matthew?
he is.
Part time. I work
Do you
staff
ever
at the
tell your students about flat Earth?
It doesn't come up in my classes. No.
You don't bring it up?
Oh, wait. Nobody's ever brought it up in your class ever.
I teach a computer science class.
I know.
A couple years ago, I taught a math class, and we talked about measuring the distance to the sun and the moon, and
like we did
stuff.
that last summer. Yeah.
Did any of those students ever do what we do and actually test the thing?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, come on now. That's why you like
I
it.
didn't. I thought
You wish that you had us as students.
No, Matthew, computer science. Now, I'm a big engineer guy. I build guitars and pianos and shit, but I get where you build something and you make it better, and you build a transistor and you make it better. That's not science, man. It's just engineering, right?
Both of those sound more difficult than doing a flat Earth test. Significantly. Like the flat Earth test is fucking easy.
Right, but building a transistor is not easy. I watched a documentary on it. It was that fascinating. And it's just a valve for electricity, man. It turns it on or turns it off. That's it. And it does it.
That's dope.
The more of them you have, the more of them you can turn on and off quickly. And that's how we're able to talk right now on the internet. Is it's either on or it's off. But they figured out the math behind all that, man. And the math behind it is fascinating, man. Somebody showed it to me years ago. I was like, this is what a music song sounds like, on paper. And it was like 0 1 1 1 0 1 0 1. I'm like, oh fuck, that's it. Yeah, there's 128 of those, and then it repeats. It's like fascinating. But computer science, I had this argument with the professor from Caltech, Spiro Mikolakis. It was like, he's talking about computer science. And I'm like, well, it's not really science, man. It's not like you're cause and effecting. You're figuring out what the cause and effect is. It's totally different than that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew. Yeah, correct me.
It's not experimental science.
It's not an experimental science. Exactly. There we go. That explains it. Experimental science and space is not an experimental science either for us, is it?
Yeah, astronomy, you're not doing experiments.
Yeah, exactly. So I like that term. I think that's going to be a good term next year. Experimental science versus
Well, there are other observational sciences like marine biology, for example.
Well, marine biology, you actually can grab the fish and take it out and dissect it or whatever you got to do to figure out why.
But if you're trying to figure out animal behaviors, that's sort of just observing.
Speaking of animal behaviors, there was a guy out of Stanford. What's his professor? He studied these baboons for like 20 years. And they had very much human kind of, there was a hierarchy. The same behaviors as humans, hierarchy, the ones at the top get the best meat. Well, somebody dumped a bunch of shitty food and all the hierarchies of the group, the pack, got to eat that shit first, and then they died. And all that was left was these little grunts and it turned into a peaceful society. It got rid of the assholes that were always beating on the people below them. And it turned into a peaceful society. That was the conclusion of the documentary. You could probably Google like Professor Stanford and human behavior. You'll find the documentary. I forget the name of it. It was like 15 years ago I watched that shit. And fascinating. So there's always some bitch at the top telling us all what to do. Hey, animal behavior.
Astonishing.
It is astonishing that I can come out here
octopus
and talk to people about where we live and marine biology and stars and parallax and computer science and all these great things that we all deal with every day. The sun, the moon, plant life, trees. I like trees, man. I'm a big tree guy.
Yeah, trees are good.
Trees are cool.
Tree seeds.
I just like hanging out by trees and rivers and snow. Oh man, I want to go snow skiing. Damn, we're gonna get a bunch of snow this weekend. So
yeah,
maybe next week. We spent like 2 hours in here last night talking about snowboarding and skiing. Yeah, it was hilarious. It was great.
I want to go snowboarding. Sounds like a really fun sport to try.
Yeah. There's two things you're going to learn. You're going to hit your ass or you're going to hit your face for the first day or so. And then you'll wake up the next day and go, I didn't even know I had a muscle there. And why is it sore? What the hell?
That's what the fuck I'm going to right now in jiu-jitsu because I have a sprained
there you go. Same
MCL.
thing, yeah. You're like,
yeah, I've been doing jiu-jitsu for a couple months and then just like, MCL sprain. I'm benched for a little bit. Fuck. So I've just been doing stand-up.
That's a heavy, physical contact kind of thing. Snowboarding's kind of a little learning curve. You'll figure it out. They got these new boards out, man, that are just incredible, man. We were talking about it last night. I'm not a boarder, but I snow ski. And but he's like, dude, you got to do this. This thing just grabs the snow and just hugs it, and you can just burn an edge, man. I'm like, whoa. I mean, it's so advanced now. These snowboards are so amazing compared to what they originally came up with. It was like,
yeah, it's like a snowmobile.
Dude, they were like the first snowboards were absolutely archaic stuff. Same with the first computers. I mean, they were pretty shitty too. Hey, what about that ENIAC computer, Matthew? Did you ever study? Do you go into that in your class there? How it works?
I've heard of it, but I haven't taught that type of history.
Yeah, I and my buddy we'd always laugh because it was a tube computer. It was made out of vacuum tubes. And they had these people going in and out of this giant room with shopping carts full of tubes. They were constantly switching them out. It's pretty funny.
What? Send me link, man. What about it? I haven't heard about it.
The ENIAC computer was one of the first computers ever invented using vacuum tubes, not transistors. It's fascinating. And it had basically the equivalent of I think it was like a handheld calculator in the 70s. Right, Matthew? Something like that?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Something. That's kind of how I remember it. God, it's been 20 years since I looked into it, but it was a laughable kind of thing. People running around changing tubes.
Flat Earth Professor, you mentioning that, it's funny that it has been more than 50, 60 years when they have landed on the moon, allegedly at least, right? And
50.
Yeah, until now, still nothing. And look at all advancements we have in computer technology, telecommunication technology, whatever, right? Yet we are still haven't had a village on the moon. It's like, right? It's like, what?
No village, no tents, no.
Yeah, not even a small camp, man.
no little camp, no campfire, no nothing.
not even a campfire, as you said.
Yeah, it is a bit puzzling. It's been over.
Well, you could say the same thing about underwater cities. We've had submarines for a long time, longer than the moon landings, but we still haven't established a city underwater.
Yeah, we have. Just the military knows about it. We don't.
No, wait. I saw a hotel that was like they built it underwater. It's
yeah,
under
hotel,
the
but I'm
ocean.
talking about like a whole city,
like
where
a big
people
city. No, but they actually did
just
build
camouflage into
a
a
really
rock.
giant hotel underwater, man. I think, man. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Matthew, but you know what? If you want, like, just like to compare, like, hey, if even on Earth we didn't do that, why would we do something on space or in space? Actually, I disagree with you, because like trying to replicate what's needed in space, or even more complicated than what's needed in space here on Earth, is like literally has no value, practical value.
Yep.
Where in space, it's actually needed. It's a need. It's a must. To like, let's say, if we had like a solar system and we had that like moon orbiting around us, and it would benefit humanity allegedly if we had, like, of course, landed on the moon, to put a base there and start launching all those like space exploration missions from the moon, where it's easier and cheaper, like launching rockets from there. Not to mention like mining O3 or all those like nonsense elements or like stuff,
Yeah, I mean, it's really expensive to go to the moon, so it's not practical. Just like building cities underwater is expensive and not practical also.
Yeah, we got plenty of land. We'll just build on that. Good.
Exactly, we have plenty of lands. Why would we build cities underwater? But I disagree with you. Like, it's actually practical building bases on the moon, because once the like, with the achievements and advancements in science and engineering now, we wouldn't like be building, let's say, if NASA had a base on the moon, they wanted to, let's say, start building rockets and launching rockets from the moon base, they would like high likely build them in a different way, which is efficient, because they don't want to keep on like sending materials and fuel and oxidizer and what have you all the way to the moon, so they can just like launch them from there. They will just like use totally different like methodology and engineering and ways of launching them from there, maybe ionic motors or engines basically, and other stuff which is much cheaper and lighter, that they can really launch it from the moon. Not to mention the so-called dark side of the moon, which will help them, like if they build an observatory there, which actually has they would have achieved insane stuff by now after 50 years. They would have like had basically James Webb operating 24/7 on the dark side of the moon before even this like so-called like James Webb telescope, after like more than 50 years now. It's like crazy.
Yeah, but visiting a place is way, way different than building a established community. So, for example, lots of people have been to the top of Mount Everest, but we haven't built a city up there, even though there would be advantages of like being able to see farther, clearer air, all that type of stuff. So,
hey, what about the highest place on Earth, the Antarctica? They built a bunch of shit there, man. Like all kinds of shit there, man. Tow trucks and planes and all kinds of buildings, and every country has a building, and it's crazy down there.
Yeah. Good one, man.
I mean, that's absolutely incredible what they've done in Antarctica, right? Incredible. Tunnels. And
I think, Matthew, if Everest were to be in, let's say, in Europe or the US, we would have like probably now had a observatory on the top of it, or a military base.
Something. I mean, just a simple fucking 24/7 webcam on the moon, man, would be totally cool.
You know, I would literally shut up if we had that by now.
Yeah, I'm not
Literally
asking
shut up.
much. You know, a couple $100. Give me put an iPhone on
Well,
the
the moon's
moon.
pretty far. How about a geostationary satellite that takes pictures of weather patterns so we can do weather?
Yeah. We've been down that road. Come on. You can do better than that, Matthew. We don't want to.
Keep in mind, your standard of evidence shouldn't be there. It should be for a direct measurement of curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, clip that one. Somebody clip that.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to directly measure the height of Mount Everest either.
I agree with you there. I agree with you. No doubt about it. So yeah, but you know, I mean, if it's a ball, man, we got to figure out where we got to see the ball somewhere. I mean, that's all. You know, we're not complicated people, Matthew. We're pretty simple. I'm pretty simple.
Wait, I'm a little confused about that. Why would you say it's impossible to directly measure the height of Mount Everest? Like, it seems like it'd be quite a difficult thing to do, but to say it's impossible, that seems like.
And
why would you think?
It'd be difficult.
To directly measure, you'd have to like put a ruler up there, like some big steel beam or something to directly measure. Otherwise, you're using surveying equipment and indirectly calculating based on trigonometry. And
but when you say directly measure, like directly measure what? The height, the elevation of it above sea level, the shape of it? What are you talking about?
No, the height above sea level.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you can do that. It would be costly, but you can do it. Why would you say you can't do that?
Okay, it would cost $4 trillion. Maybe
it would cost us anywhere near that much. I think I could do it.
That's how much the Iraq War costs.
How about impractical? How about that?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's practical. I was just wondering why you said it can't be done. I just thought that was weird.
Right, well, that's
okay. Impractical. You're right. I should use impractical instead.
Yeah, there you go. That's better. And he corrected himself. Mm-hmm. That's right. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate the honesty. It's impractical, but it's not impossible. I get that. That's why we don't have bases on the moon. It's impractical, but it's not impossible, apparently.
But imagine how hard it would be to directly measure the height of Mount Everest. You'd have to.
Hey, I'm saying it could be totally difficult, but I don't think it's impossible, man. I think you could probably come up with a really amazing way of doing it, but you know, it might cost $1 billion, like you said, not $1 trillion or $4 trillion. Jeez, man, easy, cowboy.
Yeah, that sounds like way
like $1 billion, maybe. You know, maybe 500 million might do it. I don't know, but I think it's possible. So we could do it, dude. I know we could.
Yeah, people climb it.
People do climb it.
Not a lot. I don't know about that actually. Let me not make that claim because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe there have been a lot of people who have.
I knew somebody that didn't do Everest. They did one of the other big ones, Majari or something. It's been a while. I met him at a party. It's like, damn. They were going to do Everest. I don't know if they ever made it, but good for them, man. I don't like climbing up mountains. It's kind of like, I like hiking a little bit, but I ain't going to be doing no full scale.
What about flying? Are you afraid of heights? Like if you go?
No, not at all. I mean, flying. I love flying. Flying is absolutely one of my favorite things to do. I just hate airlines. Just fucking hate they've turned it into this like Disney, get in line, shut up. Here's your seat. Buckle, it's not fun like it used to be in the 80s, man. It was great.
Yeah, you just go to your local airport and know some folks that fly their own personal planes and get them to take you up.
So I went on I was on a 747 coming back from Hawaii. There was like 12 people on this plane, man. And it was just like, I'm walking around, I'm laying across the middle seats. I'm like smoking. You could smoke back then. I was like, and it was just like, wow, this is awesome. But, you know, it was weird. It was such a huge plane, man. Incredible. Love flying. Flying over a flat stationary plane, Matthew. Pretty sure, man. All the documents kind of say,
I don't
hey,
know. I think the plane might be dipping its nose 0.02 inches. It's hard to tell.
Per second.
Oh, goodness.
Every pilot I've ever talked to, man, there's no nose dipping or nothing because they have to keep the nose up like at 3 degrees in order to keep a
To catch
nice
the wind.
level flight.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, man. The pilots I talk to. And that's, you ask any pilot, you know, that flies one of those big jets, man, say, hey, man, so when you get up to cruising altitude, what's your nose angle? I mean, it's an inconspicuous question. It's not like you're leaning into something. They'll say like, 2-3 degrees, roughly.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's always on like most airliner jets is in positive number. So
yeah, it's always a positive number.
Yeah, so no dipping
more than
whatsoever.
It's more than 1 degree, and it's, you know, no more
Yes.
than 3 degrees is like, from what I've heard, it's like the optimal. Keeps that plane nice and level at 3 degrees, pointing up.
Yeah, so that claim about dipping the nose of the aircraft is sorry, man.
No, you're good. So anyway, love flying those big jets, man. Are absolutely incredible. I think it's one of the great engineering feats of all time. Right up there with the electric motor is my favorite invention of all of them. That changed everything. An electric motor.
Yeah, that is also, we're talking about Nikola Tesla.
The what?
Nikola Tesla invented it.
Nikola Tesla, yes, he invented the electric motor. That's correct.
Also,
And
the AC
he
current.
did it, Matthew. You'll love this, Matthew. From what I understand, you know, I could be corrected, but he didn't understand the math behind the electric motor at all. He just built the damn thing. Said the magnet's going to push the thing around here, man. If I put the current going this way, and it's just going to go. And he built it, and he said, "You guys figure out the math." And they did.
Sounds about right.
But that's what I heard. I mean, that's how inventions are made. I'm an inventor. I've invented shit. You know, you just start with something, and you're like, you're writing all this shit down. You're drilling holes, and you're soldering shit, and you're connecting computer boards or whatever. And you don't know how it's going to work, but you just start. You know, there's no math behind it. It's all like just hands on. Okay, I'm observing this, and I see the field of the magnet. So if I put the magnets around the copper here, and I put a bearing in the middle, and it's just going to go around forever. Electric motors. I got an electric motor right here. It's 150 years old, and it still works like it's fucking brand new.
Yeah, it doesn't need oil changes. It doesn't need an oil change.
Doesn't need an oil change.
Well, hey, you want to know something? I've been thinking about this just recently. It's just such a fortunate thing how copper is not magnetic, because it makes it easier to make an electric motor putting magnets next to copper.
That's right. There you go. Problem solved.
I wouldn't be surprised if God designed the elements to have those properties to make it easier for us.
There you go. That's a big claim.
Indeed, he did.
Hey, God invented it all, dude. It's all here for us. We've just taken what's here and worked with it. And hey, we ended up with this thing called Discord, where people can hang out and talk online from all across the world. Damn, that's pretty cool.
So just to bring you this, like, to bring you to think about this idea. So where do you think the world currently, with all that population would sustain itself if we lived with technologies, let's say from 100 years ago, barely having electricity, barely having infrastructure, barely having what have you now?
No,
it's impossible, man.
No flushing toilets, no.
It's impossible.
Well, my question is, they built all these buildings like 1,500 years ago in Europe, all over the place, but there's no bathrooms in any of them. I was like, what? There's no bathroom. I was like, where's the toilet, bro? I mean,
There was a house that was outside that they used.
I guess so, but they built these elaborate buildings, man, with Art Deco.
Wait, are you implying that back in the day nobody had to take a piss somewhere?
I had the theory of people were Eritreans. Have you ever heard of that?
Eritreans, so they never had to piss because it was just absorbed back into them.
They just breathed the air. That's how they lived. They didn't
so any part of what they never had to piss, and their piss just absorbed back into them, and it turned into water and energy. And is this your theory?
Eritreans. I have discussed it in the past. Yeah.
All right. Well, where did you get that from? Eritreans. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of breatharians, where people think that they can just breathe and don't have to eat shit. Right.
Same thing.
Same concept.
Yeah.
Eritreans and breatharians.
Same thing.
They don't have to piss or shit. They just live.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, it's actually not breatharians, it's breatharians is what it is.
Okay. Anyway.
All right, so you think that's something that's plausible?
No.
Because you don't see bathrooms in these structures.
Mm-hmm. Like there's no bathrooms. These giant fucking castles and giant super fucking castles.
And now they
Starford castles, and you got castles. Where is the fucking John, man? Help me, man. I gotta drop a deuce here, people. Oh no, we don't build those. There's no plumbing in the house. There's no plumbing. You gotta go outside. Take a shovel. What? Oh, shit.
It's
freezing out there, man. It's freezing ass cold, and you want me to take a shovel? Yeah, okay.
I'm really curious. Can you explain this more? How breatharians, or if that's a plausible idea, can you explain it more?
The only example I have is there was a guy that climbed Mount Everest in a pair of shorts, and he said that he did it through controlling his breathing.
Well, that's something that you can do to take ice baths.
That's the closest person I've ever heard of that can do something that most people,
Yeah, well, as far as traveling that high in altitude, most people have to take oxygen packs or whatever.
Right, he didn't have anything. In a pair of shorts.
Cool, but that takes a lot of training and whatever. We all know this. It's not a secret.
Well,
some people can do it, but
this
most
guy
people
did
can't.
it. He's the only guy to ever do it in a pair of shorts. That's all I'm saying. And that's
okay. And so did he eat food on the way up there?
Don't know if
did he ever take a piss or a shit? I bet he did.
I wonder how many people have taken shits on Everest. I'm curious.
I bet you can find out if you go there.
How many shits have been taken on Everest?
You can find out, dude. I've heard stories of people that have gone there, and they on their way there's dead bodies. Nobody can grab. They're just dead bodies there.
chased
and nobody
Malfi
came
out.
and captured him, and brought him down for funerals. They're just dead bodies laying on fucking Everest.
Yeah.
That nobody came and grabbed. So there you go.
They're still there, man, and nobody's gonna get them. It's like, dude, nah.
It's such a fun adventure, isn't it?
It's just not worth it. We're not bringing the body down. No. Fuck that, dude.
It's crazy. They can't bring bodies down.
No.
And they still let people climb,
put a
but we can't go to Antarctica.
Here, yeah, exactly. Here's the fucking freezing balls truth, man, is that in space, man, it's minus 250 degrees in the shade, right? And plus 250 in the sun. That's what they tell us. I mean, I've been in 122 degree weather, and I thought I was going to fucking melt and die, and there was nothing that was going to help.
I've been in 115 degree weather in Arkansas with 100% humidity.
Yeah.
And I've been in Las Vegas, 115 degrees, and I'm like, this ain't so bad.
Well, I was there in Vegas. It was 122.
Yeah, it's just like, well, this ain't so bad. No, I mean,
people are frying eggs.
Compare that to Arkansas with 100% humidity and see what you got going on there.
Doesn't matter. It's still hot.
Yeah, Alabama's humidity.
It's hot as fuck. Every time you get above 90 degrees, it's hot.
Yeah, and those cucks are on the moon and bouncing around with their dune buggies and shit at 250 plus
no
degrees.
Atmosphere to protect them.
250 degrees. What?
He's like, bing,
250.
Bing.
Wait, 250? Yeah, it's 250 on the surface.
Fried ass chicken nuggets.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, everything would fucking melt. Fucking everything would be fucked.
Hey, Kim, I know you're trying to talk. We're being a bunch of assholes.
Those little fucks.
No, I'm enjoying your conversation. Absolutely.
I know we're talking.
250
we get
degrees.
Bombastic, but yeah. I mean,
it's actually kind of awesome that you're both here at the same time.
Flat Earth dude is
many nights. Helio and I have held down the fort on the weekends and kept the party going and saying, "Hey, man, let's talk about Bigfoot or whatever." We got off into something, man.
Bigfoot.
Wait.
I've never talked about Bigfoot. I've never.
You and I talked about. I always said, Helio. I'm the guy that always says, "Hey, where's all the anti-Bigfooters, man? Where are those guys? We got a lot of anti-flat earthers, but there's no anti-fucking aliens or anti-fucking
Isn't it interesting, though? Do you see?
Aren't we
it's
the
like
anti-aliens?
Driving around. Go ahead, Kim. Sorry.
I was saying, aren't we the anti-aliens?
Anti-aliens?
No. I guess
I've seen. You know what's really strange is like when I'm driving around where I am. There's people that have these Sasquatch freaking
Kim
things in their
yeah.
And they have them in their yard. It was like big, tall. I think Sasquatch shit. It's just like Sasquatch has become a thing, for people. They're just like yard ornaments now.
Exactly.
Weird.
Helio, Kim nailed it, man, to the balls. Check it out. She said, "Where's the aren't we the anti-aliens? We're anti-alien earthers."
Yeah. I'm a pro earther.
Anti-alien earthers, man. We don't think aliens come from outer space.
That's a good point. That's good.
It's good, Kim. That good one.
Guys.
I like that.
Guys, I have been like still thinking about that guy who Flat Earth professor said that he climbed the Mount Everest with shorts only. I'm thinking about what if it's a conspiracy that you need heavy clothes in the cold weather going up the Everest. Conspiracy, man.
When it's cold outside, I like to put a lot of clothes on. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, when it's cold out, I put everything I own on.
When it's like 5 degrees outside, I'm fucking putting everything.
4 sweaters, 2 jackets. I got 17 t-shirts. I'm like, I look like the Pillsbury.
This ain't no joke for me. I'm just when it's cold.
I'm like,
cold
I'm
as
not.
fuck. I'm going when I go outside. I'm putting
More hoodies on. Yeah. Fucking goggles. I'm like, fuck this, man. It's cold out, dude. I live in Southern California, man. I mean, like, cold for me.
You don't. So you
Like,
don't know what
yeah,
cold is like that, unless
Like,
you've been somewhere else where it's really.
I've been to Chicago. It was like 16 degrees. I'm like
16. Holy shit!
like,
That's it.
Fuck this, man.
No, that's all right. I can walk out with a t-shirt and smoke a cigarette at 16 degrees.
I know you can, but not this cat, man. No. We don't do that shit, man.
I can only do it for the length of the cigarette, and it's still cold as fuck. But I can last that long outside and be like, I'll be all right.
I'll be all right. Yeah.
But that's about as long. It was like maybe 5 minutes.
Helio, the other night you were talking about like going out, and it's like it was cold as shit last week, and you're like, dude, I had to smoke the cigarette really, really fast because
you do. It was less than that when I was out there that night.
Because you have to go outside to smoke. I get that, man.
It's just like you go out there, it's just like, oh my god,
it sucks when you got to go outside.
0 degrees out here, and it's just like. But hey, man, no, it's all good.
Hey, Helio, man,
when it's that cold, as long as there's not just freaking
Helio,
like what's going on in Buffalo. There's 15 feet of snow.
Oh, I saw the pictures, man. I was like,
it's not even that cold there, but there's 15 feet of snow. I'm just like, I'll deal with the fucking cold here as long as there's not that much fucking snow. Holy shit.
Hey, we got
this is like serious what I'm gonna tell you, and I think you know it, but I have experienced it myself firsthand, like in Sweden. So when it's extremely cold out there, like below 20, right? Or let's say below 30. If there is no full moon above my head at the night walking, it's fine. As long as there is moon
or
full moon, oh my God, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I feel myself being burned, but like frosted,
I love it.
Burned by the frost.
Burned by the moon frost, man.
Yeah, especially on my cheeks, like the naked areas in the cold. It's like, oh my God, man.
Hey,
when there's a moonlight.
Hey, we're coming up on a full moon right now. So yeah, you can go out and freeze your ass off.
Hey, you know what's trippy about that is when you remember that full lunar eclipse that we had a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
It was right about this time of year. I was outside. It was like 5 degrees Fahrenheit, which is below freezing, way below freezing.
It's 25 below.
Yeah, Celsius. Yeah, it was just like I could only stay outside for a little bit of time, but we had the blood. It was like a blood moon, like and I was like, I want to, but the sky was clear where I was, and I just wanted to see that full lunar eclipse, and it was beautiful where I was at. But I could only stand and look at it for a few minutes because it was so damn cold.
Hey, Cole, you're in Sweden.
Not anymore.
Oh,
yeah, I used to be in Sweden. Yes.
Where are you now?
Malaysia.
Oh, that's much better climate.
Oh yeah, that's a lot warmer climate than Sweden.
Good choice.
I prefer Sweden. No. I prefer Sweden because I'm a man of the desert. It's like
oh shit.
I don't like sun, really.
To be honest, I mean, I'm just like, I love Arkansas. When it's cold, I still love Arkansas. And if I was in Sweden, I'd freaking.
Hey, I'd
never leave Sweden if I was from Sweden.
the only time I just love the desert when it's like I just want to see flatness, and I want to see like emptiness.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get scared for so much vegetation around me and trees, and it's like in the desert, if I sleep way happier in the desert than sleeping in the forest. You know, it's like, okay, there's a lion 2 kilometers away, and he's like, okay, he's not coming for me. Okay, let's continue sleeping. But like
What's
in the
like
forest,
flat Earth, dude? I mean, California is essentially desert.
Yes,
depending on where you're at, you know.
It's called an arid desert. I mean, we have. If I drive 100 miles,
similar to the Middle East, you know, as far as the land goes.
Well, in our super deserts here, man, we call it the Mojave, and it's amazing, man. We got the high and low. So we got 4,000 feet, or down there at sea level. We have both deserts. It's amazing where we live, where I live.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful,
and
man.
So we can experience below sea level, all the way down to 282 feet below sea level, or we can go up to 15,000 feet, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
right here in California, man. In the same day, you can experience both.
And they have a place called Death Valley.
Death Valley, yeah, baby. I've been there, I don't know, 4 or 5 times.
What's the lowest point in Death Valley?
282 feet.
282 feet below sea level?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was even more than that, but that's not.
No, that's it. I mean, it's the second lowest spot on land, apparently, in
America.
Israel. In Israel, they have one that's like 300 something feet.
Well, they have the Dead Sea there, right?
Dead Sea, yeah.
In Palestine.
Yeah, we have a Dead Sea here, man. It's called the Salton Sea. I don't know if you guys know about it, ever heard of it. But it's basically it was originally a catastrophe that caused a lake that was fresh water. It was fresh water in the beginning, but then it turned to salt water. I don't know why, but it's
that's
just
similar to what with the Great Salt Lake in Utah, right?
Well, that's Salt Lake in Utah, but the Salt Lake in Utah is very thin, man. You can kind of walk across a lot of it.
It depends.
It's not very deep, man. It's only like 5 feet deep at the most, or something. It's not very much, but the lake out here, the Salton Sea, man, it's several hundreds of feet deep in some parts, or it's like 100 feet deep.
I didn't know that was that deep.
It's deep, yeah. It was like I said, when the lake was formed by a breach in the Colorado River, it filled this valley up with water, and it was just fresh water.
So, and then, as a result of the
Colorado River broke its banks, and it filled this valley
that's
up.
That's the historical story.
That's the story, right? Mm-hmm.
I don't buy into that.
And I questioned that story even when I first heard it. I'm like, I'm not buying this shit, dude. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, the river broke its banks, and it was like, it just flooded this whole valley. And yeah. Oh, okay. And then it turned to salt. I mean, what the fuck? What happened?
Not buying into that.
Not buying.
People got bored of fresh water.
They got bored of fresh water.
It's the largest lake in California, by the way. It's the largest lake in California.
What's it called? Salton Sea.
Salton Sea, yeah.
I mean, it's just like you might as well go
Salton Sea. It's right in the name, man. Salt and sea. But it came from a freshwater. It came from a freshwater river.
Freshwater source
called the Colorado River. You maybe have heard of it. Colorado River.
I might have heard of it. Supposedly, the Colorado River forged the Grand Canyon too.
That's right.
It's the most amazing river in human history.
For thousands of years.
It caused the Salton Sea, and it caused the Grand Canyon. This is the most amazing river that ever existed.
This river is amazing, man. I've been on the Colorado a few times, man. It is pretty cool, man.
Dude, I ain't saying it's amazing. It's not amazing. I'm just saying
the story.
The story.
Yeah, the story's a little thin, man, on the Colorado thing. But
no, I mean it's not thin because there's history books written about it.
Well, of course, I got the
geography,
space. What about the space history books?
Well, the space history books will tell you about the gravity of, in the history of the Colorado River carving out the Grand Canyon. They'll tell you where it started as a little spring, and then over 250,000 years, or however long it took, probably more than that, 2.5 million years it took.
It was 2 million. Come on, it was 2 million.
Yeah,
years.
yeah, it was like 2 million years it took out to carve out the Grand Canyon.
Everybody knows it's 2 million years. I mean, everybody knows this. Hey, I gotta say hi to Defunk.
Defunk.
Oh, what's up, brother?
How are you, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. You sound good, man. We're just taking a piss, as you can tell. You're welcome to jump.
Just sitting here, drinking some cider. Not really in the mood to debate. Just kind of.
No, we're not debating, man. We're just hanging out, man. We're talking about fucking rivers and shit and fucking Grand Canyon and Salton Sea. We're not talking about any
shit outside in the cold.
Debate. Nobody's gonna put the fucking spotlight on you. So you think it's a globe, dude, bro, man? No, nobody's gonna jump on you. Hey, man, it's almost New Year's. I'd like to get you guys predictions on what's going to happen in 2023, and what do you think of 2022? How it went down, man? I mean, that would be cool. Kind of kick that around. What do you guys think?
The answer is shit show to both.
Shit show. It was a shit show. 2022 was a shit show, but it wasn't as bad as a shit show as 2020, man.
That's true. And I lost my dog in 2020, so I was searching for truth. I was grieving.
It was the shittiest show I've ever seen, as far as a manufactured show. And I was like, oh my goodness, really? And the masks, everybody wearing their fucking masks and not hugging each other and
rituals.
Dude, I remember going to the grocery store and I parted the 7 Seas walking through there without a mask. I mean, it was like, what? Everybody ran away from me, man.
Jumped at him.
It was like I was on fire or some shit, man. It was so weird, man. I'll never forget it. And I was like, you have to be kidding me, man. You people are afraid of people? Oh my God, we've crossed over a line that I would have never thought was possible. Never. I mean, I used to go to mosh pits, man, without a shirt, and just like slam.
I've been in mosh pits. I've crowd surfed.
Fucking rock and, punk ass shit, sweaty fucking germs and shit everywhere. It was a complete Coco 19 nightmare. I mean, it was incredible. Nobody ever, we didn't even come out of there with a cold, much less, it was crazy, man. But people were like, oh my God, I have to get away from you. Anyway, enough about 2020. 2022 was weird in a lot of ways. But 2023, man. I don't know.
2023, I think it will be the year where we see the smoke. Basically, it's mentioned in chapter 44 of the Quran. Basically, it's a great smoke covering the entire earth for 40 days, and it's due to a projectile from the sky hitting Earth somewhere in the Pacific.
Okay.
Yeah, be looking out for that one.
All right. Well,
yeah, this is sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. There's a little delay between here and Malaysia. Huh? What do you expect? You're on the other side of the globe, dude, man. Basically.
Oh yeah, that's explaining it, man.
The satellite takes a minute to catch up sometimes.
So globular.
But,
yeah. I just wanted to say an entire chapter in the Quran is named after the event. So if it's this year, it will be the year where a guy called Al Mahdi comes out and like initializing the fifth and final stage in the life time of the Islamic nation, basically.
This is good. I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah.
The Quran and the Bible and the Old Testament, man, a lot of shit in all three of those books, man. Damn.
Yeah, I cried reading
shit.
all of Job. I cried reading all of Job. I prayed for the guy. And he's dead.
Well, bless you for that, Kim. First of all, foremost. I mean, praying for dead people. That's pretty cool, man.
Well, just don't fear dying. Dying is going to be overcome. It's all good.
I mostly pray for the living people, but I do appreciate.
Yes, you should.
I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm weird.
No, every night when I put my son to bed, we have a prayer that it's bless the children, bless our enemy, bless our friends, and bless our family.
There you go, man. You couldn't live a better life, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's how you roll, man. I mean, that's how you roll. You bless them all, man, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. You know, that's. I'm sure that's in the Quran too, man. I'm no doubt.
Sorry, what is it in the Quran?
The blessing of your enemies, right? Isn't that in there?
No, we don't have it. But
you don't have
no.
You just like fuck your enemies. I want to kill those bastards.
Yeah, just like,
which one is it, man? Oh shit!
It's not that extreme either. But it's like we have, if they leaned towards peace and truth, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I am the peace and truth I want to see. I'm the peace and truth that I want to see. I'm at peace. I do not fear. And I love the truth.
There you go. Write that down. Put that on a fucking t-shirt. Oh, man. That's killer.
Oh, thanks. In the bumpkin accent. So if you can write it out in the bumpkin accent.
Bumpkin. Kim, I love to watch bull riding. Is that weird?
No.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting.
I think it's one of the craziest things that humans do, man, is just get on a fucking bull. And it weighs 2,000 pounds. 2,000-pound bull, man. Weighs more than my fucking car does.
They can whip you off of them.
Oh,
and
shit.
That way kill you.
Yeah, they will kill you. Yes, I've seen people get killed riding bulls. But people do it. And I just think it's so crazy, man. Anyway, it's all these other sports are wimpy sports compared to bull riding, man. All of them. You know, soccer, forget about it. You know, guy gets tripped and he falls down. He's like, I'm hurt. No. You just got thrown 27 feet from a fucking bull smashing you into the ground. Oh, shoot, man. No. Now, yeah, you're hurt. You have a broken.
What about that one sport where they run from the bull?
That's they do that in Italy there, where they run the bulls down the street and everybody's like, yeah, that's crazy too. But people do it and they know better, man, because those bulls, you know, they're like 1,000 pounds to 2,000 pounds, depending. And they're just vicious, man. Yeah, a lot of meat there, man, coming at you. With horns and shit, these big, giant, 3-inch horns hanging off of them. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by one of those. Not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't recommend it.
Anyway, back to our 2023 predictions, because tomorrow's New Year's Eve, or it might be right where, it's New Year's Eve now. Most of you.
No, I'm a little like, you know how you can feel two different emotions at once?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I don't want to sound like I'm morbid or anything, but one of
Right.
those feelings is excitement, and it's not in a bad way. It's like, I mean, it's in a good way.
Well,
The truth is going to come out even more. That's exciting.
well, the veil's being lifted more and more every day, and more people are like, "Hey, man, something ain't right. What do we do to fix it?" There's a few people out there
Yeah,
advocating.
just keep your head on a swivel, because even we could, I don't know, maybe even something would happen that we could be deceived. I don't
No
think
question.
so, but just in case.
Yeah, it's always good to be cautious.
Head on a swivel.
Yeah.
I think the running of the bulls. I think that happens in Spain, not Italy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's
Spain. There you go.
Just wanted to correct.
I knew it was one of those countries down there that likes spaghetti. I just knew that.
They don't do spaghetti in Spain. What the fuck are you talking about?
Or pizza? Don't they do pizza? Or they do pizza? Maybe they do pizza there in Spain.
They do pizza in Italy.
Hey,
and they get their ass kicked by bulls in Spain. That's what they get horns up their ass in Spain. That's what happens. But anyway,
wasn't it that Mexico was inhabited by
Spaniards, right? That's where they run bulls there too.
They shipped all the Spaniards over here on the boats, man, and that's how Mexico became Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The running the bulls originated from fucking Spaniards. Anyway, so here's something else I wanted to talk about.
They do bullfighting in Mexico.
But it comes from
that's different than bull riding. Bullfighting is
well, I mean, sort of. I mean, I guess it all kinds of rubs. I don't know if the Italians are really give a shit about the bulls.
They do cockfighting in Mexico as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they do all of that stuff.
Yeah. But anyway, here's something that I was thinking about.
Go ahead.
Here's something I was thinking about while you guys were talking. CB has been playing this Lion King thing where they're like looking at the stars, and they're like, it was Timon, Pumbaa, and what's the fucking lion's name? Simba. They were all like laying back, looking at the stars.
I remember. I know the clip.
Yeah, and he's like,
"Well, I thought the stars
has the clip edited.
I just thought the stars were like a burning ball of gas and trillions of miles away." That one.
Okay, how about you finish what I was going to say? So before I say it, how about that?
Well,
how about
did.
You do that?
I got your back, Helio. Come on.
Well, let me fucking finish what I was going to say, and then you can comment on it after I finish. Because I remember that fucking whole scene. What happened was no. All right, so I can't remember. They're looking at the stars, and I think it was Timon first said they were talking about the burning. They were talking about the stars, and then Pumbaa said, "Hey, I heard they were burning gases. They were big balls of burning gas billions of miles away." And then, see what CB's clip that he plays often, that's not the real clip, because when they all busted out laughing was what Simba said. He said that the stars are our ancestors looking down upon us. That's when Timon lost his shit and said, "What mook told you that?" It wasn't about what Pumbaa said about gas, because he said, "Well, everything with you is gas, right?" But then what they really cracked up about was Simba's idea about the ancestors looking down upon us, and that's what the stars are. And if you look at that clip, and you guys can go watch and look at it again, what happened is Simba got really upset about them laughing about what he said, and then he left the scene, walked away from that scene,
Met the baboon.
and you know what happened in that Lion King movie. This is the craziest thing that you might discover about Disney and what they do. After that scene when they were talking about the billions of balls of gas, and he made a big joke about it, and then they joked about Simba's idea. What he did, he got upset because they were making fun of him about his ancestors, and then he walked away, and then he plopped down on a cliff, and there was like a big puff of something, but anyway, it coalesced into the word sex.
Yes.
There you
You
go.
remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It was right after that scene.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
anyway,
fascinating.
That's crazy, man.
Hey,
real.
We got DFJ, man. No rolls. You guys want to unmute him? That's up to you. But welcome to the server.
I just wanted to
welcome.
point that out.
Yeah, I like that you did point that out, Helio, because I forgot about that scene.
Yeah, dude.
I remember the dust coalescing into the word sex.
Yeah.
But
it happened.
I forgot the scene that happened.
It was right after that scene. Right after that scene when they're talking about the stars and sun, moon, and stars, and they were making fun of
crazy. Of course,
big balls of gas and stuff. And then he said, "That's my ancestors looking down upon me." And then they made fun of him. And then he got upset and then moved away from them. Then he plopped down, and all these. I don't know if it was pollen or whatever. He plopped down, and then it just coalesced into this thing, and then it just said sex. You can go back and watch Lion King. Maybe they changed it, but no, it could be a Mandela. But dude, it's there. It was there. I remember that shit.
I believe that the Mandela effect was just something that was fabricated and engineered through TV.
I remember that shit from long before I ever
that
into Flat Earth. I knew Disney was doing that shit all the time. So
yeah,
anyway.
They want to make us question our memories and stuff. So I don't believe that whole Mandela effect crap.
I don't remember. I don't.
That Sinbad.
There's some Mandelas that really kind of affect me, but not most of the time. But whatever.
I think that they're doing that.
People kind of like convince themselves of certain things, but
yeah, it's just better not to think about it too much.
Let me tell you, this stupid Mandela effect is totally made up. I remember when I were very at early age, basically there was a TV show, and basically it used to be called something, and a newer production of it, just they changed a little bit of its name, and I directly realized that and noticed that. But of course, I like that more than 25 years ago, I didn't have access to the internet or something to just look it up, and it didn't really bother me that much. But I just noticed it, and after so many years, suddenly people are saying oh, the Mandela effect, it used to be this, or I remember it to be this, but now it's that. Can you imagine? And I said, okay, well, it's totally made up. Which
they're doing it in real time. Even with Chick-fil-A, they changed it from CHIC to CHICK. They're doing it in real time, and they're going to blame it on that again. I know that they are.
Yes.
All right. It's like one of the major, for one thing, a lot of people say that big Mandela effect thing is like, the Queen song, "We Are the Champions, my friend, and we'll keep on fighting to the end." You can listen to the whole song.
And he doesn't finish the
I know
song.
for a fact at the end of the song, or at least in the radio version, it didn't say "of the world" at the end. That I don't know if it did on the album or which album.
Or live.
But it
He could have done
just
it
like
live.
the last thing was, "We are the champions," and then it just had a little guitar riff, and it didn't say "of the world" at the end of.
Yeah,
people
I know
say
what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't. That wasn't the original song. They didn't say of. He didn't say "of the world" at the end of it. They say that's a Mandela effect. No, I know for a fact. I remember listening to that shit over and over, and I love
not
that
having it
song.
resolved. Yeah. Because
Yeah, I
when you're a
mean,
musician, you like having things resolved or it bothers you.
yeah, but right? I mean, it's just like,
Right,
yes, we are the champions, and then they had a little guitar, and that was the end of the song.
Hey, shout out to the moderators. Any go help out
Where?
DFJ and the VC check-in one. Appreciate it.
People want to jump in?
He does.
Okay.
He's
All right.
typing in the chat.
All right, I'll jump in there. I ain't doing nothing.
He has no roles. He has no roles, but I tried to get him to unmute here, but anyway. Appreciate it. Thank you, Helio. We do love to invite new people to the server.
I like meeting new people on the server.
That's what we do.
Globies and flatters alike.
Well, we had Mr. Sensible in here with yesterday. We had Matthew tonight. He's in here.
Yeah.
Matthew's
he's a cool glober. He speaks a bunch of nonsense, but he's real calm.
I've always called him out when he goes to well,
I called him out on I called him out tonight on something that he sent in the live chat. It was seeing the Earth from the moon, and you can see the moon in the picture. And I'm like, that's not possible. It's not possible to see them both in the same frame unless somebody's standing on the dark side of the top side of the moon and taking the picture.
Where was DFJ trying to access the microphone? Because, I mean, he should have been. I just went and talked to. You know what? Let me try something else. Because I think
it's him. I think it's on his end. He's on his phone.
I just walked in.
I get it.
If you can hear me, unmute your microphone and talk to me. That's.
Well, he can't. He doesn't know how to figure out how to unmute himself. Apparently.
Well, I mean, I had this issue before, and VC check-in 2 sometimes is more accessible. I'm not sure. I mean, and sometimes when I move people around, with my mod thing, they're like, "Oh, don't move me," and then they just jump out as soon as I move them, and they jump back somewhere else. But let me try this. I'll go in VC check-in 2.
So he's dealing with the push to talk thing. Says I need to switch to push to talk. So
no.
I don't know. You go to the VC check-in voice text. He's writing some stuff in there. I don't know.
Well, I'm missing the whole conversation trying to check
We're
in.
just talking about.
We'll recap you.
We were just talking about the ridiculousness of NASA, man. That's all we were talking about.
Okay, well that's.
I don't know what I'm kidding.
Oh, that's good. No, DFJ just jumped out.
Oh, we're always talking about the ridiculousness of NASA.
I mean, if DFJ jumps in here and
All right,
gets the mic
attention,
figured
attention,
out, we can.
Can I have everyone's attention for a moment, please? Administration time. All right, there is currently a problem with VC check-in, and that Indio has tried to repair and cannot. It keeps switching back to push-to-talk. He's disabled it several times, and it keeps making itself go back to push-to-talk for new people that enter that particular voice chat, right? Okay, there's a workaround. We've discovered a workaround. If you want them to be able to speak without push-to-talk in VC check-ins, give them listening pass. And then you can just remove that and give them VC check-in once you've done the check-in. Or you can just bring them straight in here and do a VC check-in in the live stream.
Right. That's what I was going to say. We could just jump in here and we just unmute him.
He bounced out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's frustrating because, I've noticed that too, T1. So that's what's going on?
Yeah, and if they're on PC, right? If they're on PC, they have to go into options.
He's back in here. He's back in here.
Hold on.
To push to talk.
T1 know what's going on. Go ahead, brother.
So to push to talk in VC check-in, right? If you're on a PC, you have to go into your settings, and then you have to go to voice and assign a key that allows you to push to talk. If you're on mobile, it should just appear, a little button should appear at the bottom of the screen saying push to talk. All right. But that's a lot of the problem people have. They don't know how to go into settings, go to voice, and assign a key if they're on PC.
Oh, sure, but it shouldn't be that hard because that's what we're here for. We want new people to jump in, be able to open their microphone, whether when we
I know.
them, they should be.
It happened not long ago after one of the major updates, and then after that, it was always putting the setting back to push to talk as a default, and Indio's tried to remove it, tried to tell it, don't worry about push to talk, and he does it, and then it resets itself somehow.
Hey, DFJ.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
He came back. He came back.
Well, he's not muted.
Give him a listening pass.
All right, let me try.
What's the code? Here we go.
No, you don't need to do that in here. You don't need to do that in the live stream, just in VC check-in.
Oh, okay.
So, he's not muted here. So, DFJ, you have access to your microphone if you want to talk to us.
That's what I thought, man. I mean, okay. He's trying to figure it out. It says he's typing in the VC check-in voice text.
Okay.
It says I don't have permission, is what he's telling us.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is go ahead and give him a VC verified rule.
All right. If we get burned here, man.
See if it works.
I'm taking the blame if we get burned here. Huh?
No, I'm taking the blame because I'm the one giving the rule.
No.
Yeah. Now, with this role, DFJ, you should be able to unmute your microphone.
Now you can unmute yourself. Oh, shit. He says he met me at the Huntington Beach meetup on the 21st. What? Get the fuck out of here. It's Dusty. Oh, okay. Fuck. We got to get Dusty in here.
Your microphone.
Yeah.
That role.
Oh, shit.
You're just...
oh, shit, man.
It's not...
Okay, guys. I'm going off now. Take care, guys. I'm bye.
Hey, sayonara, brother.
Thank you so much, brother.
Hey, Nikolai's back. Hey, Nikolai.
Hold on, we got to talk to Dusty, man. Hold on. I brought this guy here from our Flat Earth meetup last weekend, man.
Sweet.
And so we got to figure out how to get him to unmute and mute, and he's new to this shit, man.
Okay, well,
God damn it.
There's nothing else I can do besides give him VC verified.
All right.
He has access to his microphone in this room.
Yep. You see everybody's picture, right? No, now he's on his computer. Okay. Next to your name in the bottom left, you'll see your name. There's a mute button right there, man. Click it. And it should be good. All right. He'll try later. Okay. Carry on, everybody. Hey, welcome, Dr. Wah, man. Just showed up. He got no rolls, too, man. Got no rolls, Doc.
What? Not muted? Not
Doctor's been in here,
muted.
man. Doctor's been hanging out.
Yeah, but doesn't have any roles, so he can't give you a role unless you open your microphone, Dr. Wall.
No rolls.
Rue has VC verified. I see Rue lighting up.
All right, we got a dude that has a picture of a mask on his
This
face.
is Nikolai. This is Nikolai. He was in here earlier.
Yeah, he's VC verified. He's unmuted.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people here are just very confused about how to use Discord.
It's a complicated, dude. It ain't easy, man. I'll tell you that.
Well, it's complicated until it's not.
Right. Yeah, it took me like a while to say, okay, I'm gonna figure this out. How the hell does this work? Okay. And even today,
it depends on if you're on the phone, using your phone or your computer.
Yeah,
it's
phone,
different.
computer,
It's way different.
totally different. But it is a great platform. I appreciate the fact that we have it. We sit around and talk about where we live, how it works.
It does say that DFJ is VC verified.
Now he is, yeah.
Yeah, because I gave it to him so he could have access to his microphone in this.
By the way,
but he won't unmute, or maybe can't. But that's on his end because
Dusty's a flat earther, by the way. So there's that too.
Oh, is it? Yeah. So you said
I met him in person, man, last weekend, a week ago today.
You help him figure out how to get this shit to work.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Says he's been a member.
He says he's been enjoying and exploring everything we have here on the Discord. He's super happy and no stress, guys. Everybody good. We're all good. No stress. He'll figure it out, man.
Yeah,
if he wants to hang out with some of the smartest people in the world, he'll figure it out, man. I mean,
if he's
all there is to it.
If he's on Android phone, maybe he's just can't figure out how to unmute himself.
Yeah, it's his first day. He's just figuring out Discord on the iPhone. It's a nightmare.
He joined this server on December 21st. So
right.
That was 10 days ago.
Yep. All right, he'll get it. He'll figure it out. Anyway, back to Earth. Everybody back to Earth.
I wrote a little Give It song.
Why is everybody up so late? Nobody has to work tomorrow, man. That's why we're up.
Yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow either.
None of us have to work tomorrow, bro, and that's why we're up. I mean, we can sleep in.
Patience.
I'm gonna go see my favorite musician in the world tomorrow, and that's that.
Hey, I'm going to see ZZ Top in July, and I've never seen them live, so that's going to be...
I missed out on a mailing and the Sons of Disaster concert tonight.
What? Who'd you miss?
Mailing and the Sons of Disaster.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
They're so good. And Dallas Taylor is a sweetheart. He's the guy that had the ATV accident. They just came back. They're like full throttle coming back now since his ATV accident, like years ago. He's so blessed to be alive. Honestly, there's no reason why he shouldn't be dead right now. Anybody else? It's a miracle.
Hey, I saw a car like flip over like 5 times, and then somebody was standing there, and the car flipped over them, and I was like, "Oh my, no way! How did that happen?" And it not even a scratch on the person. I was like,
I love that gift right there, Donato. I know that entire song.
What song?
Gene Wilder is a genius.
He's a comedian.
No, he's an actor and a singer.
He's an octa.
Dude, that living there, you'll be
All right.
free.
Yeah.
If
Yes.
you truly
Eratosthenes.
to be. This is their globe, right?
That's it. That's their globe.
Yes.
Sing it again for him, Helio.
Wait, let me think of the first part of it.
Mm.
Oh, God dang it.
Look it up. Look
this
up
is
the
a-
lyrics. Look up the lyrics real quick, man. You'll remember.
Gonna be
good. Look it up. Look it up, man.
I wrote a little gimmick song today for flat smacking.
Yeah, love to hear it.
Yeah. I sang it on here earlier. It's cute. It's just real tiny, small. It's not long.
We're
Wanna
all
hear it?
ears. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Everybody shut up.
I've been flat smacking today, and I was flat smacking yesterday. I will be flat smacking tomorrow. Don't mind the scripts these globers follow.
Love it.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, no shit. No shit. It's amazing.
I got it.
It's just a little gimmick.
Coming from a Globey. That's amazing.
All right, here we go.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination. God dang it. That's
It is tough. That's tough. Because it's like
If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. I'm picturing the movie. Well, there's nothing to it. This is when he eats that little flower. To it.
You gave us a visual.
There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it. There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
That sums up the globe right there.
There
right
it is.
All I
That's your
want to
globe.
be is an astronaut. Like, oh shit, really? Yeah. All I want to be is
Donato didn't even know I was about to do that when he posted that. It's just like that. That's that movie is awesome, though. I mean,
I want to fly around the globe.
You remember that part of the
and
movie
drink
where
my own pee.
where the
I want
fat
to
kid?
fly around the globe and drink my own pee.
You remember that movie where the
coffee?
The fat kid's like chocolate river, and he just falls in, and then he gets stuck in the tube. You remember that?
Can't
like,
make
oh,
this
you
shit up,
lose
man.
the game now.
If I tried to, you have to laugh at this shit at some point, people. If you don't, man, it's gonna bottle it up. You know, You're gonna become
wanna change the world. There's nothing to it.
I love it, Helio.
Dude, but Gene Wilder's one of my favorite freaking actors. He's pretty
it's pure imagination.
Hey, Helio.
It's pure imagination. I love that.
You're the only Helio I believe in.
Don't believe in me. I'm a shithead.
I'm a shithead. I mean, I've never been a shithead. Not one day in my whole entire life.
Hey, Kim, by the way, when you were singing on Ladies Night earlier, you were killing it. That was good stuff. You have a
Did
great
you sing
I
on
did
Lady?
Walking After. I did Walking After Midnight. Yeah.
Yeah, she has a great voice.
Shit.
She was.
Well, they asked me to. They were talking about karaoke on some other, and I was like, "Well, what about?" And they were like, "You can only do things after the 2000s," and I was like, "What?" So I can't do Patsy Cline.
Like, I can sing whatever.
They were like, "Who's Patsy?" And I'm like, "Oh, of course."
Hey,
yeah.
Don't listen to them. Sing your heart.
They told me that they'd make an exception for me.
Yeah, sing your heart always. It was just like I'm singing a song from the 70s movie. You know, just sing your heart, and everybody will appreciate it. So yeah,
I played the song "Crazy" by Patsy on guitar.
Crazy.
It's so hard.
I want to hear that. You do crazy on guitar?
Crazy. Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard.
So many freaking notes. And then a key change.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to hear it. No, you got to do it.
She's not going to do it
now.
You don't have to do it now, but get ready because I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I will totally do it.
Maybe tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey, tonight I'm having a New Year's Eve party on my Helios Skeptic channel.
Okay, I can do it there.
Yeah, let's
everybody
do it
will be
tonight.
up for New Year's.
Dude,
so
it's gonna be it's either gonna be me fucking going crazy myself by myself, but I think you guys will join. Whatever. This live stream will still be up, but then I'm gonna do another live stream with just
easy cowboy.
Easy. I'm doing 2 live streams simultaneously. Who does that?
Easy cowboy, easy.
Only Helio.
Hey, can we live stream on? You say we're on Twitch or no?
No, Twitch doesn't like me. I attempted 3 channels on there, and they've kicked me off every time.
Dang.
Why did
we're on DLive and Twitter, and
why do they kick you off though? What did they have any?
You're gonna have to ask them.
Because we're talking about Earth. How dare they? Do they have any Mongols?
What?
We talk about Earth, and
you guys got any more songs?
We do. We got a lot more songs.
More songs, yes.
More songs are coming.
Who asked that?
Maybe this entire New Year's Eve day could be filled up
You got some songs? You got the funk.
Music.
Hey, now there's funk. I gotta ask you guys, man. There's funk music, but have you guys ever heard of bunk music?
Never. I like swing beats. Man, swing beats are what I sing the best to.
I did.
You've heard of bunk music?
Something it's called.
Rue, do you want to sing something?
Yeah, come on, Nikolai.
Oh, I really only sing I really only when I'm insanely drunk. So
That's
probably even better on New Year's Eve.
That's the best time to sing, man.
There you go. Boom, it's New Year's.
You want a beat? You want a beat? 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Go.
That's a count off.
Once he starts singing, though, nobody interrupt him.
There is a music that I would love to karaoke. It's called tequila. You only say that word like 5 times in all the song, and that's
Yes.
it.
Hey,
Yes.
we'll all say tequila when
Tequila.
it comes to that part. Then, yeah.
If I had some, I would.
Tequila. Yeah, we're
I
quite
got
familiar.
whiskey. I like whiskey.
So, Rue, you do the rest of the song, and then when it comes to that point, we'll all say tequila.
We can do it. All right. Hey,
It's gonna be so off because of the lag.
I thought this was a flat Earth server, man.
No,
It is.
shit, you got us wrong, man. This is the tequila server. What are you
Tequila
talking
server?
about?
Oh shit. We need to start a tequila server, Helio. Hey,
Dude, it was a tequila server like last weekend for me.
If I started a tequila server with Helio, oh man, it's gonna. You talk about a shit show, man. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Oh, we got Seer
Well, I'm
here.
telling you, I'm already set up for tomorrow night's party, man. On my others,
We got a Glover in the house.
Hey, what's up, Seer, man? Seer's muted. Never mind. I'll only be. Who's the? We got the funk.
Hey, I can unmute Seer.
I'm not giving the funk.
The funk of Glover.
I'm gonna unmute Seer.
It's he's my bro, man. I'm gonna give him a pass for now. Until he proves me wrong.
Seer, be
Yes,
respectful. I just unmuted you. Anybody wants to talk?
Yeah,
I'll
what's
shut
going
up.
on?
You guys. check
Hey,
your
man,
thing
jump
out.
in anytime, man. You can tell we're just. It's New Year's
Shooting the
Eve,
shit.
man. Let's take a piss. Yeah, come on, everybody.
We're just shooting
Have
the
some fun.
shit.
We're
We're
talking
taking
about.
a piss.
It's kind of sort of New Year's Eve.
No, it's Eve now, bro. I don't know where you live, but it's New Year's Eve today.
I
now.
live on. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, you live on the plane. It's flat.
The Earth.
Check it out.
It's called the Earth. That's where we live.
The Earth is flat.
Hey, is this the greatest place on Earth to talk about Earth? I think so.
It is. It is. And Earth, isn't it great?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Well, we live here.
It never fails.
Yeah,
It's
but
always.
it's like.
It's always.
Have you ever met anybody that's not from Earth?
Never have. Not one person that's not from Earth. I've never met it. Nope.
Me either.
Not
I
one.
love all you Earthlings. You're all amazing.
Yeah, we are. Everybody, you guys are amazing.
Every
And
human being is. They're capable of so many good things.
I flat smacked a guy in a parking lot, man, the other day before Christmas. I was like,
What happened? Tell us.
He's
the
like,
story.
dude, you got any change to help me out, bro? I'm like, yeah, give me a second, man. I was in my car.
But it's
Like,
gonna cost you flat smacking.
he got smacked, and I'm like, yeah, that's it, man.
I'll give
I
you
do that
$2
too.
if you listen to
And
what.
like, hey, man.
They're like, oh yeah, I see your point, just because they want the money.
Mhm. But the first thing I
listen
asked
to
him, I would
you.
go, what shapes the Earth? And he goes, well, some people say it's flat, and some people say it's round. And I was like, oh yeah, you got it.
He already heard it.
He was already tuned in, man. I could tell it wasn't like a drug addict asking for money, man. This guy's just like, hey man, I want to get something to eat. I'm like,
No,
okay.
I gave a guy a ride. I gave a guy a ride the other day, all the
There
way.
you go.
20 minutes away, and my husband was not happy with me, and I was like, it's gonna be okay. This guy's gonna want to give me back if he tried to take me because I'm about to flat smack him.
Right. Some of the I've heard some people, man,
If
getting
I
out
was
of
your
traffic.
husband, I'd be pissed too. It was like, you got a guy a ride.
Hey, next time you get pulled over, man, you gotta flat smack the cop, dude. Hand him your license, hand him your whatever, and go, hey man, the Earth is flat. You're stationary. You're not spinning around the sun 66,000 miles an hour.
You're exactly.
And he's like, watch his face go, what? He'll totally get thrown off, man. I guarantee you. He'll be like, what the hell? And you go, yes, sir, officer, and hand him your papers, and then Tell them the Earth's flat, man. You'll have a great time, man. Trust me, you'll have a good time.
I see that this has happened to you.
A funny event that happened to me is when I was with a friend in the highway in Russia, and a policeman just stopped him because he was like 50 miles per hour higher than he was supposed to be, and he was a flat earther. He was the main person who convinced me, and he was like, oh, "Wait, you will learn something today, Nikolai." And he just said him, here's my license. Why does Earth spin thousands of miles per second around, and I just can't go like 100 miles per hour? That's
There
not.
you go. Right? Yeah.
I was just trying to keep up.
You guys have all you guys have all seen the sobriety test checkpoint where the guy's like, "Hey, officer," he goes, the Earth's spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. We're going around the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour. The Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Its core, it's going around. We're spinning, and he goes, "That's why I failed the sobriety test, officer." You guys
I should have done that.
You guys have never seen that
no,
video?
I've never seen that one. But have you seen the one where it's like this cowboy and the sheriff was just like, do the hip 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 hip, and it was like doing like some country dance, for the
I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen that one. But all right, I'll never find that fucking video. It'd take me a couple of days. But Miggy,
what's up, Miggy?
Save us, Miggy. You got this, man. Happy New Year's. This is New Year's Eve. What do you think's going to happen in 2023, man?
What the fuck? I don't know, but Miggy doing up at 2:30 a.m. This is weird.
I usually get off at work and I'm just like listening to everybody while I'm eating. Then I go to bed.
I love
to hear from you.
Hey, good to hear from you.
We're silly tonight.
We're getting silly. It's New Year's Eve. Yeah.
Who's in here right now?
We're getting the party started. Hey, we got the Funk. We got Dr. Wah.
Nikolai.
Dust.
I don't think I've ever heard Dr. Wah talk.
Yeah, I've tried to get him to talk. It has failed.
Seer is here.
Seer's
the
here.
Funk, I don't know who that guy is.
The Funk. What's up, bro? Say hi to Miggy.
Is he here?
He's here.
Dust in here, VC verified. Dust.
The Funk's here. Say hi to Miggy.
Somehow Dusty's he's not able to unmute himself. So, but he's VC verified.
Rue talked about
Dust is VC verified.
Rue, are you Russian, Rue, or somewhere in that region?
What are you talking?
Yeah, he's he's definitely Russian. Rue is Russian. That's cool. We don't often get a lot of Russians here. That's cool.
Oh, they are mainly busy getting drunk.
We drink vodka.
I drink a shitload of vodka too, so don't worry about it, Rue. We're all good.
I drink whiskey. I like whiskey.
I like whiskey too, but it doesn't like me, so that's why I drink vodka.
It loves me, especially in hot toddies. Have you guys ever had a hot toddy?
Yes, I have.
It's good.
I think I've tried every drink ever created.
I don't want to.
Okay, yeah, let me try that.
But I have.
Yeah, I think I've tried it. At least tried it. I'm not saying I love it, but I don't love Long Island iced teas, and I do.
All right.
Tequilas do not agree with me, man.
When I go to a bar and I just want to hang out, Long Island iced tea is what you want to buy, as a drunk.
You want to hang out.
You want to buy the Long Island iced tea.
Yeah.
Get 2 or 3 of those.
Get yourself 2 of those, man. You're done. Yeah.
You're just like, you're good for the night.
He gone. Yeah, you're gone. Yeah, so me, I'm more of like, casual drinker, like have a couple before I go to bed, whatever. I'm not beers and wine, pretty much, man.
If you're
I'm
not a
not gonna-
drinker, it's if you're not a drinker.
I used to work as a bartender at a brewery. I was a bartender at a brewery for a while here in Jasper, and they called me the singing bartender because I
bet
always
they
brought
did.
my guitar, and I was the
Yeah,
entertainer and the
I
bartender.
love your voice, Kim. It sounds great.
Well, thank you.
Oh, Kim, your voice, you've heard me say it before, man, is a gift.
Thank you. It feels like a gift.
I just want you to use it. It's that good. Helio as well.
Yeah,
Another gift.
I mean, it's just like I wouldn't say it.
Got it going on.
I mean, I can sing, man, but I'm gonna fuck up a note here or there. But you guys don't fuck up notes, man. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, it's not about the notes; it's about the flavor more than.
It's about the flavor.
I like that.
Yes.
I like the flavor. The flavor, the taste. You can fuck up a note and make it good, right? You know what I'm saying? That's how good you guys are.
The right note.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of music.
Well, it's just like I can listen to Chris Cornell fuck up a note, and I'm like, he did that on accident, but it sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Exactly, and
Get yourself on, drive it all alone.
Anyway, let's not push ourselves up.
I can't do it. Helio, you can't.
I don't
sing
remember
that.
not being able to sing, so I don't even know what
Kim,
I don't have to try.
What?
Hey, Helio, can I hear you try to yodel one time, bro?
Oh, now yodeling, that's a challenge because
I have a professional yodeler right in the house here tonight.
Oh
yeah. Give me
because
you can't
oftentimes during yodeling you have to go up an octave instantly.
That's right.
Yeah. When you do the yodeling, I mean, if I practice it, I could probably do it, but it's just not my natural thing. But
exactly, it's not your wheelhouse. But that is Kim's wheelhouse. I think Kim's won awards for yodeling. Am I wrong about that?
I've never won any award for singing. It's money.
Are you a
money.
Shit. You got me coughing now. Kim, can you yodel though?
She can
yodel. I can yodel. I don't know about like mountain yodeling. Like can't do all. They're way more talented at yodeling than I am. I can just do it. I can do it like I don't know that old timey stuff that used to incorporate yodeling, like "Lovesick Blues" by Hank Senior. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a video on my YouTube, me covering that song. It's recent. It was at one of my shows that I played that I made money playing music.
There you go.
I slowed it down so everybody could hear all the things. I had a lot of fun with it.
Yes.
What's like? Let me ask you this, Ken, since you can yodel, is it sort of you keep your voice in the same position, but it's like, I mean, I can go, which that's an octave, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But to do it fast and then switch between like different notes and stuff.
Here's my advice. Find where you can break your voice, like certain
between falsetto and natural.
Hey, real quick,
where your voice will break. You can find those areas and do it at will.
A public service announcement, real quick, to interrupt.
When you brought it up, and now I'm asking her about it, and you're going to interrupt and bring up something else.
Seer is asking.
Go ahead.
Seer would like to talk to us.
Sweet. About Flat Earth?
No, about globe Earth.
He's VC verified. There you are, Seer.
Oh, no, that was a while ago. I was eating chips and someone muted me.
Well, you want to talk about yodeling, Seer? Let's talk about that.
Not really.
Oh no.
But on the topic of yodeling, if it's related to Switzerland, I would like to talk about Switzerland.
Why?
The guy that used to live in Switzerland, I think he left. He had to go to bed or something, go to work or something.
Yeah, we did have someone from Switzerland.
He was just in here like about.
Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
No.
Are you not?
What do you want to know about Switzerland, man? First of all, besides that's the money capital of the world, apparently. But
yeah, which raises an eyebrow. And
they're very what do they call it? Independent during the wars and stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like unrealistic,
very interesting,
like hysterical conspiracies or anything, but some things kind of.
No, but I mean, Swiss banks. This is not a conspiracy when it comes to Swiss banks. I mean, it's not a conspiracy.
I know that, but like just other like tangents off of that. Like they have all these bunkers built into the mountainsides for.
No, sure.
Protection from world wars.
Well, how did you find our server, and what's your?
Will you pay attention to the voice chat here? What I just posted there, that gives you the ideal role of Switzerland.
Okay.
Check that out.
I'm checked that out.
Big graph.
Pretty deep, Kim. I mean,
that's a lot. That's a lot of home.
That's like at least 2 months.
You got a little bit of homework. You got a little bit of homework.
It's too blurry to read this fine text.
The teacher just gave you some homework. You got to check it out.
You can't read all that. It's too small or it's blurry.
You got to download it and zoom in on it.
Well, anyway, going back to, I mean, Seer, you found our server. How did you find us, and what?
How the heck did you find this?
It was like a year ago. I was in some art server, and someone said, "Hey, this is the Flat Earth server. Let's go screw around in there." I said, "Okay."
Have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
Yeah, I've been on the server on and off for several months.
On this server?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you have any rules?
I don't know. No one ever gave it to me. I didn't really know what rules I would really need or not. I just come in here and talk.
I'm not trying to.
Let me tell you about the rules.
But somebody said something about you being a troll, but that was earlier during Ladies' Night. So
I think one time, months ago, I said I said your mom, someone as a joke, and they like.
Well, no, you asked me something about Norway today, right?
Oh, but yeah, if I go there,
you'd be closer.
I'm just closer to the center of the world.
No,
yeah,
that's
I'm not. They're gonna put you in prison. Is that what it is?
I'm not like actually literally more higher north. I'm just more towards the center of the world.
Yeah, that's what I said, right?
Yeah.
You'd be closer to the center.
I downloaded a photo, and it's still really blurry.
What is that?
But.
Well, we can't go within 500 miles.
Well, let's start. I mean, Seer is being, fairly cordial.
That's
here.
true. Yeah, I'm
whether
saying
trolling.
what I was told.
No, I'm not a troll. I'm not from Norway. I couldn't be a troll.
Nobody's trolling right now. Hey, Seer, you
Is that a
found
real
your
picture?
way to our server. You're curious about how did you find us? I mean, I was going to say curious about the center of the Earth, but that's really kind of a different type of minutia about the argument altogether. Are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat? Is this something that's new to you, or have you been following the topic for a portion of time?
About almost a year now, I suppose. It's been since I've looked into it.
Okay, so you found your way here. Do you have any questions? You're in a room full of flat earthers, so you can ask any
and one
question.
globie.
And maybe another globie.
Yeah.
So if you have questions, you can ask it. And Oh, nobody's prompting you. You ask us the question. If the Earth is flat, then whatever question you have, go ahead and ask.
Well, I've seen a lot of video footage from cameras up high in the sky looking down and lens distortion and all that, but not so much the Earth, but the moon. And I can see with my own eyes, of course, the moon every night or when it's visible. But at first glance, at first impression, it would appear to be spherical-like based on its shadows of like where the light cuts off and seeing the impressions on it that people would call craters.
Well, here's the thing.
It would appear to be like a round, like rock at first impression.
Okay, but have you ever seen it during the day?
Yes, I have.
So even my husband, who's not a flat earther, is like, the moon freaks me out during the day because I can see through it.
Yeah, and like these, like, so it's not black. It's like the blue sky seems to cut off part of it.
Because when it's black, or when the sky's black, it's you can see those like as shadows instead of blue hues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can still see through it when the sky is black, and it's showing you kind of the same thing when it's in the sky during the day, I don't know what the moon is. Now I've researched enough to know that somebody has claimed that the moon is plasma with gases that react to the sun, and the phases of the moon are due to how close it gets to the sun during its phases. So that guy's research is completely erased. So I can't even go in, and so it has to be speculation on what he said. So I can't make the claim. So I'm not making any claims. I'm just putting that out there. This was before he was even saying like we would have to change everything about what we think about what's in the sky. You know about argon and neon and how they react?
No, I don't.
Sunlight, argon and neon. They
They're noble
think
gases,
about when,
right?
they're noble gases, but they're in the air. So when the sun is going away, there's a whole different like what's the word? It starts with a D. Um, sorry, I've had a bit of whiskey. Forgive me. Um, there's an edge. Okay, there's where the sun is hitting the earth, and there's like an outside hue of light. So that's why you see the pink and the purples and all that stuff at sunset. That's essentially the hues. The hues that you see are the reactions to electromagnetic energy against argon and neon. And neon shows up way more. So you're gonna. I think that's right. It may be the other way around. So don't quote me. You see those kinds of color hues in the sky. So that would explain why we see what we see during sunset. So if you apply that to the moon, and maybe the moon is some sort of plasma with gases that are, they light up the moon, but it still rules the night. And the sun rules the day because all of the air in the sky, it's lighting it up. So if there's light if there's light that's there omitting the sun's light, like think about the sunlight and then daylight. They're two different things. And the sun rules the day because it lights up these gases in the sky and makes what we see during the day. That's all I can say. And this should be speculation Sunday because I'm speculating.
Well, I understand that how like the light has to travel through the gases in the atmosphere.
Well, how it reacts
I don't know what
to
you
the
call it, but
gases and how the gases react to the sunlight.
it appears blue.
The sky?
Well, the sky's not black with a white sun, so the sky appears blue.
Yeah, okay.
During
I
the
like that you brought that up. Okay, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the light's clearly traveling through a medium to represent the blue sky.
okay. But still, you're seeing a light blue sky during the day.
Yes.
It just, I mean, here's the thing. I get what you're saying. It just doesn't make sense that there's a void and a almost perfect vacuum of space beyond that that's lighting up light blue because of the sun. It makes no sense.
But with the moon and the idea of it producing its plasma, producing its own light, I would understand that, like in the Bible, it says that a light to rule the day and a light to rule the night, and so they claim that the moon creates its own light, but it to be made out of a plasma, I don't think a plasma.
It doesn't say that.
Like a plasma-like circle.
It doesn't
something. It says something like that.
Light.
You know what I mean, though? Like
I got you.
the circle of the moon to be made what appears, if not a sphere, at least a circle-like at full phase. To be made of plasma, it doesn't. It seemed realistic to me that it would appear to have the impressions that it does for as long as we've seen the moon our entire life, to have those same impressions, unless plasma can have like specific stains on it like that. Like,
I got you. Have
which
you
would
ever
appear to be like craters.
Have you ever seen? And well, don't say craters. Hold on a second. Have you ever seen
impressions, shapes, colorations?
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever seen like a certain clay or when it bubbles up and it leaves impressions in like the mud or the clay? Have you ever seen when it bubbles up because of heat underneath?
Yeah, like air bubbles popping and it creates like a depression.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I think about because they don't seem to be.
That's a good way to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't see just random shapes. You see things that seem to be uniform. When I think about the moon, I think about X-rays. I think about X-rays, like what happened when the moon and the sun, like, interchanged their electromagnetic energy, and what that would have impressed on something that would be the moon. That's not just light that's so bright that you can't like actually look at it, but you can actually look at the moon. And think about when you look at X-rays. You know, when you're looking at your bones underneath your skin, and something that was plasma, what an X-ray would do to it.
And you know what's something else that's interesting? He brought up the Bible. Now, when it comes to the sun and moon, in the Bible it says that the sun, moon, and stars were created for signs and seasons, right? Not
and on the fourth day.
On the fourth day, after
light, after light.
Yeah. So, as far as the phases of the moon, like we only see one side of the moon, right?
Yeah,
see it
we do.
phase back and forth, and
I didn't know that,
approximately 28 days cycle. And people have built calendars and everything off of those cycles, right? Some people have a moon calendar, some people have a sun calendar. We go off of the sun calendar. Now we have
how the hell how does
we're
this
going to have a new year today. It's a new year. It's already a new year for people in Australia.
Well, this is the thing. I was going around different places of all the people I like and saying Happy New Year and stuff. But I wasn't even sure how the hell that works with the flat earthers' point of view. But maybe you can tell me. But nonetheless, it's an arbitrary fucking time. Happy New Year. I hope you have a good New Year, all of you.
Right. Yeah, you too.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Yeah.
Because,
however the hell,
as far as the cycles go, I mean, depends on. Everyone we're kind of forced into this solar calendar.
Which, it's made up. They're all made up. All calendars are made up.
Yeah.
Well, our year should be 13 months instead of 12. So we don't even know.
Could be if it was a lunar calendar, it could be 13 months that way, and that works just as well.
That's interesting. Yeah. So what if it was a lunar calendar? Then what month is it? Do you have the same amount of months and stuff?
No. You know what a month?
Yeah, a month is a cycle.
You know what December? December. You know what Dec means? Honestly, December means 10.
Right? I wrote my own clock that I can change how long a second is, how long a day is, how long an hour is.
By a word, right? By a word.
But you have to go by what's meant for signs and seasons. I mean,
we have sept, oct, nov, and dec, that's just 8, 9, 10. You know, 4. Come on, man.
Oh.
So December's a 12th month?
10 months. 10 months. That's good. I like that because
I like it too. I mean, it works. It's functional.
Much better. Yes.
What? How? When does dec mean 12?
The time of year being the 10th month. This time of year would mean it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Don't you experience the same season every year?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
That's Espanol.
8, 9, 10. There you go. There's the diez. It's Spanish.
Well, diez means 10.
Yeah, 10.
All right. Well, that's not 12.
No, it's not. 12 is a stupid number to base things off, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to ask the Romans about that one. They have their own idea.
You can shove your stupid shekels and dimes. And
no.
14 buffoons equal a barbarian.
It's deeper than that. It's
Look, who are you, Monkey
easier to work with.
Who are you?
How dare you? Who are you?
I'm Hopkins. I literally have a picture of myself and my name.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, hang on.
Yeah,
so who am I? It's weird.
Nobody get offended about it.
No.
It's like I'm out there too.
I'll show you my face.
You know, it do what it do.
I'm just looking at this evil ass monkey over here.
I can't. Yeah, I do look evil. I'm sorry. That's just my avatar, man. I was looking to see whether I could show my face, but I can't, and that's fine. So I can't. But I don't look as evil as that motherfucker with his red background.
Check this out, man. We're just trying to figure out why they put
in it
12 instead of 10 or 11. 11's not a bad number either. I mean, it's like, what is
easier to work out?
Anyway,
I literally changed the time because I was working in JavaScript to like a client side thing, and I changed it so that it was all base 10. So there was 10 hours in a day. That wasn't the best one. 20 hours in the day was the best one. Works better. Much more similar to now.
Wait.
And then watched it tick over.
What were you basing it off of, though?
Oh, the thing
Path
was...
of the sun or Path of the moon?
The cool thing is to realize, the big realization is that how long is a second?
How long is a second?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the implication...
That's the key bit. Because it's as long as you say it is. And if you
Helio.
Sure.
basically, you can change everything else.
It's an agreed upon average that we all agree
So
upon.
this,
minutes.
yeah, it isn't really though. Is
Based on in modern times, it's based on the path of the sun.
1, 2.
But every 4
Not that long?
years, you have to skip a day.
We'll make it quicker. 1, 2. Right? That changes everything. And I made this thing. It was all maths and stuff, and there was a big clock ticking over saying what the time it was. And it would, no matter what I did at midnight, tick over into a new day. And that's how I knew that I'd done the maths right. So it's like, yes.
What?
Yeah, but I can make the clock tick real fast. Tick, 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 tick. And then
you can fast forward a calendar on a model and make it whatever you want it to be. Basically,
I'll post this at some point if you want. Yeah.
I already know what you're saying. You don't have to freaking post it.
Yeah, you know. I have a question.
I haven't thought about this before. I mean, it's just like, oh, this is a new idea. You're not introducing anything.
No. It's all right. So the reason I can't post it is because it's on my personal website, which is on my
your personal
literal.
If you're going to post what you just said, I already know.
Yeah. No. It's all right. I can capture that code because it is just like I can literally give it you as a HTML page. And you can play with it too. So
I have a question for you.
It is funny. It is really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in the curvature of the Earth?
Oh yeah, I do. I'm one of those.
You know that, right? You know it's a belief, right?
Yeah.
It's just a belief.
Yes.
You could pinpoint that to a religion because you cannot find it.
It's my current opinion, and that might change.
Okay, but I'm asking. Have you ever found the geometric horizon?
How would you go about doing that?
No matter how fast you run.
Well, you know, there's an equation that you're supposed to be able to follow. So if you're at a 1 foot of observer height, so what's the square root of 1?
I don't want to. The last thing I wanted to do was come onto a flat Earth panel and start arguing against the flat Earth.
No.
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to come here and say, Merry fucking New Year, guys, and I hope you have a good time.
Well,
you know?
All right, Merry New Year. Every time you move toward the horizon, it moves away from you.
Yeah, the horizon is not geometric. It's apparent.
Okay, well, I'm here now, so go on. Whatever. We'll go.
What is the square root of 1?
I don't know what it is. I'm not that good at maths.
It's 1.
Is it?
What? Right. You don't even know the square root of 1?
No, I don't.
Okay. So
well, square root
that's just a belief, really.
Okay, listen.
I'm quite good at maths.
1.225 times 1. What is that?
You said you have a website that has all this calculated out, and then you don't.
I have a JavaScript thing. Right.
1.225 times 1. It's 1.225. That's the rate of your curvature. Right? So, if you...
The thing was, because he keeps talking about my... Sorry, no, go on. Ignore me. Fuck off.
Okay.
No, you're one that brought it up. But yeah, you're good, Kim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you about your curvature. So if your curvature is 1.225 times the square root of observer height, you can calculate the 1 foot of, the observer height. So you can square root that, and that's 1. So 1.225 times 1 is 1.225. So that's the rate of curvature that you should see by observing. Right?
I don't know. I need someone else to say something as well.
Well, I'm asking you if
I don't know.
we can't find your curvature
But just because I don't
here
know
is
doesn't mean
very
I
flat.
immediately agree with you.
I
Quite
know,
often. Quite
I know,
often.
but we're
When I
saying that
don't
we
understand
can't
something, it means
find.
I need to look into it more.
The
And
the
Okay,
I will
numbers
do that.
she's
you're right.
giving you, even though
I'm
you're not
saying that
good at
you're right.
math,
You got to look into it a little bit more. I
yeah,
get it. I'm trying to simplify it. I'm
Cool.
saying,
That's
I'm
fine.
saying that if we can't find the curvature and it all optically
I was
and
talking to my dad's
even
girlfriend this
digitally
Christmas,
and
and I
even in
mentioned
like
I mentioned
analog,
flat earthers.
you're still cutting me off, man. Look, if we can't see the curvature with our own eyes optically with digital cameras or like analog with telescopes or binoculars,
You won't be able
we
to.
can't. How? If
because
it curves at the
Because it's
rate of
so big.
1.25.
It's all to do with the right. Do you want to know what I think or not?
Okay, I would love to know why you think.
Right. We are on a massive thing.
You know the
We're very
radius?
small. We're very small. So all of our observations are based. If the Earth was flat, you would see a curve. If it was a disc,
Okay, let me ask you this. Do
but
you know the
you
radius
don't
That's
of
true.
Earth?
see that.
hold on. If the Earth were a globe of a certain size,
There would be a
could you
geometric
Necessarily,
could you find out why
the smaller
it
it
would
gets,
look flat even
the
though
more the curve
it's
you
not?
see. Obviously. Sorry, I don't want to diss anyone here at all.
No, you're not.
No,
We're trying to tell
you're
you
not being
something.
rude. You know.
Good.
No, we're just trying to tell you something. No, we're not thinking you're rude. I'm saying that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So you should be able to find the geometric curve, and it should
I did.
obstruct
I did.
something.
Yeah, shit.
We see too
I need to
far.
look.
We see too far, buddy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We do not see this supposed curvature anywhere, and we're looking for it, and it's nowhere.
What about from the moon?
It measures flat. So
Well,
we're
clearly.
saying flat Earth. We're flat earthers, but
Yeah.
really we're seeing that there is no curvature. So that's why we say flat. We realize that it's a
No,
topographical.
I understand that, and it makes sense
Yeah.
because that's what you're
Wait,
seeing.
I think
Yeah,
I just heard him say, "What about from the moon?"
I did say that, but I
All right,
immediately
cool.
realised that doesn't make any sense.
If we had,
Okay.
and this is
I
say
know.
bluntly,
That's why I
experiment would have
stopped.
been
And I
a
went, oh, no,
perfect
not that.
place to do that on the moon.
Oh, good.
They didn't, did they? They didn't do the different reference frame from the moon. That would have been a
I think
perfect
they did.
different
It
reference
more.
frame.
It'd have cost more to have faked it than to have actually gone.
No,
Oh,
it
but
wouldn't.
check this out, though.
It literally would
What
not have. It would have
What do
cost
you
less.
think if you were on any of those landing
They
sites?
still had to build the rocket.
Hold
Yeah?
on. If you were on any of
Well,
those
that's
landing
just expensive.
sites and you saw Earth from the
The rest
moon,
of it's catering. Sorry.
are you listening to me now?
Yeah. Yes.
If you had landed on any of those landing sites where they claim to have landed on the moon, what do you think Earth would look like from there?
I don't know. I was learning recently about how absolutely problematic non-Earth-like gravitational dust is to.
That's not. That's irrelevant.
I know it is to this
Because I can
person,
tell
but
you for a fact where they claim to have landed on the moon.
no,
The
that's
only
the
way
thing
you
about
could
Elon
see
Musk
Earth.
and Mars.
The only way you could see Earth is by looking directly above your head, and the Earth would be enormous in your eyesight from their calculations.
But it depends on the
What
distance.
they showed us? You know what they showed us?
It wouldn't be like going over the horizon. It would be enormous. You
They
would
showed us
only
the
be
moon.
able to see it by looking directly above your head, and it would fill the sky. You
But they
would see
showed us
this
the moon
huge
and the
Earth.
planet, which it should
That's a
not
good
have been a
point. That's
planet.
an interesting point, but I'd like to
The
check that
moon
out.
is not. It's not
You
supposed
don't
to
have
be
to
in
check it out. I
frame.
mean, just think about it
Look
logically.
straight up.
No,
You
I
would
will.
look straight up. and then take the picture of the Earth.
Because it might not be.
If they took a picture, supposedly, of the Earth from the
Common
moon,
sense
and had the
often
moon, they had the moon in the picture of the frame or the image. Let me just say image, not picture. I should get used to saying that instead.
Be careful. Exactly. There you
Because
go.
it is an image, because it is tampered with. It's not like it's just
I'm just saying, you know,
an
in
honest
practical
image
sense,
of anything.
Kim, in a practical sense, if anyone landed on the moon on the different landing sites that they claim, which is on the light side of the moon, whatever they say about
Exactly.
the Earth would be this
Straight up.
enormous freaking. It would fill the sky if they looked directly above their head. Guess what? They never did when these people supposedly landed on the moon. They never looked straight above their head, where the Earth is.
They did. They did. They looked directly at the moon, the Earth as well.
Really?
And
Where? Show me.
Yeah, they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Because think about it, you have to do some critical thinking for a second. If they were going to look at the Earth from the light side of the moon,
The last thing I want
they
to do
would
is
have to look
stop
straight
people
up.
believing this. So I'm going to move on. Happy New Year, guys. I'm going to move somewhere else.
Okay, if you do you, buddy.
Yeah.
He came in saying, I'm ignorant about all this and I just want to have fun.
No, I genuinely just didn't want to. Look, that got too close to being an actual argument trying to change your views, and I don't want to do that.
No,
we're not trying to change your view either. We're just trying to give practical
you
arguments.
think. Yeah. Trying to make you think about it. Most
Yeah,
people
you came to the Flat Earth server. What do you think you're going to get? You know, I mean, not get or whatever. And to be honest, I mean, it takes a lot of guts to actually come in here and speak your mind. So
that's true.
Props.
That's true.
Props.
Somebody's got to be on here to challenge these people, though, like us.
But you know, it's just like if he found his way here, you know, it do what it do.
It do what it do. I'm just trying to say, like, you would have to look directly up to take a picture of the Earth, period. And yes, you're right, Helio. It should have been much larger.
Dude, it would fill the sky because and all the moon missions, they never pointed their camera directly at Earth. You know, there's like, I'm bouncing around on the moon, but I never pointed my camera directly above my head to see the Earth.
The fact that they put the moon in the picture, the frame, like, or not picture, in the frame of the image, shows you that it's false.
The only one I've ever seen is from the moon. Is they had this satellite image of Earth, you know, that was partially obscure. There's so many stupid things that they said that they, on their way to Earth, they took an image of the Earth, and it just wouldn't look like that.
Yep.
Even halfway to the moon, it wouldn't look like that.
And
I think Bart Sobrell pointed that out in the was that astronaut? What's that movie that documentary that Bart Sobrell made? Anyway, the Earth is so much bigger than
I can't remember.
Like somebody knows it.
Somebody chime in.
To the moon.
I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, me too. Bart Sobrell. He's the guy that went out and Neil Armstrong. He asked Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, he made him swear on the Bible.
Although he didn't make him swear on the Bible. And then he punched him in the face.
Yes, and kicked him out of his house. Like literally.
Swear to God that you went to the moon. It's like, Get that out of
The
my
one guy
face.
that did.
He's like, no, just swear to God. And he was like, how about this? Boom, punched him in the face. Right. And then
Yeah, that was,
then Buzz.
what's the name of that?
I saw a clip yesterday. I think he was on. He was on one of the late shows. he totally roasted the. Oh, here's what it was. Can't remember the host, but whatever. He's just like, well, we saw you guys land on the moon. He's like, no, you didn't. That was animation.
Buzz Aldrin said that.
Yeah, that was I
On
saw that
the
yesterday.
night show or late night show.
No, you didn't see us walking on the moon. That was animation, and that's all the clip was. But
because most of those people only heard it, they didn't see it. It was
right,
a radio broadcast, and they claimed that they saw it because they saw footage later on.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. People are ridiculous. The things that they'll believe.
But Buzz knows that, and he's let it out a few times, in some of his talks.
But I mean, he's right though. They only heard it. But also the fact that he said it was animation was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Like, no, you didn't see that. It was animation. That means they filmed that shit. Astronauts Gone Wild. That's what it was. Toby Dog. Bart Sabrell going all these astronauts saying, "Swear on the Bible you landed on the moon." He's like,
"Yep."
And they all got pissed. Like, I'm not going to talk.
They were so pissed.
He got one of them to swear on the Bible.
He kicked him out
that
of
dude's going to hell.
Kicked him. There is no hell, Helio. There's no hell.
I know that, but whatever. We're not going to get into that.
No, you're right.
He got one astronaut to swear on the Bible that he went to the moon. The rest of them said,
let your yes be yes and your no be no. Don't make any oaths.
That's good stuff.
Yep.
That's where it is. Did Homeboy leave?
Yeah, Homeboy left. He left earlier, like when we started talking to each other about that.
He was making so much shit up.
Don't they all?
I guess they do. I mean, if you're ignorant, then that's all you have, right?
But I mean, just critically think about things first before you just even.
Well, I mean, they think that flat earthers are just like. Obviously, they think the Earth is flat, so they're ignorant about every other topic that has anything to do with anything because they're flat earthers.
But we know more about it than they do.
We know more about the Earth and spiritual topics and almost everything else.
Yeah.
And so it's like, no, you just don't know. I've heard almost everything at this point.
I just want people to think about it, man. If you're going to look at an image where the moon is in the image of them taking a picture of the Earth, makes no sense. You should be looking directly above your head, like your neck should be inclined up. And you would be looking
I made a meme about that, but it's just like even flat earthers don't get that meme. Yeah, every single landing site of the lunar landers they claim went to the moon.
On the light side of the moon, they would
all of them, if they wanted to see Earth, they would have to look directly above their head. Yeah, and guess what never happened? Guess what never happened during any of those trips?
Exactly.
Once they were landed on the moon, they didn't point the camera directly above their head where the Earth is.
Yep. That's the thing. Like, you would have to be on the top or the bottom of the moon on the dark side to get a glimpse of the actual moon and the Earth.
Yeah, but that was they never even tried to make that something. Ugh.
Think about it. You would have to be. That's what I told. What's his name that was in here earlier? Michael Learns, or is it
Oh,
Michael Learns?
Matthew.
Matthew Learns.
Yeah, he knows. He already knows.
I told him that, and he didn't have a response to my saying that. So
Yeah,
I knew I got him.
Yeah, he's just hanging around.
But dude, you can't believe that, because think about it. You can't see the Earth from the light side of the moon like that. You can't. You'd have to
Not
look
like
directly
that.
up.
No. Especially, if you claim to have, have people on the moon.
Those people would have had to claim to be on the dark side.
Dude, if you landed on the moon and you were there, why wouldn't you? That'd be the first thing I'd do. Is I want to see the Earth from the moon. Doesn't everyone else?
That's right.
And guess what we don't get from the people that claim to have landed on the moon? Earth from the moon.
And
Zero.
It's always that photoshopped Earth.
We get them driving around in fucking dew buggies and playing golf on the moon. We don't get the real picture or sight of Earth from the moon.
Yeah,
that's
they make it unfalsifiable. That's the way that they do the game. They make it a catch-22 always.
So dumb. It's just like it's that.
But people don't know those military operations unless they're in the military and higher up, and know that a catch-22 is like circular reasoning. You can never prove anything or disprove it.
Oh, yeah. But we can prove it, so.
I know.
Or we can disprove the proof. I don't know. So it is a catch-22. I mean, it just depends on what you believe. I mean, it's like.
That's what I want people to know, that they just literally blindly believe these things. It's like a religion. It really is. You can't find proof.
Well, and that's
so you have to believe.
Oftentimes, in these arguments, it was like, what globe? What globe are you referring to? Nobody experienced this said globe. I mean, what globe are you talking about?
That's right. Helio, I'm about to have to go to bed.
I don't have to do anything because it's the weekend. But
I have a 4-year-old child.
I don't know what's going on with my fucking Zippo, though. I'm trying to back up so I can light my next cigarette.
Need butane.
It must be the wick. I need to fix my wick. That's what it is. I'm just playing with these things.
I've got to go to bed.
Right,
it has been so much fun. You guys are so funny and just great to hang out with. It's so crazy that you can virtually hang out with people like
from all over the globe. People from Norway coming here, friggin' Australia, South Africa,
Russia,
all across the globe.
I love it. That's why we were able to prove that the compass proves flat Earth, man. Thanks to Australia. Appreciate you guys. T-Wad.
I appreciate you, Kim.
I appreciate you too, Helio. I have so much fun on here when you're on here.
All right, since you're going to leave and I'm not going to talk by myself, I'm going to have to play something on the bot. What do you recommend?
What? Will it span hours or just minutes?
It depends on if somebody wants to say. I bet as soon as I'm about to start playing something, somebody's going to go and I I want to talk now. It always happens to me.
Yeah, that's true. I remember earlier.
You know what? Hey, do you want to hear one of my songs? What?
Absolutely, I do. I've been listening to your stuff.
Did you listen to the last one I sent you?
Yeah.
All right.
It was so good. It was so good.
You know what? Here's one maybe you haven't heard, but you probably did. Anyway, why not?
Do it.
This one cracks me up. Just because I wrote the lyrics on this one, and it just came about, like a talk tonight, like we're having tonight. I was talking to some other people, and I was like, I'm a believer.
Yeah, that Bruce Lee thing that they were playing earlier today, when there was silence on this Discord, I was coming up with that song that I sang to you guys, that gimmick song about flat smacking.
You gotta start like making some parodies yourself too. That'd be cool.
I'll try, but I usually just write little gimmick tunes because I have a small child that he doesn't like to do anything unless I can sing what we're doing to him. Like, brush your hair, brush your teeth, wash your face, go to sleep. Mama's booger, baby boy. That's mama's booger. That's mama's baby. Mama's booger, baby boy. Yeah. I sing that to my son every night.
Oh man, your voice is awesome.
So he wants to brush his hair and brush his teeth and wash his face and go to sleep.
Have you heard this one?
Let's hear it.
I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake, 'cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried.
Yeah, Kim, I just grabbed Carrie. You can grab sometime. Jackson.
That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real.
Yeah, can we play the Flat Earth rap next?
I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah. I'm a believer.
I couldn't hear what you were saying, Helio, during it, but I love that. So good.
No, I was just saying. I just grab karaoke tracks and record over them. That's that.
I love it.
Somebody else was trying to say something. Who was that?
I was saying we should listen to the Flat Earth rap next.
Oh, which one?
Someone posted a while back. It was really fire.
The collab.
All I remember is on SoundCloud.
Oh snap! I don't know.
I can scroll through the bot here and see it.
There was some rapper that came out as a flat earther and wrote, stuff about it. They played that today on here. I don't remember. You have to forgive me. I don't listen to a lot of stuff. I have too much going on these days.
You know what? I hit play for the live stream, and then I go to work and I listen to audiobooks. Why y'all niggas talking all day?
Yeah, I love audiobooks.
Yeah,
But I love to read. I read the scripture a lot because I'm studying it. So I've been doing that a lot lately.
Cool.
I feel like I'm a troll sometimes when I go on some live streams on YouTube, and we have some people that are like they're stuck on Paul's Evangel, and that's all they care about. I know it's 25% of the Bible, but it's not the only thing that's there. There's a lot of other good stuff, and never mind. I'm done.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's yeah. So I mean, I hold back too. I hold back on a lot of shit.
Yeah, I would. You sent me to a lot of good sites in your own server. We can talk about it there. That's fine. And I can direct message you.
Yeah, I gotta call it tonight. See you guys.
I gotta call it a night too, Helio. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize.
I like keeping it alive with you, but I've had a couple of whiskey shots.
No.
I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, it's not a night. It's 3:30 3:30 where I'm in. So
It's 3:30 where I'm at too.
Yeah, so I'm in Central Time. So anyway, but yeah, I'm just trying to find something else to play on the bot. I mean, you guys freaking chill. Good. Hey, and I'm gonna have a party tomorrow night on my other server, which is I think you're on there, Kim, and what?
I am. Yeah, you invited me.
We're gonna do that tomorrow, and it'll be New Year.
We can set up my role or whatever. I don't know if it was already done, but
well, there's the roles there aren't like they're here. There's only like a few roles. It's like Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Moderator. There's only a few roles there, but it's it's
my first message.
It's invite only.
Yeah, in my message to the roles, I was like "Effie roll."
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's invite only. Anyway, but whatever.
I'll meet you there.
I got it covered.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, let's meet up.
Definitely.
It'll be after about 8 or 9. I'll start getting it set up, and
we can sing if it's just you and me, or if it's not, I don't care.
No, it'll be everybody, or
good
everybody that wants to be there. I mean, this live stream will still be going here, but I have 2 computers, so I can do 2 live streams. So the other one will be live streaming on yeah. So it'll be on a different channel. It won't be on this channel. It'll be on another channel.
Well, I try to swing back and forth, but
yeah,
I like the idea of being somewhere where I can
Well, it's
You know,
just like
say
both
whatever.
of them are my channels, but it's just like, so it's just like, which ones? Which one do you want to hang out in? People don't want to be in the party place and the place to be. They'll be over on this channel going, I don't know. It depends on where you want to be. But I'll tell you what. I mean, I think a lot of people are just like, oh, let's talk about flat Earth all night. But on the other one, we're gonna be like, whatever comes up, we're gonna say. It's New Year's.
I like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an open platform there.
I like it. Then you have a good night. Grace and peace to you.
You too, Kim.
And all of you that's listening.
Hopefully see you tomorrow. Or today.
Definitely will.
Sometime today.
Unless something just like, if I die or something, I should be able to do it.
Me too. Yeah. It's like sometimes
You
I
take
plan
care.
a live. Sometimes I plan a live stream and then I'm like, oh, it's not gonna. I don't feel like doing it. No, but I actually feel like doing it.
Well, you take
Party
care.
time. Excellent. All right. See you. See you.
The earth is flat, and grace and peace to all of you.
Peace, Kim. What is next? To play for the people. I have New Year's Eve here. Nobody feels like talking, including me. I'm thinking, instead of sitting here playing music all night because I have other shit to do, I can play.
Play what?
I don't know, a talk that has been recorded before.
No.
No. So you're gonna leave Rue if I start playing something where you can't respond, what you haven't responded much yet? Is that what's to do?
No, I talk when I need to.
Okay. So you enjoy the channel?
I do.
But you don't want to necessarily interact and ask questions and get involved in the conversation.
No, actually, I do. I do most than the majority of people. It's just that I like to think before talking.
So it takes you a while to think before you want to get involved?
No, actually, I'm involved.
All right, cool, Rule. You're involved now. You're talking to me.
A couple of minutes ago, I was talking to you too.
I know that. Maybe I was ignoring you a bit, but I'm not anymore. So we're here. How long? Let's see. I don't even have to ask you. Oh, I was about to ask how long you've been involved in the server, but now I can see you just joined yesterday, and I think you said that earlier.
Yeah.
So, how did you find the server? I mean, what do you think so far about the conversations?
Oh, very nice, very comfortable. It's very interesting. I mean, it's 24/7 active, and I like that.
It's not always like, it's not for everybody all the time, but when it's comfortable for you to join or whatever. It's cool. Just like like kind of hold together the live stream and stuff, but for the most part, I don't join every night or every time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. People have things to do too, have to work and so on.
Yeah.
And the only time you can be available, it's in the morning, and very early in the morning. It's like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and that's done because you need to sleep.
So Ru, have you gotten involved in some of these discussions, like with flat earthers or globe earthers, as far as?
Yeah, I said some arguments.
Were you the guy that was talking about the moon and stuff earlier? That was the other guy, wasn't it?
I was there. I was there actually, but I wasn't participating because I had nothing to say. He was saying everything.
But you agree with him?
I agreed with some parts of it.
Okay, so you have talked to flat earthers
Before joining the
understand our arguments.
Yeah, actually, I am a flat earther.
Wait, so you are a flat earther? No, I'm kind of confused, Ru. How about you tell me about yourself? Then I'll determine that. Or you can determine it yourself. Whatever. I'm not trying to judge you all the way. I'm just like, hey, I
It's
can
fine.
tell when somebody's. I haven't heard you speak very much. I can just tell if you speak. Once you start speaking, I can figure it out. It's not.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. What do you know? What do you want to know precisely about me?
I don't want to know anything about you. I mean, that's why you just start. How did you find this Discord? Why are you interested in what we're talking about? I mean, just tell me about yourself. That's all.
Oh yeah, that's sure. I'm very old using Discord. Like 5 years ago, I started using it. Practically since it started, so I'm very familiar with things. And like a couple of months ago, I tried to join Flat as a server. I entered in one, but I figured out it was a fake one because everyone there was from the FAS, the Flat Earth Society, and yeah, those guys were traded.
Not us.
Yeah, because I don't like that group because all that shit they say on Twitter and so on, that's like a shame. And they haven't the model that they have as flat Earth isn't the same and isn't the real one. It's just a psyop.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. No, and since you've listened to us, you haven't heard us say anything like that.
No. Actually, this is a normal flat Earth society, as it should be.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, we don't. We try to avoid the term society, but yeah, right. We're just flat Earth people. I mean, we live on Earth, the same Earth that everyone else lives on.
Well, that makes us a society.
No,
Actually, as a community, if you can say it.
Okay, call it a community if you want to, but using the Flat Earth Society term, maybe it definitely associates that. This is like you heard Obama say, "We have no time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society." You remember that when Barack Obama said that shit?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, okay. I remember it too, and so does everybody else. And we're definitely not the Flat Earth Society. So, you wouldn't call us a society. I was a flat earther before he said that. So, anyway. And
I'm pretty new in flat Earth. It's like 5 years ago I started.
that's not new. I'm like 7 years, but and 5 years is not new. So, were you following Flat Earth Society for years?
I was following flat. No, I never followed Flat Earth Society.
All right,
I
cool.
just
That's cool. All right, continue.
uh, I got involved in it because one of my friends was a flat earther, and he was like every time something about I don't know, speed, balls, everything. He was like involving the earth in it and making some
He
jokes
was
and
bugging the shit out of you about it.
yeah. Every time I say, oh, I like noodle balls, and he was like, oh
Well,
yeah,
get
I
your
like
friend
the
in here. Where's he at now? Why don't you get him in here, man? He's
earth.
obviously a flat earther, man. Why don't you get him in here?
Well, because he's a crazy man.
No, he's not crazy. He's actually trying to tell you the truth. He was trying to tell you the truth the whole time. He's like, what are you talking about? These balls spinning around the universe and fucking curvature of the earth. Where's that come from?
He's like, oh, you really think you are a monkey that is skyrocketing through the universe? It's like,
I don't want to hear him talk. He sounds like a cool dude. Man, you think he's crazy, or do you really think?
no, he has a very strange personality. He's like, oh, you really think we are living on a ball? Well,
Oh, dude, you gotta
stop
jump in
beating.
here one time with him at your side gun. It's like, I told you, motherfucker.
He was like, he told me once, oh, 2017 will be the year you get a flat earther.
Oh man! So what are you doing now? You found your way here. Are you starting to see his point of view, or do you think he's still crazy?
No. I think I will. I'm not saying he's crazy because of his flat earthness ideas, because I agree with him now. But I'm saying he's crazy because he's like a person who you talk about anything and he makes a joke about it. Even if it's your mother's funeral, even that, it's just he's a joke person.
Nah, I get it. I get it. He's a joker. That's cool, and I like jokers.
And he's like, and if someone doesn't laugh, he's like, oh, that's not funny. He's like, oh, I don't give a shit.
Does he offend a lot of people with his jokes, or?
Oh yes, and I'm afraid he does it here too because
Too much. It's like too much.
not too much. He's very funny,
Well,
but
then he's a joker, and whatever. Get his ass in here. He sounds like a cool dude. Cool guy.
his English is awful. Let me warn you.
Okay, well, I'm not a Ruski. No, yeah, yeah, if his English is that bad, it's not gonna work. It won't come across well. Never mind.
He taught me my fifth and my sixth languages that are German and Portuguese. He taught me.
should be fine enough to make jokes, and if he's a flat earther, then get his ass in there.
Yeah, one of them is
If
jokes
he
is like,
taught you these languages, you're telling me his English isn't that well? I call
oh,
bullshit on that.
I'm translating it.
Your English is really good, bro. So I mean, I don't see why his would be much worse if he taught you.
Oh, because I'm 1/3 British.
Oh, you grew up in Britain?
No, and my mother is British.
Okay.
I learned English from her. So
Hey, it's worth a shot. It sounds like dude's pretty cool, and get him in here. I mean, you're pretty cool too, but at the same time, you just going, hey, this is my first time in here, which is cool. Glad you found us.
yeah, good.
And Earth flat. Now, what you just told me is that you have a good friend that definitely a flat earther, and he's trying to tell you what's up, and like, well, he's kind of crazy. I don't want him to jump in here.
Oh, because he would mess around like crazy. And I don't know if he can use Discord because he's kind of not cyber.
Oh, he doesn't even use the tech stuff.
No, he's like I'm like, oh, Google it. I'm like, what?
Oh no, he doesn't even use PC or anything or Apple.
Oh no. He only uses PC for making video chats with his friends and so on. Yeah, he uses it rarely and barely can use it. So.
Okay. Never mind then. It's all good. Hey man, it's really cool that you found us here, Rue. And it's cool that you said something about your friend that is a flat earther, and he just happens to be some crazy Russian dude that doesn't know shit about the internet.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you, man.
No, actually,
I'm making jokes.
he makes jokes too about other things, not only flat earth, and so he makes jokes about climate change too.
I'd love to meet him, but I never will. But I bet we can have a good time. Does he drink vodka? I drink vodka.
Oh, he drinks vodka like water.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, I think we get along. But other than that, I'm not gonna be redundant and ask you how you found the server. Or what do you think? Because it seems like man, these flat earthers are a little weird. Now, not every flat earther is like me, of course, because we're all a little different. It's just like some people look at flat Earth like a religion. It's like, all the flat earthers are in a religion, and they some type of cult, and they think the Earth is flat because this, and that, or whatever this, and that might be. But they're all retards. Even though it looks flat, it's not. Who's wrong?
I mean,
every single person that lives on Earth experiences the Earth as a level stationary plane. Every single person on Earth, including airplane pilots, they all experience Earth as a level stationary plane. Ship navigators, airplane pilots, And when I say the Earth is flat, I'm crazy.
That was my opinion before becoming a flat earther.
So you found, well, you said you're a flat earther. I'm going to take your word for it. Yeah, it's
No,
just
I
kind of
cannot
crazy. It's just like
reality.
everybody that's just like, you crazy flat earthers. Like, what are you looking at? I'm looking at the Earth and it looks flat to me, right? Well, that's not good enough. Like, who told you about this globe? Well, I mean, they teach the globe in Russia too, right? But you don't live in Russia anymore, right?
No, I don't live in Russia anymore, no.
But they teach the same shit to the students there about the globe.
Yes, they do, but some of them make like they making they like to make parodies about Americans, and one of those parodies are the conspiracy, Mr. Conspiracy, and they all put an aluminium thing on their head and like start telling things that are true, but they think it's just a joke and just a game. He's like, "Oh, the Earth is flat," and everyone starts laughing. But yeah, they have that.
Dude, we get the same thing over here in America too. The Earth is flat thing. Conspiracy. Dude, I thought you were about to say that they have this conspiracy about America, that everybody's paranoid about Russia is trying to destroy America, which I know absolutely is not true. I'm to be honest, I like Vladimir Putin, like as far as just a personality. I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Just he's
As
a
long
he's a
as
stud. He's a fucking
yeah,
stud, bro.
yeah.
I mean, it's just like, even though nobody opposes him in any election or whatever, because it's not doesn't work that way. I, you know, Putin called out the Iraq War. He's called out all kinds of shit. He's even called out 9/11 and shit. With all kinds of crazy shit. He's just like, what you gonna do? I said it. It's like, well, I've been saying it for years, and like, I'm with you, Putin. I've been trying to call this shit out for years too.
Putin is trying to fix his own country since years because the Soviet Union left
It's a
a.
very large. It's very large. There's a lot of opposition. There's so much shit going on, man. Yeah, so uh, I support Putin staying in power, because what the fuck, if you change Putin from power, I mean, what's going to happen to the country? It's freaking crazy. What's going on? Like with shit. I'm not supposed to talk about on YouTube here. I've already went too far. But yeah, I think Putin's okay. As far as the Russian leader, a lot of people don't like him on all sides, but I think he's all right.
Well, the main point of things nowadays, I really think the main thing we should worry about is our own health, security, and so on, but mainly have family and so on and live life. Be happy, just that. Just don't worry about so much shit happening
Yeah, it's
and so.
politics. That's politics. It's just like, I don't worry about a lot of American politics. I don't worry
You
about
just,
Russian politics or
yeah,
Iraqi politics and all that kind of shit.
if you
But
are like,
it does affect us, but at the same time, you have to hear what they say sometimes, and what they say.
yeah, I mean, yeah,
And,
of course. You stay informed, but yeah, if you, that's the point. If you are like seeing something is gonna happen, you got your gun and you got your little town in the woods, and you can be like there chilling all the time. Meanwhile, cities are getting wrecked, and you are there farming.
yeah.
It just
Yeah. Yeah, it
Trying
all
to get
depends.
with
I mean, it kind of depends on, your situation, where you're at when all everything comes down.
yeah. Well, actually, it's very curious that I moved from Russia to Europe and from Europe to Latin America. So
Are you in South America?
now Latin America, Central America,
Oh,
Panama.
in Holy shit! Yeah, that's a trip. So you never see snow anymore, do you?
No.
Holy shit! I don't even know what it'd be like to not see snow. Damn, you're close to the equator then.
Yeah. Well, today top temperature here was 35 degrees, super hot.
Use Fahrenheit in North America, so.
Oh no, Celsius. It's like 90 or something.
Yeah, that's pretty hot. It was a fairly comfortable temperature today for me. It was about 50 Fahrenheit, which I think I'm gonna have to get better at calculating Celsius versus Fahrenheit, especially since I talk to people from all over the world. I need to get better at it.
Mainly things I struggle in is when I go to England or I go to the United States, it's all you have
Miles.
kilometers, foot, yards, miles, knots. It's all different.
I'm good at calculating like small increments of inches and centimeters and stuff, but as far as like distances, like longer than that, it gets because I know that 1 inch is 25.4 centimeters. You know what I mean?
In Russia, there is one system that is called Toyotas. It's like one Toyota, two Toyotas, three Toyotas.
Oh my gosh. One Toyota. Oh, that's funny, bro. Yeah, I mean, I worked in the aircraft industry, and so I know how to calculate in decimals, whether it's millimeters or inches, but not on a large scale. But if I had to condition myself for it, I could do it, and I should. I should do it on purpose instead of waiting for it to happen. I'd love to be like, oh, well, somebody's like, oh, that's 18 kilometers. Is like, well, that's 7.5 miles, which I think that's fairly accurate. 12 kilometers, I think, is about 7.5 to 8.
The main thing I struggle with is like height. It's like, um, how tall are you? I'm like 1 meter 80, and he's like, how much is that in feet? And I say like, oh, I don't know. It's dependent on your feet of its mine feet because mine is huge.
Where they're actually the same. 12's bigger than 8, right?
I'm like, who the fuck got a feet and measure it? I'm like,
well, it starts out as inches, right? I mean, and then when you get 3 feet, we call it a yard.
but a yard you call it to garden.
Well, then.
No, it's like you Americans have one expression: "Stay out of my yard."
Yeah, well, I mean, you motherfuckers, and doesn't matter where you are. If somebody steps in your yard or your property, you stay off of my property, or whatever language you use to say, get the fuck off of my property. We say, get out of my yard. But as far as distance measurements, yeah, we call three 12-inch increments a yard here in America. Now, 1 inch is 12.5, so 12 inches would be 12 times 25.4 millimeters, which would be approximately 160 millimeters, which translates to 16 centimeters. And then you have to just go up from there. It do what it do. I mean, 1 meter is slightly less than a yard, but anyway. Approximation in a short distance is about the same. Like 1 yard is a little bit more than 1 meter. Sort of works out. You can kind of get the idea. But anyway, it do what it do. But when you go like 500 meters, you're talking about 400 yards. So it doesn't fully work out that way.
And how's fuel there?
Or you're talking about liters, volume?
No. I'm talking about fuel cost. Is it high or low?
I didn't
Like
understand
how much?
damn words you said just now.
It's like is our fuel prices like diesel high, expensive, or cheap?
Well, fuel prices everywhere are pretty high right now. So
Well, in Russia you have like $1 per gallon.
wait, I thought you guys don't use gallons. Well, if you're in Panama, maybe do they use gallons in Panama or do they use liters?
No, they actually use gallons here, but I'm translating liters to gallons.
How?
Oh, I just calculated in my mind, just approximately.
That's what I do with the metric system. And we do gallons in America, but in Panama they do gallons as well.
Yeah, because Panama got occupied by US too. Panama got a lot of influence of the US.
Hey, it's better. It's better. Don't tell anybody. Gallons are better. They fuck you with the liters. They fuck you with the liters.
Actually,
You're gonna pay like freaking $8 a liter if you're going by liters. So, and right now it's $2.65 a gallon. I just filled up the tank in the car today. $2.65 a gallon. $2.65 a gallon. American dollars. Now, I'm not saying that's good prices, but it's better than it was a year ago. A year ago it was almost double that. So what is it? What is it by liter? Could be, dude. Depending on where you're at in Europe, it's at least $2.65 a liter, and that's fucking 3 times as much money.
yes. And I'm now talking about one of the most expensive stations in Moscow. So
Yeah, I mean, you know how many oil? You know how much oil's coming from Russia? Yeah, don't get me involved in the politics of Russia and all that.
There's a joke.
Shit.
There is a joke that the Russians use. Well, it's not a joke. When they talk about oil, they don't say oil or petroleum. They say dinosaur juice.
They know it ain't juice.
No,
there's plenty of oil in Russia and all across that region.
Yeah,
they're exploiting it. I mean, the bankers, own those rigs, everything that goes on with that. It's like, oh, we have a shortage. No, we fucking don't. We have a shortage of refining them because of wars, but it has nothing to do with there's not enough oil. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Nice.
It's another talk for another time. I won't get into the politics of it. Not here, anyway. Guru, I know I already asked you. How did you find the server again? Did someone invited you, right?
Yeah, I find the server because I'm in the server called Purple Palace, and they got there a channel called Server Links and Partnerships.
Oh yeah, I think I've been to Purple Palace before.
And there they have the link to this server, and I joined.
Oh, cool. There's somebody new in here. EXH. I'm gonna take a chance on you. Take a chance on me. EXH, do you have access to your microphone? If you're a shithead, then
yes, I do have access.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
How'd you find the server?
I kind of knew someone would ask me that, but I forget how I found this. I was just exploring flat earth theories, and here I am.
Did you say flat earth terrorist? I'm just playing.
Theories. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. English is not my native language.
I'm just making jokes. Cool. So why are you looking up flat earth stuff? I mean, are you curious about it, or are you?
Yeah, I'm curious about everything.
Have you ever talked to anyone about the flat earth topic before?
Yes, I did. I just ordered a telescope a few days ago. I'm still waiting for it to arrive to do some of my own calculations. Because I don't trust anyone except myself. Even myself can be fooled, so it's hard to prove me anything, All
right, so you ordered a telescope, and you're gonna do calculations with your telescope.
Yeah, I want to try to see the curvature if it exists.
How do you expect to do that with a telescope?
Well, I have islands. I have lots of islands around me in various distances, so I can just check if I can see the shore or some object that should be behind the curvature,
All right, so you have islands around you, and you can walk to the shore, but you can't see them. But then when you get the telescope, you're going to point it at where another island is, and you're going to zoom in and see the island. Is this what?
No, it's something like that, but not exactly. The point I want to prove to myself is I know exactly what objects are on those islands, and they hate, So if I'm looking for one shore from 1 or 2 meters high, I know based on the curvature equation that it should be behind the horizon.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good point. Good point.
But I'm just wondering, you people, I was listening last night, but I went to bed and they were trying to get me talk. I was just sleeping and listening. Didn't want to talk yesterday. Never mind that. But I wonder how is your life changed when you prove to yourself that the earth is flat?
Yes, it changes.
Yeah, but it changes your mind and your spirit. As far as like your physical life, you still have to function as a human. But it definitely makes a change in your psyche if you know what I'm. Well, maybe there's language barrier, but you know what psyche.
There is no language. I understand you perfectly. Maybe I can't talk perfectly, but I understand everything.
I mean, it definitely makes a difference hey, I've never done a test like you're planning to do over, large bodies of water, but
then how did you prove to yourself? Just by reading?
It's knowing. I mean, like a physical measurement of Earth being flat. I mean, that's one thing, but that's one part of knowing that the Earth isn't what they told us it is. To me, I mean, you don't have to believe me if it makes you, if you want to feel better, like, yes, of course, you can see 100 miles over across the ocean, which I've seen plenty of footage. It was like, I don't say, oh, I trust those guys, those videos, because I live in Central America, North America. I don't have an ocean near me, so I can't go and actually test these things. I can go to large lakes and I can compare them to the Earth curvature calculator and all that kind of stuff. And that would, I already know what I would see if I did that, which doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, but that's kind of
all you do, Helio, is just rhetoric all day. You've never done it yourself. I don't really need to, but
in a way, that sounds to me like a leap of faith. You don't have a first-hand experience.
Well, I have.
No, it's more than that to me, because this idea about the stupid globe, I think this globe idea is completely ridiculous. Not because people told me the Earth is flat, and I think that's a better idea. I think the globe is completely ridiculous.
You look at the horizon, you see flat. You see the height is measured in water level, and water is level. So water takes a form of something and becomes level, because Earth is level too.
Yes, I understand the basic points. I'm not so new to this, but just in the last few months, there are some people that I find that I believe that are really intelligent, and they do believe that the Earth is flat, and that make me wonder if they are wrong, or am I wrong?
Well, yeah, probably.
And dude, that's awesome. You've taken an effort to go find this out for yourself, and I commend you on that. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to hearing feedback from you. You sound like an intelligent person, and you want to.
Yes, I'm pretty open to everything. I can't say for sure it's a globe or one way or the other, because I didn't experience it, I didn't see it, I didn't test it. So it's up in the air. I need to check it to know. That's all.
That's cool. And I mean, I've checked it in my own ways, and so cool. So dude, I'd love to see the results of your experiment, or not experiment, or testing, across the water from one landmass to another across a sea or an ocean?
Yes, there are numerous tests that I could do because I live in Croatia, that's opposite of Italy, and there is like 200 kilometers distance.
Yeah, so you're in the Mediterranean.
Yes, and I have 1,000 islands, various distances, so I can do every test you can imagine, you know.
Awesome. That would be awesome, man. I'd love to be. It's beautiful over there. I couldn't.
Yeah, first idea is to check somewhere around 10 miles distance because I know exactly what I should see on the other side, you know. And if I can see object that is 2 meters from sea level, then that's kind of it. That's the proof.
Cool. I can't wait to see the results, man. You're gonna share them here when you get the results.
I can't promise you anything. I don't know what will happen tomorrow or the day after that, you know, maybe.
Well, anyway, it sounds like you're like you said you already ordered the optical device or something to test it.
What did I say?
I thought you said you were getting a telescope or something. So
yes, it should arrive in a few days.
So you're going to point it at the sky, or you're going to point it across the Mediterranean Sea?
Across the Mediterranean Sea, it's my idea, you know, that there is lots of islands near me, so I can just check if there is curvature that it should be there, but by their equation.
Now check this out. If you can use the same device to look across the sea or look into the heavens, which one is going to tell you something more about Earth?
For me, it's across the sea.
Observation itself. Like I have a 50 times zoom binoculars. I can look at the moon every night, 50 times zoom. Doesn't tell me anything about where the moon is or what shape it is, how far it is. Just tells me the moon is there and it looks pretty badass. So are you going to point that telescope across the sea and show you that the water's not curving around this stupid idea of this globe ball? Or are you going to point it at the moon and be like, oh, I see the moon. Earth's a globe.
You know, even that wouldn't be exactly proof for me because after that I have to check the equation properly to understand it.
What equation?
On the basic level, you know, I need to check every step of the way to be pretty sure. You know, I want to be convinced. I know something is strange, but I need to convince myself exactly what and what are the connotations of that conclusion.
You know what's really, it's fortunate you found us because do you know what they say circumference of the Earth is? I can only do it in miles, but maybe my friend Rue here can actually convert it to kilometers. It's 24,901 miles. I think it's, shit, I can't remember it in kilometers now.
24,901.
It's around 40,000 kilometers.
Actually, precisely, it's 40074.275 kilometers.
In circumference or radius? Yeah, it's 3959 radius. So yeah, yeah. I could look it up.
Yeah, I think it's in radius. I think.
Yeah, 3959 is the in miles, and I think it's 4,007. I need to memorize this shit. I need to know both. I'm slacking.
Why is it so important just now, the exact number?
You know why it's important? That way, when you get your telescope and you look across the Mediterranean Sea and you see another island, you'll be able to know that you're actually seeing that island and there's not a hump of water in the way due to curvature of the earth. Because
yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, then if you don't know what you should or should not be able to see based on the curvature of the earth and the radius of earth, then what are you looking at altogether?
I shouldn't be able to see over, let's say, 20 kilometers around
based on
what? 9 miles, 10 miles. What do you mean based on what?
Based on what? Because they said the earth has a circumference and a radius and a diameter. You know what those terms mean, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you're on a globe, everywhere you are on a globe, you're on top of the globe.
Sure, and?
Do you understand that part? Everywhere you're standing on the globe, you're on top of the globe. Doesn't matter.
Yes, I understand that. What's your point?
When you're looking across a body of water, supposedly with this gravity idea, it's pulling the water around the globe, and you're looking across to one point on the globe from the other point. You're looking at one point of the globe to the other point of the globe, and there's a calculation you can do based on how large this globe is that you're standing on. That's why it's important to know the size of the globe so that you can calculate whether or not you should be able to see.
Let me ask you
or not.
why shouldn't they lie about the dimensions of the globe too? Because
it's not about the lie, because most people think it's real, so nobody's lying about it. They don't even realize this is what they're looking at. I think 98% of the people think they live on a globe. And or if they don't know why what we're talking about right this second is so important, especially since you're saying I'm going to get a telescope and I'm going to look and see if I can see an island, and it's not going to prove to you anything if you don't know these numbers.
Yes, I'm aware of the curvature equation. What I should see. How am I not?
No, because you couldn't even tell me the circumference of the globe or the radius or the diameter. How are you going to frickin' figure out what you're supposed to be looking at if you don't know said radius, diameter, or circumference?
I think I told you that I will check the equation after I see the things with my own eyes.
No, that's not the way it works, bro. It's not the way it works at all.
How is it not the way it works?
All right.
I can find online curvature calculator.
You live in a solar system. Do you believe in the third rock from the sun? We're in a solar system. Mars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. That in the galaxy is part of a galaxy. Do you believe all that kind of stuff? Now, all of those are spheres. Now, our sphere of Earth has a spherical radius, diameter, and circumference. How are you going to test what you're looking at without knowing the approximate diameter or radius or circumference of Earth? What do you think you're looking at? Because they're claiming the Earth is a globe, and if you can see something that you shouldn't be able to see because there's a hump of supposed water in the way because it's curving around the Earth, you tell me it doesn't matter? Man, come on. What the fuck?
You're starting to sound like a cult, you know.
Sound like a what?
Cult, how to pronounce it, I don't know.
You understand what he's saying, Rue? He says
No.
I sound like a
religious cult. Does that explain it?
When I just explained it 3 times, he still doesn't understand it, and I'm the asshole.
I didn't say you are the asshole, just how you are starting to sound to me. Nothing else.
That's because I explained it 3 times how you can. Don't waste your money or your time to try to find the curvature when you don't even know what they say the size of Earth is. I really don't even know. Don't waste your time.
Can I ask you one question? Are there curvature calculators online?
Yeah.
So what is the problem? I know how much curvature there should be over some distance from those equations, isn't it?
I don't think you know shit, to be honest. Call me that name again. Maybe somebody knows what it means.
And what language are you trying to say it? Maybe I understand it and I can translate it.
Yeah, I mean, I call myself an asshole, so you can call me that.
Maybe he's talking in Italian or in Russian. I don't know. Maybe I can translate it.
I mean, he said he's from Croatia, so maybe.
Oh, Croatia.
Yeah,
Oh.
it must be like something in Greek.
Well, Croatian.
Grecian, it's not that kind of. It do what it do. Hey, X. I'm gonna give you VC verified role, and when you get your telescope, show those Grecian islands. Send us some pics, bro.
I think you have enough pictures online of those measurements, but they doesn't prove anything if you didn't check it yourself.
I've already done that. I've done it a lot.
No, actually, I did it. I voyaged since London to Sydney and from Sydney to New York. And I got a scale and I measured via the window of that plane if there was curvature. Thousands of miles. Actually, I almost did all the world round, if it were round. And I didn't see nothing. And the path of the plane was practically in the equator zone, and when I realized it, I made a map and I realized no one changed the meridianus who was traveling in. It's just a line. It's not um, a globe that has different directions, north, south, east, west. It's just south. Everything ends south. And they need to make a curve on their own path to get to the direction they want. Because if they go in a straight line, they may be hitting something, before they hit south, but they will end at south every time, every single time. Everything is south. North doesn't exist. North is just a fictionary point. East and west too.
So I mean, if you're gonna use location, I mean, if you're traveling, you're gonna have to use north and south, east and west to travel at points. I mean, what do you mean by that?
Well, me?
Fictional. Yeah, they're not fictional. I mean, they're directions people have been using. Those,
Are you
I guess,
basing it?
fictional directions for thousands of years. I mean, how is that?
Yeah, around us is also for thousands of years, and it's a lie too. And what evidence is
What
supporting
I
your
mean
version of
is like, I mean, is a compass wrong?
Actually, it is.
All right,
Actually,
cool.
compasses
Check
have
this
been.
out, though. Check this out. People don't navigate necessarily by a compass. Only in emergencies. They navigate by the celestial. Right. Now, I mean, nowadays it's GPS. Boom. It's across Earth. Port to port. Whether it's an airplane or a ship, it's port to port, and there's path lanes already established. You get outside of that, all the governments will be like, "What the fuck are you doing over there?" You can't independently just travel anywhere with a boat or a plane. Not anymore. Yeah, Rue, I don't know what you're getting at with this.
No, actually, it makes
No, north, south, east, or west. I mean, that shit doesn't make any sense.
no. Actually, take the flat Earth map. Draw a line.
No map. Which map?
The map that you use with flat Earth.
I don't use a map with flutter. Are you talking about the azimuth to equidistant? That's a globe projection, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Projection. All right. Make your own global projection, as you imagine it is. Draw a line. Where does the line end? South. Or starts south.
Yeah, sure. If you had dead, have you ever heard of Dead Reckoning? That was a yes or no question.
Say it again, please.
Dead Reckoning. That means you head in one direction, ignoring the compass.
You head in a straight line. Yes.
That means you're going south.
That means you're going in any direction that ends or starts south. Nothing crosses north. North is just a point. North is not all. If you make a direction, not everything gets north. Not everything gets west. Not everything gets east.
No shit, bro. No shit. Like
Yes.
I was just saying, as far as modern travel, it goes from one port to another port. I mean, even when you're driving locally, you park in a parking space, you drive down the street, you park in another fucking parking space. And you know where the streets go. Just like airplanes, they go from one airport to another. Ships travel across the Atlantic from one port to another port. They always schedule their events. Now, to compare it to cars, I mean, you can take your car and drive until the wheels fall off, and then when the wheels fall off, you'll be like calling AAA or whatever. But as far as airplanes and ships, they just travel from one port to another. I have
Yes.
no idea what are you talking about with. I mean, they don't even use compasses anymore as far as for travel, and they don't even use the stars for travel anymore.
No, because they already memorized the trajects. That's
Yeah,
memorized.
and those are lanes of traffic that have been established over hundreds of years.
It's already easy. You don't need nothing to get yourself orientation. It's easy. Everything has indications. So in the modern,
Nothing to see here. We've already discovered everything. This is Earth. The azimuthal equidistant map. Earth.
all right. So you are saying a flat Earth has no map. You
I'm
are saying
saying the azimuthal equidistant map is the globe.
you are saying that there is no map. Earth is just flat and that's it. There must be a map. What do you think? Why do you think they are hiding the flat Earth? Because they are hiding something. There must be something valuable they
Oh,
hide.
sure, but the azimuthal equidistant map is a globe projection. And I didn't say that's Earth. I'm just saying that airplanes and ships travel from port to port. There's no free exploration anymore. As
Look to the
far as
moon. Moon is a mirror of Earth.
the I'm not. No,
No, yeah.
no.
The moon, the moon's face is a mirror of Earth.
Okay.
And that's a real map of Earth. You need to fix some things, but it is.
I've seen some
Search it
information
up.
on
I
that.
mean,
I
search
mean, I don't think that
it up.
really is relevant to what I'm talking
And all right. And what about land behind the Antarctica? Because if they are hiding something, it's that.
about. Yeah, they could be hiding an entire continent in the South Atlantic. I mean, the South Pacific. That because no traffic goes that way.
And why don't you think behind the ice barrier there is as much as land as all the world has now?
I didn't say I don't think there might be something outside. Yes.
No, I think so.
Well, I think that's a possibility, but as far as it wouldn't be covered by the sun that exists here where we live, because that's why Antarctica exists, because there's no more heat from the sun. So there has to be another sun.
Exactly. Another ring, another sun. The Earth is about rings. You got the
Have you seen cosmic egg theory?
cosmic what?
Cosmic egg theory.
Cosmic egg? No. I just seen
I'll
bystander.
send you a link. No. It's kind of a slow room tonight. I don't bring it up much, but I think this is plausible when it comes to that. If I can, his video, this is really cool. Martin, his freaking last name, Jen something. Think of his name. Oh, he's been on British TV. He's a British guy. Martin.
On July 6th, 2015, we released this spectacular image of Earth taken by NASA's Epic camera.
There's overwhelming proof that it didn't happen.
Do you believe you couldn't possibly land on it because it's
Absolutely not. Just ignore me, delete me, move on with your life. Why are you getting up? We're not spinning, we're not on the ball. That I know. That I know as a fact. Shit, like, this is huge. Like, the whole world is being lied to. I mean, this is humongous. Wow, okay. Yeah, what would have happened?
Why don't they have his fucking name in the description? This isn't crazy. This is fucking crazy. They made this video with Martin. Oh, here we go. Martin. Here's his YouTube channel. Oh, his channel's called Padil Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And he puts all kinds of content out. Let me find this. This shit he put out like 3 or 4 years ago. The one that I'm talking about. Go to videos and then filter it by popular. There we go. You haven't seen this. It's kind of what you were talking about. At least this will get you started.
Cosmic egg, and we are nurtured by the new receiving a broadcast
No,
station.
that's not the video I'm looking for. Actually, on this channel, dang it. Pretty good playlist, though. I'll share this. I mean, just check out some of his stuff. I'm going to post this playlist in live stream voice text. There's some pretty good stuff. He's been on public television in the UK. Well, that playlist is something he created on his channel. Paul on the Plane is not from the UK. He's from Texas. Good stuff, too. The fuck did I just put? Yeah, this was a playlist from Palneo Foundation channel. Well, man, that's a good playlist. Let me find one of their videos. Shit. This is the thing. I don't think it's. Well, it's not the one I was looking for. There's a presentation given by Martin about the cosmic egg, but this one's decent too. Here it comes. This gate they made in the image of the covenant. Kind of explains what we were talking about. It's like Mars and Venus. I mean, Mars and Venus. Mercury and Venus are the moon and sun of the next layer, and then Mars and Jupiter are the sun. Interesting way to look at it. Whatever. I do what it do. Stupid fake space stuff is less plausible than this idea. But who knows until we can test it? So, whatever. Hey, Roof, you're not going to your microphone?
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
I didn't find any info on that. Did anyone was ever able to find any amount of curvature over, I don't know how much distance, maybe 500 kilometers or 1,000? What I'm trying to ask, is it possible that the Earth is a ball, but much bigger than they say, you know?
Yes, it is.
Wait. You're saying it is possible that they were wrong about the size? Because
no, I don't think
if they're wrong about the size of Earth, they're wrong about the entire solar system. Throws every mathematical concept all out of whack, and there is no way that all of the gravitational forces would work due to the math. Everything is based on this calculated size. Everything.
Yes, okay, but I don't. I'm not telling that they are wrong. I'm telling that they are lying. You know.
Yeah, me too. I'm telling you, they're lying because the Earth is not a globe spinning in space. It's impossible. We're not in a solar system, part of a Milky Way galaxy. The Earth is Earth. It's the only place that we have.
Okay, but no one answered my question. Question is there any curvature over, I don't know how much distance?
No.
Why are you looking for curvature? The only way it would ever exist is if you were looking for it based on the idea that the Earth is third rock from the sun in the solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes, I understand your point.
We're testing against that. So we take their numbers, test against that. We prove it's wrong, and they're wrong. So other than that, everyone else experiences the Earth. Unless you're looking for it, you just experience Earth as a level stationary plane, and you just move along. All the other assholes are trying to convince you you're on a spinning space rock in the middle of a Milky Way galaxy. No. It's impossible because you gave us the numbers and we tested against it. It can't be true.
Then I wonder how how stupid are the people on this earth? If it's not common knowledge, then it is flat. I can't grasp my mind around that.
Yeah,
How
a lot of people can't. That's why I think that. Yeah, I mean that's our question. It's like if it's not obvious to you, you haven't seen it yet, and people think we're dumb for not believing in the globe. I used to think the Earth was a globe. I mean, all of us did. So
Yeah. There you go. I found something.
and dude, that's why I don't take the piss out of people about it. But I do point it out. It's just like it's just this simple understanding. The curvature doesn't exist. Where's this globe you keep talking about? And that's the simple part of it. There's no curvature. There's no fucking globe.
So what would be the second best proof apart curvature? Is there any test I can do?
What globe? What curvature? Why are you looking for curvature? What
Because
curvature?
if there isn't any, then it is flat. It's obvious.
It's obvious to me. I don't know why people are looking for the globe. I'm gonna unmute Matik Rushev. Sounds like a Russian guy too. Do you know this guy, Ru?
No, I don't know him.
Maybe he's a troll. I mean, it says VC verified.
No, he's
Maybe
not.
he got muted for a reason. Hey, oh no, he just jumped out. Right after I muted him. Oh, there he is. Matik, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you doing?
Not bad. Is that a Russian name or what is that?
No, it's just your name. You need a username, and I try and make mine as creative as possible. Well, not as creative as possible, just different.
No, you sound like a British guy.
Yes.
That's probably because I am English. Well, British. No, I'm not. I'm not English.
You sound very British.
British, yeah, British.
British or English. That's cool.
Hey.
So anyway, so you have access to your microphone. But anyway, you've been listening, and yeah, man, it's just trippy, man. Well, it's like once you see it, you can't unsee it. It sounds like you're just like, okay, well, all right. So if I was to do this, I'm gonna find the curve. It's like, what curve are you looking for? Earth was never curved in the first place. Not gonna prove really anything. You can find out that the Earth isn't a globe without trying to find the curve with a telescope or anything like that.
It doesn't make sense to search for something that doesn't exist. That's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just like that's why I would say, what curve, what globe? Anyway, what are you looking for? And like, all right, we're gonna do this test over 100 miles. And it's like, for what? I mean, what are you looking for? The curve or the lack of curve? What? Why would you even think it'd be curving in the first place? Because it's Earth.
Hey, hey Leo, could you give me pick perms or how do I get it?
I can give it to you as long as you respect the room, because that shit goes out on YouTube, and if you fuck it up, I'm gonna fuck you up.
All right, I take responsibility for it. I'm not shit posting, just posting maps.
All right, cool. Respect it, because that's a a dedicated role that goes out on my freaking live stream.
Thanks.
So the guy just disappeared.
Kind of slow right now. We're all just kind of hanging out. Now you do sound like you're talking in a big room. If you can get closer to your mic, Matik, it might.
Is this any better?
Not much. It sounds like you're talking in a concrete room about 5 feet away from your microphone.
I am definitely in a concrete room.
There is some echo.
What, in your mom's basement? I'm just playing. Because I say that because I live with my mom, so just so I can make that joke.
The toilet, a locked toilet, is the best way I can get away from the craziness in my house.
No, it's all good. No, I'm just saying, it just sounds a little echoey. Like I don't know if there's a setting. I don't know. Just sounds like, I don't know if it's you, like close far away from your mic or whatever. It just sounds a little echoey. I don't know. I'm not saying swallow your microphone or anything.
Does this sound better?
That does. That actually does sound better. Yeah.
All right, so just say something. I'm treating my phone like a phone, so I'm going to see if I can hear you with holding it like a phone.
Man, dude, you sound way better than whatever. I mean, maybe you're using Bluetooth or whatever. What I use is like Bluetooth headphones. My Bluetooth headphones sound like shit, and so everybody's like, "Why don't I understand?" And so I'm just like, I just give up. It's like the only time I talk is when I'm right here in front of my desk, and I have my Blue Yeti microphone. Hey, Rue, you gonna use that Lincoln bed stuff I just gave? Post me some stuff, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you said you were gonna post something.
Oh yeah. I posted in lobby. I'm gonna put
in a live stream. We can post it in lobby too.
in lobby.
Why are you fucking with those idiots in lobby?
Oh, because they are confused, and I'm telling them.
Oh, so you weren't able to post this until I gave you that role?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, those guys in lobby are out of their mind. I never go there, but I see Wolfgang in there. He's one of the mods. Like I said, even in lobby, you gotta be careful because there's mods in there all the time, and they don't like what you're posting. They'll hit you.
I'm putting in live stream then.
No, that's cool. I'm just saying, don't know what, if you're in live stream talking and you want to share what you're talking about, you post it in live stream voice text. Now, if you want to say, hey, here's what's going on in the lobby, I'm just telling you though, like the mods in lobby, it can get pretty intense in there, and if they don't like what you're posting in the mods, I mean, it's the same mods that are in here, but the lobby, it's the first place people come. You don't even have to have roles. You can come in there and type all kinds of crazy nonsense. And
all right.
So, you know what it's like. You already been up in there.
Yeah.
Sure, That's a plausible concept. Hasn't been proven yet, but yeah, I'm about that. That's
Well,
like I was telling you, man. Watch that video that I just posted.
it hasn't been proven because they blocked off Antarctica, and we can't access Antarctica.
It's hard. It's yeah, but you can say that just because you believe it doesn't mean that it's true. But that's what I'm saying. Watch that video I just posted right before you posted that, and you'll see why it's plausible, but you can't prove it. And none of us can go to find out, So, like, it's fun to think about, but what it did. Yeah, I wish we could, had the funds and and the freedom to go on an expedition to find it, but whether north or south, there's no way that we can do it right now. At least I can't. I would like to. Be like Captain Cook or whatever. Look, I'm going to circumnavigate Antarctica.
I was speaking with someone in text channel yesterday about how I have a friend that is working in Antarctica, and is there some test that he could do to prove a point? And I was told that he could check if there is a 24-hour sun there. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, it depends on the latitude where he's at, but yeah, I mean it's. Yeah.
So do you need to be more inland to check that, or it can be checked from the islands that are nearest to Argentina or down there?
No, you need to be in Antarctica itself.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on latitude, like I said. I mean, there's certain portions of Antarctica that you can be to check it, but if you were to experience it, which has never been recorded, there are fake videos out there that claim to be real, but no, nobody's ever experienced that in Antarctica.
So the point is, there shouldn't be 24-hour sun on the sky.
You're not going to find it in Antarctica. You'll find it in Norway, Alaska, certain portions of I think it's Norway, some parts of northern Russia. You'll see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours, but you won't see it in Antarctica. No. I've seen a couple of fake videos, but you can tell they're fake. Somebody'd be like, "No, they're fake. That's flat earther telling you they're fake." I'm just like, bitch, I can freaking show you they're fake in a heartbeat.
Another question. I watched a video from Eric Dubai yesterday, and at one point he's talking about airplanes and the speeds on imaginary Earth, yeah, and how that plane, if it's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour in the direction that the Earth is spinning, it should stay at one place, which is kind of stupid things to say, because there is velocity that he had when he took off, you know. I don't know, is he a trustworthy source of information?
No, I think he makes a really good point. If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and you from east to west or west to east, and you launch from an airport on an airplane, is the Earth spinning underneath you? Whichever direction you're going. You know, if you're traveling in a direction that the Earth is spinning, then you're never going to reach your destination, because the Earth is spinning faster than the fucking airplane.
He was saying another thing. He was saying that if a plane took off at 1,000 miles an hour and the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, that plane should stand still in the air. It shouldn't move, you know. But there is velocity of the Earth before he took off. So it should be 2,000 miles an hour. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, check this out. If you traveled from you get on a flight in Ecuador and you travel on one flight from Ecuador to Dallas, Texas, and it takes 6 hours, 7-hour flight, that's north, same time zone. You leave from Ecuador and you land in Dallas, Texas, same time zone. Is there any jet lag? Or did the Earth spin underneath the airplane while you were traveling north? The answer is no, but those flights happen all the time. Go from Mexico City to frickin' Los Angeles every single day. Those flights travel all the time, hundreds of miles, are spinning, don't affect the airline travel. And the airline pilots never consider Earth spinning or curvature. They're just going from one port to another, just like Earth presents itself. Hey, we built an airport over there. I'm going to get on a plane. I'm going to travel over there. Now, sometimes the wind does move, but the Earth doesn't move.
So is the dome a general belief of people that think that the Earth is flat? What is the explanation? Is there a need for a dome? Should it be there, or it doesn't matter?
Dome, and I never bring up the dome. I don't necessarily think of a dome being over Earth.
But how do you explain then the atmosphere and the possible vacuum of the space around it?
I just go with atmospheric, the containment of gas pressure. There must be a container. I wouldn't call it a dome necessarily.
What should it be then? What is the difference? Dome or however you call it?
I wouldn't call it a dome because I don't know the extent of it. But there's obviously there's something containing the gas pressure. All of the gases that you experience, whether you're at low altitude or high altitude, they all come from Earth. They're not coming from outer space or anything like that. All of the gases come from Earth. So it doesn't matter what density they are. they all come from Earth. So I mean, as far as how they're contained and why they're contained, that's it's hard to prove. So I'm not going to make a claim about a dome, but yeah, that's just the way it is. And the extent of Earth, like I said, we can't explore everything, and so we don't know why or how this happens, but it does. Still has nothing to do with shape of Earth at all. And flat's not a shape anyway, by the way. So it's just Earth. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. This idea of the globe was programmed into your mind to keep you on a ball. Flat earthers are dumb, though. We don't have any answers to these questions. All the scientists figured it out. Then when you ask the scientists, it's like, no, we didn't figure it out yet. We got more science to do. Well, you ain't science shit yet. You think Earth is a ball. That ain't science. That's math. Well, we have radar arrays in South America that are 3 miles long that send radio waves up into space, and we get signals back, and then we have teams of CGI experts that show us what these nebulas look like. Bitch. Does that make the Earth a globe? No. It doesn't make the Earth a globe. Makes you foolish and you wasted your money. Earth is a fantastic, wonderful place, and you're wasting everybody's money.
So what else do you think about the other objects, about the sun and the moon and the stars, from your perspective?
For signs and for seasons. Sun and moon give life for Earth. We wouldn't exist without the sun and moon.
I see that there is a lot of unknown things, but I don't know, to me, implications, if I were convinced that the Earth is flat, would be huge.
And nobody here is trying to convince you. You're asking questions. I'm answering them. You can take my opinion. Some other people have different answers. Not all flat earthers have the same answers. You're asking me, and I'm answering. If you ask another flat earther, you might have different answers to your questions. Hey, I'm not totally sold out on my ideas, but I know there's no freaking curvature. With the globe model is completely impossible. I'm convinced of that. I'm not trying to convince you. If you want to believe the globe, freaking go on, believing or being convinced of what they say about the globe. I mean, that's up to you. I was convinced at one time about it, but I'm not anymore. So
I wasn't ever convinced. I just was going with the flow,
Dude, I was totally convinced. I thought we were the third rock from the sun. I was a total planet guy and all this kind of. So that's why I don't blame anybody for believing it or holding on to it. I'm just telling. When people ask me, Like, bro, I mean, I was totally there. I can see why you believe it, and I just don't anymore. And if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. I mean, I don't lose anything necessarily in the end, except for some people that well, everybody thinks you're crazy. Why are you so talking about flat Earth all the time? Which I don't talk about flat Earth all the time with my family and friends. They know what I do here. I have like a couple of YouTube channels, and I stream on Twitter, and so they know, my family and friends know what I do, but I don't bring it up when I'm with them anymore unless they bring it up. But it has kind of ostracized me with my family sometimes. That doesn't necessarily. I mean, I love my family, so it doesn't. It does matter to me, but it's not like I haven't ostracized them. Just, hey, here's what I'm about. If you want to see what I'm about, maybe I don't know, man. It's not their fault that I. Whatever. For the most part, my relationship with my family is pretty good. But everybody that knows me knows I'm the flat earther guy, which I'm fine with. Flat earther. Hell yeah. I own that shit. Got any questions? Hey, X, you have plenty of questions. Did I answer most of them? I mean, maybe not to your satisfaction, but I have some answers, right? So it's just like if, my friends or family or anybody else was like, flat Earth? What do you mean, flat Earth? What about this? What about that? Well, I have a few answers, but we can't explain everything. Or, to be honest, if you look at the globe, all they have is explanations, discoveries. I mean, especially, novice astrophysicists or whatever they want to call them. I'm studying astrophysics, or I'm just like, I understand science and physics. Like, well, physics is only applicable on Earth. So, when you talk about physics, we're talking about shit that happens on Earth. Right? Right.
Well, let me tell you one thing. If I didn't think that it is flat, I wouldn't even be checking it,
Sure, bro.
I need to have some kind of idea or conviction before going to measure things. So that is telling you something. I'm more on your side of things than not.
If you're gonna grab an instrument and go, go out to the sea, and then look across the sea, and you can see something, you have to know. Like I was saying earlier, you have to know what they say about Earth to know what you should or should not be able to see over a certain distance. And so, if you didn't know that already, you definitely should look into that, and I can give you links.
And I think
you asked me Earth curve calculator. I mean, you can just plug those numbers in, see whether you can see that over, and then their answer is always, well, refraction.
Yeah, I think you are not listening to me properly. What I'm saying.
My bad, brother.
I know that over 9 miles of curvature there should be. I wouldn't be able to see around 6 point something meters. That's enough for me because I have object that is 2 meters high. If I can see it, and it should be beyond the curve, you know, that is proof enough for me that something is wrong there.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I was on my own little rant there. I'm sorry I missed what you said before. Yeah, cool, bro.
And as I told you, after I see that, I will still need to take that equation and see from where it comes from, you know, from the most basic point to have some kind of conviction, because I just can't trust anything in today's world. I need to check every little thing myself to be pretty sure about anything.
I got you, man. I mean, yeah.
And that is the only way to know anything. You know, if you didn't check it out yourself, you can't say I'm 100% sure. And most of the people didn't check anything. If we talk honestly, it just they just took some beliefs and made them their own, and that's all. I don't think you can find any person that checked every little thing they believe in their lives as true, you know.
Well, I mean, that kind of made me think, I mean, as far as spirituality, I've been through several different steps when it comes to spirituality, but nobody can, well, I feel like I can substantiate spirituality and God, but it's not up to me to convince someone of it. But that's another example, you know, just like Earth. There's something about Earth that's special, right? We all experience Earth. We're standing, like I'm standing. If I was standing right next to you, are you seeing a different Earth than I'm seeing? You know, if your eyes are, well, I mean, you might be blind, but if we both have decent eyesight, are you seeing that same Earth that I'm seeing?
Doesn't have to be experience of the outside world is pretty subjective, you know.
Yeah.
So the two persons can look at the same thing and see different stuff. So,
and that same thing do with spirituality, right? It's like,
yes,
when I see the Earth, and I think I've always seen this since I was, for as long as I can remember, I saw it as a creation of God. And I can't unsee it that way. But it's not because of something, even though I went to church or whatever. It wasn't because of church. It was because of my spirit knew that I was part of this creation. So I just I can't unsee that part of it, you know, the spiritual part of it. Now, you know, I mean, some people are like, oh, well, I'm part of the creation too, but I came from the Big Bang Theory. Like, well, that's your religion, and you came from the Big Bang Theory. See how the dichotomy there? It's like, what? It's a total different creation story. But they don't recognize it as a creation story. They recognize it as what I call naturalism, and I think they would own that term, maybe. But in their theory, it recycles and comes back again. Which in some of what I think now, kind of sort of can, but anyway, it's another discussion for another time. But in their religion, they have like the Big Bang and balls spinning around the universe, expanding from a little dot, coalescing into little balls, and then we're 4.5 billion, archaeology and primitive. But in creation times, like Earth didn't start as a Big Bang. Well, some creationists like Hugh Ross, he thinks there was a Big Bang and evolution happened. And that's another argument for another time as well. I'm ranting again. Not even ranting. I'm just drunk and rambling.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, are you drunk? Because you sounded to me drunk even yesterday.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I've been drinking. Yeah, if you didn't know that about me, X, I drink a lot.
I don't mind.
I mean, I try to be coherent when I can, but I like to have fun. But I do have to get off of here.
But you just gave me an idea. I'm gonna get myself a drink.
Well, you're on the other side of the world. You're like what, 6 hours ahead of me? It's 5:30 a.m. and I've been up all night, and well, so have you, I guess, because did you just wake up and then jumped in here? Because you're what, in Grecian area in Croatia, you said, right? So that's about 6-7 hours ahead of me. So it's what, noon, 12:30, 1 o'clock, or 12:30. I mean, hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'm back.
Oh, I thought you were ignoring me. So you're in
no, I was
you're in the Eastern Mediterranean, right? So it's what, like 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. for you?
No, it's 12:30.
No, I mean 12:30 noon. Yeah, I thought you got. Yeah, I was saying you're about 7 hours, like an hour ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. Because that's where I kind of use Greenwich Mean Time to keep track of, because they're 6 hours ahead of me, and I figured you were about an hour ahead. So so it's 7:30 a.m. I mean p.m. for you. No. Yeah, 7:30 p.m.
That's where you are at.
Yeah, it's 5:30 a.m. for me, and you're about 7 hours ahead of me.
It's noon here, bro. Noon. The noon is after the noon.
Oh, yeah. See, it trips me out. Because we talk to a lot of Australians, and they're like 13, 14 hours ahead of me sometimes. And so, oh, shit. No, I get you. Yeah, I know where. I get it now. Yeah, so it's just afternoon for you. All right, cool. What? So you're 1 hour ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. That's cool.
I just got myself some wine so I can understand you better.
Well, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette and grab a beer, and I'll come back. But before I do that, have you heard me sing before?
I don't think so.
All right, well, I'm not going to do it live. I have something recorded. It'll play one of my songs. How about that? While I'm smoking and getting a drink. Let me. It's a flat Earth parody I made. Shouldn't drink anymore, but no, it's so many damn tabs open here.
I just have an idea for another question.
Hey, if there's nobody here to answer you, who are you going to ask a question to? Oh, I know you can ask a question to. Instead of me playing a song, Yodako, you want to talk to X?
I just got here, Julio.
I know, but X, he's in Croatia.
Croatia. Cool. Okay, what does he want to know?
I'm not trying to throw you into the fire. No,
Into the fire?
He's actually a cool dude. He's been asking all kinds of cool questions tonight. He was talking about getting some equipment to go do tests over the Mediterranean Sea and stuff.
To verify the lack of curvature?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I've believed in the flat Earth for so long that I can't even imagine thinking otherwise. You know, just on purely metaphysical levels and not just physical. It's a realm.
What do you mean by metaphysical levels? You mean your religion or what?
Well, metaphysics is beyond the physical, right? So you can classify it as religion if you'd like, but the idea being that if it is flat, then it can't be a part of a solar system or a cosmic system. What is it then? What is this flat place that we live on? Well, it calls into question the idea of it being just entirely physical. It has to then, because it's so unknown as to what the boundaries or borders of this physical plane is, it has to then have a metaphysical reality beyond what is calculable, measurable, verifiable physically. So it has to have a metaphysical component, and that puts it into a dimensional reality that goes beyond the physical. So it's a realm. See?
I don't see it yet, but let's check it out.
What don't you see?
It was a joke.
Pardon?
It was a joke. I was joking about flat Earth. That I don't see it yet, but I will check it out.
All right, good. So that's my view on it. So it's difficult for me to come in here and debate about the reasons you should think it's flat or a plane.
I don't debate. I just ask some questions.
Yes, I don't debate either. So we're not going to debate. Then
No, I'm not here for the debate, because I'm kind of inclined to think that it is flat, but I need to check it out myself, and that's all.
Does the idea that water is always seeks its level and is always level not a convincing point of fact for you?
Well, you know, from the early age of my existence, there was indoctrination that the water can curve, you know. So that's the general belief I tend to stick with, but I need to check it out. That's all.
All you have to do is use your reason. You don't have to check anything out.
Yeah, but reason can be tricked with, you know, and fooled. I need to see it with my own eyes. That will make me have much more belief in it. If you understand me.
Water seeks its own level, don't you? You know that. Where is there an exception to that rule?
Yes, I know that, but at the same time, I know what they say about gravity and how it curves it, you know.
You'll never be able to witness that. Never. So you can't get verification on that.
I didn't understand you that last sentence. Can you repeat?
I say you'll never witness that phenomenon of water curving as they prescribe it in the geocentric philosophy. So you cannot get verification of that visually.
But I can get verification that it is flat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So why is there in your mind debate?
Because I didn't verify it.
But you'll never be able to verify it. Their model is unverifiable.
But I will be able to verify that it is flat. That's enough.
Well, I'm saying that water always seeks its level. That's our physical reality. You never get a contradiction to that anywhere you go. Your eyes will never see anything different. So why spend the time doing that logically?
Let me ask you, did you do your measurements? Did you check those things?
No, water is flat. I don't need to.
Yeah, but that sounds to me like a belief system, not like a proof.
Reality. So it's not a belief system. I just told you, physically, in our world, you never find water curving. Never.
That conclusion depends on the distance.
What?
Those things that you are talking of, that depend on the distance that you are viewing. I can say, yes, water is flat over 100 meters, but with my own eyes, I can't exactly see 50 kilometers away to say that.
Well, my friend, good luck. Is all I have to say to you. You keep searching because you'll never find it. Never. As soon as I always understood the world was flat, but the convincing argument was that the water always seeks its level. I don't need anything else because logic then shows me that there's no contradiction to that. It's impossible for any model to contradict that. And if it does, then it's false.
Yes, I kind of understand your point of view, but for me, that is not enough to convince me. I don't even believe my own eyes.
That's too bad. All right, so good luck to you.
Sorry, Indico. I told him the same thing.
Yeah, but all of you, as I talk to you, you have some kind of patronizing tone, you know, like you know something that I don't, and now I'm an idiot, you know.
Listen, you're under the impression that we're trying to convince you of something.
No, I'm not under that impression.
Well, I heard you say it, so you are.
I don't think I said that.
Yeah, you did. You just said it when you were talking to her a couple of minutes ago. Nobody here's trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're talking about what you observe in reality with your own eyes.
And I'm talking about my point of view. I'm talking about my point of view and my understanding of the things. And that's all.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it is globe. I'm not saying that it is flat. I'm just saying that I will try to check it out in a way that will, to some extent, convince me. That is all.
Cool. So somebody told you it could be a globe, and you're going to go try to find the globe curvature. And if you find that the Earth is curved, then it's curved, and the flat earthers are wrong. Is that what you're looking for?
I won't jump to conclusions, but that will be one point for the globe, wouldn't it?
1 point for the globe. I don't know. Seems silly to even try to find something that doesn't exist, and I think that's what Ilka was trying to tell you. You're not going to find the curve because it doesn't exist. There's no reason to believe in a curve unless you want to believe it. If you want to believe it, then it might exist for you. As far as Earth is concerned, there's no curvature. The Earth is not a globe in outer space. You're never going to find it. You can believe it all you want, but you're never going to find it.
Cheers.
Cheers. I'm going to play you one of my songs.
Do you play an instrument or what?
No, it's a parody that I made.
Are you singing in it? Are you playing some instrument in it or what?
No, it's a karaoke track that I sang over. It's my vocals.
So yes, you sing in it.
Yeah, it's me singing. You know what a parody is? Yeah, where you just write, where you have different lyrics to an original.
I understand.
All right, cool. Check this one out. What the hell? Wrong one. That was the wrong track. Hold on. Let me do this right. Was not it. Here it comes.
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no emotion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies, as I explain to you.
eyes that you do not see.
Julio. That was
It
amazing.
reminds me of David Bowie.
David Bowie, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Julio, that was a very passionate rendition.
I love that.
And cringe for me.
Cringe for you?
Cringe. Hey, most of these parodies that I do are pretty cringe for a lot of people, but that's all right.
It's like the
I do it on purpose.
Songs from the enemy.
I do it on purpose. I do it for a reason.
Can I ask, what is the point of this server? Is it to talk with like-minded people about flat Earth? Is that the point?
Well, the point of the server is actually to introduce people to what we're talking about. This is a collaboration. We have I think 27,000 members on this server. People collaborate here together, and if you're curious about flat Earth, you can come here and talk to us. If you're, and you can come and say, here's why I don't think the flat Earth is true. Now,
I have a feeling that you guys kind of enjoy those things that people come and they're globers and they are trying to convince you. Do you enjoy those things?
No. Well, sometimes, but at the same time, when it comes to like flat versus globe, that's pretty much understood as far and wide. We know why people think the Earth is a globe, and it's not like you're going to show us anything that's going to convince us, and we're not going to convince you. So it's not a fight. For the most part, the server exists for the conversation to move forward. And to be honest, we have hundreds of thousands of other people that haven't talked to people about the real flat earthers. They might have been like, oh, flat earth, oh, that's interesting, boom. And they look it up on YouTube, and guess what they find? They find Professor Dave videos that are like 250 million views, or not even that many views, but like 2 million views. I don't know how many fucking views he has. But anyway, but they find, if they actually find us, then they're like, then they can talk to real flat earthers and not Professor Dave's idea of what a flat earth is, or any of these other characters on YouTube or wherever that give their opinions on what what flat earth is about.
From your point of view, what videos from what a person would be most trustworthy, for me to check out? Is there any person that you didn't find any logical fallacy with their videos or something like that? Can you point me to some direction?
In my opinion, this room where you found yourself tonight is the best place on Earth to talk about flat Earth. You just found us.
Okay, that's good enough.
And it's not because I'm here tonight. You'll find in this room, this is the best place to talk about this topic. It's the most open.
I like the girl that talked yesterday, Dandelion, I think the name was. She sounds pretty convincing, and logical.
She's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this room right here that you're in right now, this is the best place to talk about it. Because you can find all kinds of different YouTube channels on, with the opposing side, and and the positive side, but you can't open your microphone. You can talk in the chat and stuff, but in this place, you can actually come in here and talk to us and ask us questions, and what you've done tonight. So that's cool, man. A lot of people don't do it. They'd rather just sit in the YouTube chat and talk shit all night. No.
Well, it's their choice. You can't blame them.
No, we try to coax them in there, and sometimes they come in, but then they do the same thing in here, and then they just and it's just like, ugh. They don't bring good conversation like you have tonight. So thanks, X, man. You really brought some good conversation tonight. So.
I'm not exactly conversing here to one extent. Yes, I am, but I mostly ask some questions.
I get it.
It's more easy for me to find answers this way than to Google them or I don't know what.
No, bro, but check this out. You actually came in here on voice, expressed yourself, and you're still doing it, and hopefully you will continue to do it. Not see, a lot of times we deal with a lot of rude people that come in here and just want to troll, but I know you're not doing that, so that's pretty awesome.
Yes, I'm aware of how the world is,
See, you ran Ildiko off. That's not cool. I'm just playing. I think I ran her off. She's probably busy. She teaches yoga classes. She just jumped in before she had to go to work. I don't know. I'm just playing. But yeah, Ildiko. What did you think about Ildiko? She pretty much said the same thing I said to you before she jumped.
She's not convincing to me exactly as you are not convincing to me at all.
Yes.
That girl from yesterday, she's kind of scary,
I know. She's awesome, man. So,
yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. She scares me. She's so articulate, I don't know. She scares me.
Yeah, I love Ildiko, man. She was awesome. I love that. Thank you so much, Ildiko, if you're still listening. That was awesome. Yeah, but that's one person. She's the only person that I know that has always been a flat earther, or like before flat Earth was flat Earth. She didn't buy into the whole thing, and that's why I wanted when I saw her. And I can't believe she opened her mic and talked to you. But yeah, she's never been for a long time, long before flat Earth. So you got to talk to someone that never bought into all this bullshit her entire life.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is just first impression. Who knows what comes next?
Yep. Hey, but just get ready, man. I mean, always be prepared because you already know they're going to be putting out some more lies, just like that song I just played. The lies that you do not see. And there was another guy that was on here before that wrote the lyrics to that song. He wrote lyrics to a couple of my parodies that I did, or we collaborated on them. And he wrote most of the lyrics to that one that you just heard. Who else is? Who's new? I see some new people. We have Skype Slay 117, new guy. You have access to your microphone.
Yeah, I've been here before.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you again too, brother.
New Year's Eve.
Yes,
I might
sir.
not even go to sleep today. I'm just like, stay on Saturday. Got F.E. Batman in the house from Australia. Is it already tomorrow there? No, it's not yet. I think he's about 13 hours, 14 hours ahead. It's like, what, 10 p.m. for F.E. Batman. He's in the future.
Is it New Year around this time there?
Say that again?
I think it's New Year for them in Australia right about now.
Yeah, he's almost in the future, man. Well, he's always in the future. I mean, just like you're in the future for me, man. We're in Europe. And it's 6:05 a.m. where I am.
You're lagging, bro, lagging.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like, man, this amazing, but I have some amazing internet. It just makes up for it. Fiber optic.
Some time ago I read the news about how Pope and I think Obama went to Antarctica, and that was such a strange thing to read.
Dude, Obama went to Antarctica. Frickin', what was the vice? What was the vice president of George? I mean, of Bill Clinton. What was his name?
It doesn't matter, but some big figures, Pope, U.S. president.
But did they really go to Antarctica? Maybe.
Exactly. What can be a possible reason for them to go down there? What? To do what? To see what?
The Pope went to Antarctica. It was just like this big thing. Oh, they went to Antarctica. Boo, boo, boo. It's like, what? What for? But they only went through South America to that little, that little peninsula on the coast, and then just came back. They didn't do shit. They didn't go.
Didn't they say they went there? How can you be sure that they weren't somewhere else? Further inland.
It's That's
But it's such a strange thing, you know.
Yeah, it's silly.
I don't know what is the official explanation for that visit, but it's unbelievable for me.
If they did it, they just like, you know, took a boat over there and stepped their foot on there and was like, look, I'm Antarctica. But
no, I have a feeling that
with these masters of the universe, you know, it's just like the Pope did it, fucking Al Gore, and all this, and Obama. They're just like, I stepped foot on Antarctica. Look at what? Why? What did you?
Yes, I have a feeling that they went there to see something new that was discovered. I have no proof of that, but that is my imagination telling me, you know. There was something big to see, you know, or why would they go down there? I have no explanation for that.
Really, I mean, to me, I mean, it's like a propaganda stunt, you know, to show us that we can't do it, but they can. But that's all they're going to do is just like, well, I put on a portion of Antarctica, and you can too for $20,000. It's like, well, who the fuck's going to pay $20,000 to just go? I can take pictures of penguins. Stupid. Blood. Cuddy, you're such a trip. What's trouble about's back in here? Oh shit.
How does my mic sound? Do you hear me well?
Yeah, I hear you well, but it sounds like you're talking in a tunnel or something.
Well, it's a mic from laptop, you know, and the laptop is on cooling pad and there are noises. I don't know.
It sounds better than the other. Is there well, there's some settings you can use if you're from your laptop to actually help the mic, but this isn't a
Yes, I know I can hook the mic, but I don't have the mic because I'm not usually speaking on my microphone.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I can only criticize it because my microphone is so badass. That's the only reason. I'm just messing with the X. I'm messing with the X. Yeah.
I'm not taking it to my heart, you know.
No, I need to get another one just like this one, but a new model. I bought this microphone from a friend of mine 7 years ago. It's, you know, a Blue Yeti. I need to get a new Blue Yeti because this one's, I think it's about to crash, but it hasn't yet. I'm not going to get a new one until it does because it's still working fairly well. That song you heard, I recorded it on this microphone. So as long as it'll hold up, I'm gonna hold up. I do have another setup. I have another microphone that's even better than this one, but it's a different setup, and I have to put it through a soundboard and stuff. This one's easy. I just plug it in a USB, and it's like, oh, there he is. The other one I have is way more sensitive. Hey, obvious B, that's my meme. I made that one. Glovers try to measure the Earth. Get these huge binoculars.
So I ordered, as I told you, a telescope that is 125x zoom. I think that should be enough to see far away, and there are some lenses that I can put on it that would make it 250x zoom.
Right, you could put some lenses in front that would make it, would enhance the. See, do you realize that when you're using a telescope, every time you zoom in, you're limiting your peripheral, only zooming in on what you're actually looking at.
Yes, and
similar to a microscope. It works the same way as a microscope. You're not enhancing your view, you're limiting your view the more you zoom in.
You're limiting the scope, but you see the things that you zoom in better.
So, let me ask you something. Do you think that if you had a powerful enough telescope, you would be able to, and the Earth is flat, you would be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York City?
No.
Well, thank God that you answered no, because that would be ridiculous.
Yes, I'm not a total noob, I know some things about the atmosphere and the effects of it.
Well, even if there was no atmosphere, you still wouldn't be able to see it.
That I'm not aware of. Why not, if there is nothing in between to obscure your vision,
Well, how many of those little optical things could you put in a telescope that you could zoom in on the Eiffel Tower from the shore of New York?
I don't know exactly how telescope works, so I don't like to comment about that.
You wouldn't be able to see it. You're talking about, 1,400 miles? You're just not going to see that far straight across Earth.
But why not? If you can zoom to some extent, there must be a limit somewhere with what you can zoom in. I don't know what limit there is, Is it just about the size of telescope?
That's it. Yeah, well, then that's the ridiculous part. It was like people saying, well, I can see across the Atlantic with a telescope. I could probably see the Eiffel Tower. Well, I mean, some people say, well, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from New York? Because you just can't see that far. It's like, what if I had a 1,000 times zoom telescope? What are you zooming in on? Do you know exactly where to point it? Because every time you zoom in on something, you limit your field of view. Zoom in again, zoom in again, zoom in again. Every time you zoom in 1,000 times, you have to know exactly where to point it, and you're not going to be able to see it. And even if you could, anyway. But then how about if I just pointed up 45 degrees and I'm looking at Mars and I zoom it in? You know what that means? If you can see Mars better, guess what that proves? Mars is close. It's not where they said it is. You can zoom in on the moon like you can with the telescope.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the distance to the moon. They say, I don't know how much it is.
230,000 miles.
Okay, you know the exact numbers. I don't. But the point is, you can see so clear the moon, with the distance. I can imagine.
238,000 miles away.
So I can imagine that there are some atmospheric issues, maybe that there's less atmosphere up there, so you can see better. But that distance is so huge that is, for me, kind of imaginable to see it that clear, and like it's near.
Almost 250,000 miles, what they say it is. And but you can't zoom in on the Eiffel Tower from New York, but you can just turn your telescope up to the moon and see it. You can zoom in on it really quick. You can find hey, here's another thing about the moon without your telescope. What you can look at.
Excuse me. I'm gonna get another glass of wine. I don't want to miss anything important.
Well, I'm gonna grab a beer and I'll be right back to you. I'm gonna tell you something really fascinating about the moon and your observation from Earth without a telescope.
Okay, I'm back.
Find the image of this.
I need to drink more. I still can't understand you. I need to catch up.
No, that's cool. Hey, what I was going to tell you is about Tycho Crater. You know what that is? What they call it?
I need to level up with you.
Yeah, Tycho Crater is. Let's say it's. I'm looking at solarsystem.nasa.gov. So this is from NASA. How old is Tycho? I mean, they go through all their blah 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 stuff. But I'm just talking about the size of Tycho Crater. You can see it with your naked eye. From Earth, it's 50 miles wide. And they say that the moon is 238,000 miles away. Yeah, it says Tycho's prominence is not due to its size at 53 miles in diameter, just one among thousands of similarly sized craters, right? I mean, here's what they're showing. I want to save image. No, I didn't save. And you've seen this before with your naked eye when you look at the moon.
Are you posting something somewhere, or are you just talking for what you're looking at?
Oh, I'm about to post it. Give me a second.
Where?
In live stream voice text. There, I just
okay.
Tycho crater. Like when you see a full moon, see Tycho crater. It's like it's got this like little spot, and then there's like expanding lines from it. That's 53 miles wide, is what they say, right?
Okay,
now, and you can see that. I've seen it with my naked eye. I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but old dude saying there's something wrong with the YouTube feed. I'll mess with that in a sec. But yeah, you can see that with your naked eye. When there's a clear sky and a full moon.
Hey, Helio.
How can you see something? I got you, old dude. Or it was an old dude.
It's flat nasty. I was going to say, I think Danny Faulkner's in the chat, huh?
Where's the curve? God damn it! Cool, Danny. I mean, Danny can open his mic if he wants to. He doesn't have to. It's all good.
I know he's just somewhat of a celebrity. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, getting back to the Tycho crater, it's dude, the angular size of that crater, being able to see it with the naked eye from 250,000 miles away, impossible. Even if you had a 50 times zoom telescope or binoculars, come on, man. Where's this moon? 238,000 miles away? No. Well, we do have Danny Faulkner in the he's an astrophysicist, but
he's my favorite astrophysicist
he can
in the whole wide world.
It's all good. He can tell us why we can see Tycho crater with our naked eye from 250,000 miles away.
Danny Faulkner. Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yep. We got a celebrity here. Would you do Answers in Genesis or something like that?
Yeah.
Something Genesis.
Yeah, he's a partner in Answers in Genesis. I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to Danny.
Shout out to Danny for teaching the kids the heliocentric model.
Man, I don't want to take the piss out of Danny necessarily, unless he can answer that question. Why can we see Tycho crater with our naked eye from 38,000 miles away when it's 53 miles wide, according to NASA? We need Creation Bear to have the
Almost on board, Helio. Dum, dum, dum. Stupid.
So is Danny going to speak something? Is he going to prove you flat heads that you're wrong?
It's all good, man. I mean, kind of like I don't even know why Danny even like is obsessed with it.
But I would like to hear, the other side with full of extent of their power with information. How are they explaining it exactly? I would like to see some debate, but on a level that I didn't see yet. Mostly they're just stupid, childish things you see on YouTube.
Stupid, childish things are you talking about?
The videos that I see on YouTube, there you can see from that Professor Dave and David Weiss, or what the name is.
We've had several decent conversations on here with. If you want to watch the anti-flat earthers talk to us, and in here, there's plenty of videos I can share with you if you want to listen to that.
Well, I'm not sure what is your opinion about the quality of those arguments. I don't want to watch bullshit.
Well, you're new to this server. We have had some of those guys come in, like not Professor Dave hasn't been in here, but a lot of the anti-flat earthers. Every time they come in here, I record that stuff and I put it up, bro. If you want to listen to some of that, I mean, I have plenty of videos I can share with you. I even have some videos. No, I don't actually. I don't think I have a Danny video, but that's all right. Danny's a nice guy, sort of. But he gets a bad rap, but he's a nice guy. I ain't shit. But, dude, I was just going through some of my videos. I have plenty of videos if you want to listen to the flat earthers, from this go toe to toe. Got plenty of videos. Matter of fact, here's one right now. This one is yeah. Oh no. No, I got another one. Oh, that's on another channel. Hell. Oh. We can play this one real quick. We can play this one real quick. Apparently, people like this one. Like McToon joined the other day. Let's see what you think about this one next. I have a tendency to play the wrong video. After this, I'm going to restart the stream. God dang it. I'll restart the stream after this this play along video. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Such an idiot. Here comes, I think. Hopefully. Cross your fingers. Not playing. That's unfortunate. Extremely unfortunate. How does this work? I'm a bot. Extremely unfortunate. That's the second attempt. Apparently it's not going to work. What the hell going on here?
You don't have to do anything, bro. Just chill.
This really sucks. Why is this not playing?
We got a glober in the chat that insists the stars are proving the shape of the Earth. Not the surface, the stars.
Trouble about tends to make shit up about people in the north for some reason. He's in Australia. Don't make no sense. So sorry would make you guilty. I can't believe that fucking video won't play. Just check it and see if another video. What? Ordered that freaking video. Do a test. No, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the stream now. No, we're 12 hours. They talk.